Hello guys, welcome to Cosmic Wand. Today we have an incredible story for you. What if Harry Potter was adopted by Sung Jin-Woo and could resurrect dead wizards as shadow soldiers? If you enjoy the video, please like and subscribe. Let's get into it. Chapter 1, The Child in the Wreckage. The night smelled wrong. Sung Jin-Woo had learned to trust that instinct over the years, the prickling at the base of his skull, the way the shadows around him stirred without being told. He'd been sitting on the roof of his apartment in Seoul, legs dangling over the edge, watching the city pulse with light 40 stories below, when it hit him. A ripple. Not through the air or the ground, but through the fabric of something deeper. The space between dimensions shivered like a plucked string, and every shadow within a mile radius turned toward the same point. West. Far west. Across an ocean and a continent, in a place he'd never been. Jin-Woo closed his eyes and felt for it. The ripple was fading fast, but the signature was unmistakable, a massive discharge of magical energy, the kind that didn't happen naturally. Something had collided with something else, two forces meeting head-on, and one of them had broken reality just a little in the process. He could have ignored it. He almost did. The world was full of strange energies, dimensional echoes, leftover mana from gates long closed. But this felt different. This felt like death, not the clean kind, not the natural unwinding of a life, but the violent, screaming severance of souls from bodies. And underneath it, impossibly, something else. A soul that refused to leave. Jin-Woo stepped off the roof and fell into his own shadow. The shadow realm swallowed him like water, cold and familiar and absolute. He moved through it the way others moved through air, effortlessly, instinctively, and the distance between soul and wherever that ripple originated compressed into a single step. He emerged from darkness into darkness, but this darkness was different. It was October, and it was England, and the air tasted like smoke and old magic and something sickeningly sweet that he recognized after a moment as burned flesh. He stood in the ruins of a house. It had been a cottage, once. Quaint, probably. Thatched roof, stone walls, a garden gate. Now the upper floor was gone, blown outward in a perfect circle as if something had detonated inside. Roof beams jutted into the night sky like broken ribs. The front door hung from one hinge, and warm light still spilled from the ground floor, a lamp, still burning, casting a cheerful golden glow over a scene of absolute destruction. Jin-Woo moved through the doorway without touching it. His shadows spread ahead of him, tasting the air, mapping the space. Living room to the left, overturned furniture, a child's toy broom on the floor, a cup of tea still steaming on the mantelpiece. Stairs ahead, half collapsed. And on the stairs, crumpled like a puppet with its strings cut, a man. Young. Glasses askew on a face that might have been handsome before death had drained it of everything. Black hair, hazel eyes staring at nothing. No wounds that Jin-Woo could see, no blood, no burns. Just dead. Whatever had killed him had simply stopped him. Switched him off like a light. Jin-Woo crouched beside the body and placed two fingers against the man's forehead. The magical residue was extraordinary. This man had been powerful, not Shadow Monarch powerful, not even S-rank powerful, but genuinely gifted in whatever tradition he'd practiced. The energy signature was different from anything Jin-Woo had encountered in the gate system. Warmer. More organic. It felt like it had grown rather than been forged. And it was gone. Snuffed out in an instant by something that left a green afterimage in the magical spectrum, something that tasted of absolute malice and the desperate fear of death. Jin-Woo stood and looked up through the ruined ceiling. The second floor, what was left of it, was where the real destruction had happened. He didn't bother with the stairs. A shadow tendril lifted him through the gap in the floor and set him down in what had been a nursery. Here was the woman. She lay in front of a crib, arms outstretched, as if she'd been trying to shield it with her body. Red hair fanned across the floor like a bloodstain, though there was no actual blood. Same death as the man downstairs, no wound, no mark, just the green residue of that killing magic. But her signature was different. Where the man's magic had simply been extinguished, hers was still active. Residual. It clung to the air around the crib like a web, golden and warm and fierce, and Jin-Woo felt it push against his shadows when he stepped closer. Protective magic. She'd done something in the moment of her death, channeled everything she had, everything she was, into a single act of desperate love. Jin-Woo had seen sacrificial magic before, in dungeons and gate breaks and the wars between dimensions. He'd never seen it done so cleanly. So completely. She hadn't just given her life. She'd given herself, transmuted her entire magical existence into a shield, and that shield was still humming. Around a baby. Jin-Woo looked into the crib. The child was alive. That was the first thing, alive, breathing, staring up at him with green eyes that were far too aware for an infant barely a year old. The second thing was the cut on his forehead. Lightning bolt shaped, still bleeding sluggishly, and radiating that same green killing energy. Whatever had been thrown at this child had rebounded, but it had left something behind. Jin-Woo reached out with his perception and immediately pulled back. There was a soul fragment in the wound. Not the child's soul. Something else, something broken and corrupted and so saturated with the fear of death that it had fractured rather than pass on. It was burrowing into the child's magical core like a parasite, trying to anchor itself, and the mother's protective magic was fighting it, keeping it contained in the scarred tissue but unable to expel it entirely. Jin-Woo's first instinct was extraction. He could pull the fragment out, his authority over souls was absolute, and this sliver of corrupted spirit was nothing compared to the shadow army he commanded. But as he reached for it with his power, the child's magical signature flared in response, and Jin-Woo realized two things simultaneously. First, removing the fragment would collapse the mother's protective magic, which was using the fragment as an anchor point. Without it, the shield would dissipate, leaving the child's core exposed and unstable. The boy would die. Second, the child's magic had already begun adapting to the fragment's presence. It was doing something Jin-Woo had never seen before, converting the death energy, metabolizing it, folding it into the child's own growing power the way a body might incorporate a foreign protein. Given time, this boy's magic would be something entirely new. A hybrid of life and death energy, of his mother's sacrificial love and his attacker's killing intent. Given time. The baby reached up and grabbed Jin-Woo's finger. Jin-Woo looked down at that tiny hand wrapped around his index finger and felt something shift in his chest. He'd felt it before, once, holding his own daughter for the first time, that sudden, absolute certainty that he would destroy anything that threatened this small, fragile, impossibly brave thing. The child wasn't crying. He should have been. The house was destroyed, his parents were dead, there was dark magic eating into his skull, and a stranger who commanded shadows and death was looming over his crib. But the boy just held on to Jin-Woo's finger and stared at him with those startling green eyes, and Jin-Woo stared back, and something was decided between them without words. "All right," Jin-Woo said quietly. "All right, then." He picked the child up. The boy weighed almost nothing, a warm, breathing bundle that fit perfectly in the crook of Jin-Woo's arm. The mother's protective magic flared at his touch, testing him, tasting his intent, and then subsided. It recognized him, somehow. Not as a threat. As a guardian. Jin-Woo turned to leave and paused. He looked back at the two bodies, the man on the stairs, the woman on the nursery floor. His shadows whispered to him, hungry, eager. He could extract them. Raise them as shadow soldiers. They'd been powerful in life, they'd be formidable in death. No. Not yet. Not like this. Not without understanding what had happened here, who these people were, what war they'd been fighting. And not without their son's consent, when the boy was old enough to give it. Jin-Woo left them where they lay. He cradled the child against his chest, stepped into the shadow at his feet and vanished. Behind him, the cottage smoldered. Within the hour, a giant of a man on a flying motorcycle would arrive to find it empty, and the wizarding world would begin a decade-long search for its missing savior. They would not find him. The Shadow Realm was not a place meant for living things. It existed between dimensions, a vast, lightless expanse that served as Jin-Woo's domain, his throne room, his army's barracks. The sky, if you could call it that, was a perpetual twilight, bruised purple and black, lit by no sun or moon but by a sourceless ambient glow that made everything look like a dream about to become a nightmare. The ground was solid but wrong, dark stone that absorbed sound, that felt like it was watching you. This was where Harry Potter spent his first night away from the world he'd been born into, cradled in the arms of the Shadow Monarch, surrounded by an army of the dead. Igris was the first to approach. The Shadow Knight materialized from the darkness with the silence that was his hallmark, 8 feet of crimson-plumed armor, a greatsword strapped to his back, moving with a grace that belied his massive frame. He knelt before Jin-Woo, and the eye-holes of his helmet fixed on the bundle in his monarch's arms. Igris tilted his head. "His name is Harry," Jin-Woo said. "He's staying." Igris studied the child for a long moment, then reached out with one gauntlet hand, slowly, carefully, the way you'd approach a skittish animal, and touched the boy's cheek with the back of one armored finger. Harry gurgled and grabbed at the finger, just as he'd grabbed Jin-Woo's. Igris looked at Jin-Woo. The Shadow Knight couldn't speak, had never spoken, in all the years of his service, but his body language was eloquent. He straightened, placed his fist over his heart, and bowed deeply. "I will protect him." "I know you will," Jin-Woo said. Baru arrived next, and with considerably less grace. "My liege." The Ant King's voice was a screech that could shatter glass, and Harry startled in Jin-Woo's arms, eyes going wide. Baru skidded to a halt, his massive insectoid form looming over them, mandibles clicking with excitement. "My liege has brought a small human. Is it a pet? A hostage?" "A snack, he's my son," Jin-Woo said flatly. Baru's mandibles stopped clicking. His compound eyes blinked, all of them, in sequence. "Son. My son. Touch him and I'll unmake you." Baru looked at Harry. Harry looked at Baru. For a very long moment, the most powerful shadow soldier in existence and a 14-month-old baby regarded each other with mutual suspicion. Then Harry laughed. It was the first sound the child had made, a bright, bubbling giggle that rang through the Shadow Realm like a bell, and every shadow soldier within earshot turned toward it. Thousands of them. Tens of thousands. The armies of the dead, pausing in their eternal readiness to listen to a baby laugh. Baru made a sound that, from a creature with less dignity, might have been called a coo. "He is, very small, my liege." "Yes. And soft. Humans are soft." "Yes, Baru. I will destroy anything that looks at him wrong. That's the spirit." Jin-Woo built Harry a home in the Shadow Realm. Not a palace, he'd considered it and rejected the idea. A child needed warmth, needed normalcy, needed to feel like a child and not like a prince of darkness. So Jin-Woo carved out a space in his domain that was something between a house and a fortress, stone walls softened with actual furniture stolen from the real world. He'd raided several high-end department stores after hours, paying in cash left on counters, because the Shadow Monarch was not a thief, windows that opened onto views of the Shadow Realm's twilight sky, and a nursery filled with toys and books and a crib that Igris had built himself, one careful plank at a time, with hands designed to wield swords. The crib was lopsided. Harry loved it. The first year was the hardest. Infants need things that the Shadow Realm didn't naturally provide: sunlight, fresh air, the sound of other humans. Jin-Woo solved these problems the way he solved most problems, directly and without hesitation. He punched temporary gates to the surface world for sunlight. He installed ventilation systems that pulled air from mountaintops. He hired a human nanny, a kind, elderly Korean woman named Mrs. Cho, who had raised 6 children of her own and who, upon being told that her new employer was an interdimensional shadow king and that her charge was a baby wizard, had simply nodded and asked where the formula was kept. Mrs. Cho was not afraid of the shadows. She swatted Barreau with a wooden spoon when he tried to feed Harry raw mana crystals. "He needs nutrients for strength, old woman. He needs milk, you overgrown grasshopper." And she earned Ygris's respect by ironing his cloak without being asked. She was, Jin-Woo reflected, the most terrifying person in his domain, himself included. Harry grew. He grew fast, the way children do when they're loved and fed and safe. He crawled through the shadow realm like he owned it, which, technically, he did. The shadow soldiers watched him with something that might have been fascination or might have been the residual protective instinct of creatures who had once been alive. Harry would crawl up to a shadow knight 3 times his size and tug on its leg until it crouched down, and then he'd babble at it until it picked him up. None of them ever refused. By age 2, Harry was walking. By 3, he was running, through the endless corridors of the shadow domain, playing games with soldiers who had died in wars older than civilization. He'd play hide and seek with shadow rogues who could turn invisible, and somehow find them every time. He'd sit on Tank's massive shoulder and demand stories, and Tank, the huge, steadfast shadow soldier who served as Jin-Woo's frontline tank, would carry him for hours without complaint, rumbling in a low voice about battles and monsters and the strange beauty of being alive, then dead, then something in between. Jin-Woo watched all of this with the careful attention of a man who knew that this child was not ordinary. The soul fragment in Harry's scar was stable but active, and Harry's magical core was developing in ways that defied anything Jin-Woo understood about magical theory. The boy's native magic, his wizard magic, inherited from his parents, was interweaving with the ambient shadow energy of the realm, creating something hybrid. Something new. When Harry was 4, he made his first shadow. Not an extraction, nothing that deliberate. He was playing in the garden. Jin-Woo had built a garden, it grew shadow flowers that were black and silver and hummed faintly, when a shadowling, a tiny, formless wisp of shadow energy, drifted too close. Harry reached out, grabbed it, and held on. The shadowling squirmed for a moment, then settled into his palm and took shape, a small, 4-legged creature, somewhere between a dog and a cat, made entirely of living shadow. Harry named it Shade. Shade followed him everywhere after that, sleeping at the foot of his bed, growling at anyone who raised their voice near Harry. It was a minor creation, barely a blip compared to Jin-Woo's army, but it was significant. Harry hadn't commanded the shadow. He befriended it. He doesn't dominate them, Jin-Woo told Ygris that evening, watching Harry chase Shade through the garden. He bonds with them. His shadow magic works through connection, not authority. Ygris nodded slowly. He'd noticed it too, the way shadows bent toward Harry not because they were ordered to but because they wanted to. The boy had a gravity to him, a warmth that shouldn't have been possible in a realm of the dead. Lily Potter's magic. Her love, her sacrifice, woven into every cell of her son's body. Even here, in the kingdom of shadows, it burned like a quiet flame. Training began when Harry was 5. Jin-Woo believed in early education. His idea of early education involved dodge rolling under Ygris's sword strikes, but he also believed in fundamentals, so Harry's days were split between combat, academics, and what Jin-Woo called perception training, which mostly involved sitting in the dark and learning to feel the world through shadow sense rather than sight. Harry took to it like breathing. The combat training was Ygris's domain. The Shadow Knight had been a warrior for centuries, and his teaching style was precise, patient, and utterly unforgiving. He started Harry with wooden swords, child-sized, lightweight, perfectly balanced, and drilled footwork until the boy could move without thinking. Block, parry, riposte, disengage. Again. Again. Faster. Again. Harry didn't complain. He fell down, got up, adjusted his grip, and went again. At 5 years old, he had a focus that would have been unsettling in an adult. Jin-Woo recognized it. It was the same focus he'd had in the double dungeon, when every mistake meant death. Harry hadn't been through anything that extreme, but he'd absorbed the Shadow Realm's fundamental lesson: strength wasn't given, it was earned, and the price was pain and repetition and the willingness to get up one more time than you fell down. By 6, Harry could spar with low-level shadow soldiers and hold his own. By 7, he was beating them. Not through raw power, he was still a child, and his magical core was still developing, but through speed, creativity, and an almost preternatural ability to read his opponent's intentions. "He fights like you, my liege," Baru observed one afternoon, watching Harry dodge a Shadow Knight's overhead strike and counter with a thrust that caught the soldier square in the chest, dispersing it into wisps. "But also not like you. You fight like a storm. He fights like a river. He goes around things." Jin-Woo smiled. It was true. Where Jin-Woo's combat style was overwhelming force applied with surgical precision, Harry's was fluid, adaptive, responsive, always moving. He didn't try to overpower opponents, he outmaneuvered them. Found the gap. Slipped through. Academic education was Mrs. Cho's domain, supplemented by Jin-Woo's own knowledge and an extensive library of books from the surface world. Harry learned mathematics, science, history, literature, multiple languages. He was reading at a college level by 7, not because he was supernaturally gifted at academics but because he was genuinely curious and had no distractions, no television, no social media, no other children to play with. That last part was the one thing that worried Jin-Woo. Harry was growing up alone. Not lonely, he had Jin-Woo, Mrs. Cho, Igris, Baru, Tank, Shade, and 10,000 shadow soldiers who would die for him, again. But he had no peers. No other children his age, no one to argue with about nothing, no one to be silly and stupid and young with. Jin-Woo saw it sometimes, a wistfulness in Harry's eyes when they visited the surface world for supplies and he watched other children playing in parks, shouting and shoving and laughing about things that didn't matter. He thought about enrolling Harry in a normal school. He thought about it seriously. But Harry's magic was growing more volatile as he approached 8, and the soul fragment in his scar was becoming more active, and the last thing Jin-Woo needed was his son accidentally summoning a shadow soldier in the middle of a third-grade classroom. So he waited. And trained. And loved his son the best way he knew how, which involved a lot of sparring and a lot of ice cream and the occasional trip to interesting places around the world, emerging from shadow gates to visit Tokyo and New York and the pyramids at Giza, always at night, always with Igris and Baru lurking just out of sight. "Dad," Harry said one evening. They were sitting on a cliff overlooking the ocean somewhere in New Zealand, the southern stars blazing overhead. Harry was 7, lean and quick, with his mother's green eyes and his father's, his birth father's, messy black hair, and he was eating an ice cream cone with the focused determination he applied to everything. "What happened to my real parents?" Jin-Woo didn't flinch. He'd been expecting this question for years. "I'm your real parent, kid. You know what I mean." "Yeah, I do." Jin-Woo leaned back on his hands and looked at the stars. They were killed. Both of them. By a dark wizard, someone from their world who was afraid of dying and did terrible things to avoid it. Why did he kill them? Because someone made a prophecy that their son, you, would be the one to stop him. Harry was quiet for a moment, licking his ice cream. So he tried to kill a baby. He tried. It didn't work. Because of my mom. Jin-Woo glanced at him. "You know about that?" "I can feel it," Harry said simply. "In my scar. There's something dark, and then there's something warm wrapped around it. The warm thing feels like someone who loves me very much. It's been there my whole life." Jin-Woo's throat tightened. "That's your mother's magic. She sacrificed herself to protect you, and her love became a shield. It's the reason you survived. And the dark thing? A piece of the man who killed her. A fragment of his soul. It's contained, your mother's magic keeps it locked down, but it's part of you now. Harry finished his ice cream and wiped his hands on his jeans. Can you take it out? Not safely. Not yet. When you're stronger, when your own magic is developed enough to survive the removal, we'll deal with it. Okay. Harry pulled his knees to his chest and rested his chin on them. What was the wizard's name? The one who killed them? I don't know, Jin-Woo admitted. I didn't investigate their world. I took you and left. Why? Because you were bleeding and alone and you grabbed my finger and wouldn't let go. Jin-Woo reached over and ruffled Harry's hair. Some decisions don't need research. Harry leaned into the touch, just for a moment. Then he straightened up, all business again. I want to know. About their world, about the wizard who killed them. I want to know everything. You will, Jin-Woo said. I promise. Harry turned 8 on July 31st. Mrs. Cho baked a cake. Baru ate half of it before the party. I was testing it for poison, old woman, and received a wooden spoon to the mandible for his trouble. Igris presented Harry with a real sword, not full-sized, but steel, sharp, and perfectly weighted for his frame. Tank gave him a stone from a battlefield in another dimension, smooth and warm, that glowed faintly in the dark. Jin-Woo gave him a jacket made from shadow thread, lightweight and flexible, that would harden into armor at the first sign of danger. And then, because Jin-Woo believed that birthdays should be memorable, he took Harry into a dungeon. Not a real one, not one of the Lethal Gate dungeons that had threatened the world during Jin-Woo's early career. This was a training dungeon that Jin-Woo had constructed in a sealed section of the Shadow Realm, populated with shadow creatures that would challenge Harry without genuinely endangering him. The creatures were real enough to fight, but they'd disperse rather than kill, and Jin-Woo was watching from the shadows, ready to intervene if anything went sideways. Harry moved through the dungeon with his new sword in one hand and Shade trotting at his heels. He was nervous, Jin-Woo could see it in the tightness of his shoulders, but he didn't hesitate. He'd been training for 3 years. He was ready. The first room held shadow wolves, 6 of them, fast and coordinated, circling Harry with red ember eyes. Harry dropped into the stance Igris had drilled into him, weight low, sword at mid-guard, and waited. The first wolf lunged. Harry sidestepped, cut, and the wolf dissolved into shadow wisps. The second and third came together. Harry rolled under them, came up slashing, took one across the belly and caught the other with a backhand strike that dispersed it before it could turn. The remaining 3 wolves were smarter. They hung back, circling, looking for an opening. Harry didn't give them one. He advanced, controlling the space, forcing them to react to him rather than the other way around. In 30 seconds, all 6 were gone. The second room was a puzzle, magical traps that required observation and logic rather than combat. Harry solved it methodically, testing each trap with thrown stones before committing to a path, exactly the way Jin-Woo had taught him. The third room held a shadow bear. Bigger than Harry, stronger, slower. Harry didn't fight it head-on. He used the room's pillars as cover, darted in and out, wearing it down with quick cuts until the creature dissolved. The fourth room was empty. Harry stood in the center of it, breathing hard, sword up, waiting. Shade pressed against his leg and growled at nothing. "Dad?" Harry said. No answer. Jin-Woo was watching, but he didn't respond. This room was the real test. A door at the far end of the room opened, and something came through. Not a shadow creature, this was different. It was the corpse of a magical beast, a griffin, massive even in death, its feathers matted with old blood, its eyes glassy. Jin-Woo had found it in a dimensional pocket weeks ago, dead from unknown causes, and brought it here. The corpse was real. The magic that had once animated it was silent. Harry stared at it. What am I supposed to do? The room didn't answer. But Harry's magic did. He felt it, a pull, a resonance, something deep in his core that recognized the dead griffin's magical signature. The shadow energy in his body, cultivated over 7 years of living in the shadow realm, stirred and reached toward the corpse. And the soul fragment in his scar hummed, not painfully, but insistently, as if pointing at something. Harry lowered his sword. He walked toward the griffin's body slowly, shade trailing behind him. When he was close enough to touch it, he knelt and placed his hand on its head. And he felt it. The griffin's death. Not the physical moment, not the pain or the fear, but the magical echo of it. The creature's power, its life force, lingering in the cells and bones and feathers like heat in a stone after the fire has gone out. It was fading, dissipating slowly back into the ambient mana, but it was still there. Still shaped like a griffin. Still remembering what it had been. Harry's shadow magic moved on instinct. He didn't command it. He didn't will it. He reached out, the way he'd reached out to the shadowling 4 years ago, and he said, not with his mouth, but with his magic, with the strange hybrid energy that was half shadow and half whatever his mother's love had made him, he said, "Come back." The griffin's body convulsed. Shadow poured into it like water into a glass, filling the spaces where life had been, replacing dead tissue with dark energy, rebuilding the creature from the inside out. The matted feathers shifted from dull brown to midnight black. The glassy eyes ignited with violet light. Muscles tightened, talons flexed, and the griffin lifted its massive head from the stone floor and looked directly at Harry. It wasn't alive. Harry could feel that clearly. The warmth of biological life was absent. But it was present, conscious, aware, animated by shadow magic and bound to Harry through a connection that felt as natural as breathing. The griffin's memories were there, hovering at the edge of Harry's awareness. Its personality. Its pride, its love of flight, its fierce territorial instinct. The shadow griffin stood. It was enormous, easily twice Harry's height, wings folded against its flanks, dark energy smoking from its feathers like dry ice. It looked at Harry, and Harry looked back, and then the griffin bowed its head. Harry touched its beak. His hand was trembling. Jin-Woo stepped out of the shadows, and his face was a complex thing, pride and awe and something that might have been worry, all mixed together. Harry looked up at him with wide green eyes. "Dad," Harry whispered. "I brought it back." Jin-Woo knelt beside his son. The shadow griffin watched him but didn't move. It recognized the shadow monarch's authority, but its primary bond was with Harry. "How does it feel?" Like he was lost, and I showed him the way back." "He's not the same as he was. But he's not gone, either. He's—" Harry searched for the word. "He's mine. But also himself. Both." Jin-Woo studied the shadow griffin, then studied his son. The boy's magical signature had shifted, there was a new thread in it now, a connection running from Harry's core to the griffin's shadow form, sustaining it, feeding it energy. It was similar to Jin-Woo's own shadow extraction, but not identical. Where Jin-Woo's power dominated, Harry's connected. Where Jin-Woo commanded, Harry invited. "It's different from mine," Jin-Woo said, half to himself. "What do you mean?" "When I raise a shadow soldier, I take their essence and bind it to my will. They serve because they must. But you—" He gestured at the griffin, which was nuzzling Harry's hand like an overgrown cat. "You're not forcing it. You're giving it a choice. Doesn't everyone deserve a choice?" Harry said. "He was dead. I just asked him if he wanted to come back." Jin-Woo looked at his 8-year-old son, standing in a dungeon room with a shadow griffin pressed against his side and a sword in his hand, and he felt something that he hadn't felt in a very long time, surprise. The shadow monarch's power was vast and absolute, but it was, at its core, a power of domination. Harry had inherited the ability to bridge the gap between life and death, but he'd made it something softer. Something that chose rather than conquered. Lily Potter's love, woven into the fabric of death magic. It was, Jin-Woo admitted, a little terrifying. "What are you going to call him?" Jin-Woo asked. Harry looked at the griffin. The griffin looked back with those burning violet eyes. Storm, Harry said. His name is Storm. Storm spread his shadow wings and screamed, a sound like thunder rendered in a minor key, and every shadow in the realm trembled. Happy birthday, Harry. The next 3 years were the shaping of something extraordinary. Harry trained like his life depended on it, because Jin-Woo had made it clear that someday it would. The dark wizard who had killed his parents was still out there, fragmented, weakened, but not destroyed. Jin-Woo had begun quiet reconnaissance into the magical world Harry's parents had belonged to, sending shadow scouts to observe without interfering, and what he'd learned was disturbing. A hidden society of wand-wielding magic users, structured around schools and government ministries and old bloodline politics. A recent war, barely a decade past, that had left scars still unhealed. And a persistent belief, amounting to religious certainty in some quarters, that a boy named Harry Potter had survived the killing curse and would one day return to save them all. They think I'm their messiah, Harry said when Jin-Woo showed him the intelligence reports. He was 10, sitting cross-legged on the floor of their home, Storm curled around him like a feathered shadow. Shade was asleep on his lap. That's insane. That's politics, Jin-Woo corrected. They need a symbol. You're convenient. I'm not convenient. I'm a person. You're both. The question is what you do about it. Harry thought about this for a while. I want to see it. Their world. My parents' world. You will. There's a school, Hogwarts, where young magical people learn. Your parents went there. You'll get an invitation when you're 11. How do you know? Because you're on their enrollment list. Have been since the day you were born. Jin-Woo pulled a folded piece of parchment from his pocket. He'd intercepted it from a Shadow Scout's report. It was a registry of magical children in Britain, maintained by something called the Quill of Acceptance, and there, in faded ink, Potter, Harry James. July 31, 1980. Status, active. They know I'm alive, Harry said. They know you exist. They don't know where you are. A man named Dumbledore, he's the headmaster of the school, apparently the most powerful wizard in their society, has been looking for you for 10 years. He hasn't found you because, well. Jin-Woo gestured around at the Shadow Realm. He can't exactly drop by. Harry ran his finger over his name on the parchment. What kind of school is it? 7 years. Magic instruction. They use wands, focused magical conduits made from wood and magical cores. Their system is entirely different from ours. More structured, more specialized. They have subjects, transfiguration, charms, potions, defense against dark arts. Do I need a wand? You can do magic without one. But their magic is different from shadow magic, it's the magic your parents used, your birthright as much as the shadows are. A wand would let you access that side of your power. Harry looked up at Jin-Woo. You want me to go? I want you to choose. But yes, I think you should. You need to understand where you came from. And you need to meet other people your age, Harry. Real people, not shadow soldiers. Baru's a real person. Baru ate a car last week because someone parked in a space he'd claimed. Fair point. Jin-Woo sat down across from his son. Listen to me. You're strong. You're going to be stronger, stronger than anyone in that world expects or is ready for. But strength without understanding is just destruction. Your parents gave their lives for that world. Before you decide what it means to you, you should see it for yourself. Harry was quiet for a long time. Storm shifted behind him, one vast wing draping over Harry's shoulder like a blanket. Finally, Harry nodded. Okay. I'll go to Hogwarts. He grinned, sudden, bright, the grin of a boy about to embark on an adventure. But I'm bringing Baru. Absolutely not. He'll cry. He's an undead insectoid warlord. He doesn't cry. He cried when Mrs. Cho retired. Fine. But he stays in your shadow and doesn't eat anyone. Deal. The Hogwarts letter arrived on Harry's 11th birthday. It came by owl, a magnificent tawny bird that had, against all logic and reason, navigated the dimensional barrier between the mundane world and the shadow realm. It appeared in Harry's bedroom window at dawn, looking deeply traumatized, feathers askew, clutching a heavy parchment envelope in its talons. It dropped the letter on Harry's pillow, bit him on the finger, apparently out of spite, and refused to leave until Mrs. Cho's replacement, a young woman named Yuna who had inherited the nanny position and the wooden spoon, gave it an entire bag of owl treats and a comfortable perch. Harry opened the letter while Shade sniffed suspiciously at the owl and Storm watched from the corner with the predatory interest of a creature that ate birds in its previous life. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confeed, of Wizards, Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Deputy Headmistress Harry read it twice, then flipped to the supply list. Cauldrons. Telescopes. Robes. Books with titles like the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1 and a History of Magic. And, at the bottom, students may also bring, if they desire, an owl or a cat or a toad. No option for a shadow griffin, Harry noted. Storm would eat every owl in the building, Jin-Woo said from the doorway. That's species profiling. That's reality. Pack light. We leave for London tomorrow. Harry looked at the letter one more time, then at his father. Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley. Harry had studied the wizarding world for the past year, maps, history, politics, key figures. He knew about Diagon Alley the way a general knows about terrain before a campaign, theoretically, thoroughly, and with an eye toward advantage. But knowing about a place and standing in it were different things, and as he folded the letter and tucked it into his jacket, Harry felt something he rarely felt. Anticipation. A whole world he'd never seen, full of people who did magic like his parents had, who lived and argued and fell in love and made mistakes in a hidden society just beneath the surface of the mundane world. A world that expected him to be their savior. A world where the man who'd killed his parents still lurked in some fractured, parasitic form, waiting. Harry looked at his reflection in the bedroom window. Green eyes. Messy black hair. The lightning scar on his forehead, faintly silver now, the dark soul fragment held in check by his mother's love and his own growing power. He was 11 years old, the adopted son of the Shadow Monarch, a boy who could command the dead, and tomorrow he was going shopping for school supplies. He grinned at his reflection. The shadows in the room grinned with him. "Burrow," he said. The Ant King materialized from beneath Harry's bed, where he'd apparently been lurking. "Yes, young master. We're going to the wizarding world tomorrow. Dad says you can come, but you have to stay in my shadow and you absolutely cannot eat anyone." Burrow's mandibles clicked in what Harry had learned to recognize as a pout. Not even a small one. Not even a small one. What if they are rude to the young master? Then I'll handle it. What if they are very rude? Burrow. Fine. But I reserve the right to hiss menacingly. From inside my shadow. Where no one can hear you. This is oppression, young master. Harry laughed and scratched Burrow behind the mandible, which was the Ant King's version of an ear scratch. Burrow made a rumbling, contented sound and leaned into the touch. Tomorrow, Harry would step into a new world. He'd walk the streets his parents had walked, see the places they'd seen, begin to learn the magic they'd practiced. He'd meet other children his age for the first time. He'd be stared at, questioned, maybe feared. The boy who lived, returned from the dead, or rather, returned from a place much stranger than death. But tonight, he was just Harry. A boy with a shadow griffin and a shadow pet and an overgrown insectoid uncle and a father who loved him, sitting in a room between dimensions, reading his school acceptance letter by the light of shadow fire. Tomorrow, the wizarding world would meet the Shadow Prince. They had no idea what was coming. Jin-Woo found Harry in the training room an hour later, running through sword forms by himself. The boy moved through the sequences with fluid precision, 12 forms, each flowing into the next without pause, his shadow thread jacket rippling as he pivoted and struck and recovered. Storm watched from a perch near the ceiling, violet eyes tracking every movement. "Can't sleep?" Jin-Woo asked. Harry finished the final form, a spinning overhead cut that would have bisected anything standing in front of him, and lowered his sword. "Thinking. About? The man who killed my parents. Voldemort." Harry had learned the name months ago, from Jin-Woo's intelligence reports. The wizarding world feared even to speak it. Harry had no such reservations. "You said he split his soul to avoid death." "Multiple times, from what I can sense. And a piece of his soul is in my head. Contained." "But yes." Harry turned the sword in his hand, watching shadowlight play along the blade. "If I go to Hogwarts, if I enter their world, he'll find out. Eventually. And he'll come for me." "Yes." "Good." Jin-Woo raised an eyebrow. Harry looked at him, and his green eyes were calm and clear and absolutely certain. "He killed my parents, Dad. He murdered a woman who loved me so much that her love became magic. He tried to kill me as a baby, and he's out there somewhere, in pieces, planning to come back and do it again. Not just to me, to everyone. And I'm not hiding from him. I'm not running. I'm going to walk into his world, and I'm going to learn everything I can about what he is and what he did, and then I'm going to end him." Harry's shadow rippled beneath his feet, not aggressively, not out of anger, but with the steady, absolute certainty of deep water. "That's not revenge. That's just, finishing what my mum started." Jin-Woo studied his son for a long moment. Then he smiled, a real smile, rare and warm. "You sound like her, you know. Your birth mother. From what I could sense of her magic, she was the kind of person who decided things and then reality just had to deal with it." "Wonder where I get that from," Harry said dryly, and Jin-Woo laughed. They sparred until midnight, father and son, shadow against shadow, the ring of steel and the whisper of dark energy filling the training room. Jin-Woo didn't hold back as much as he used to. Harry couldn't touch him, not yet, probably not for years, but the gap was closing, and Harry's fighting instincts were sharper every day. He could read Jin-Woo's feints now, could anticipate the angle of attack, could sometimes, just sometimes, slip through a gap in the Shadow Monarch's defense and land a touch. "Better," Jin-Woo said, after one such touch, Harry's blade tapping his ribs before Jin-Woo's counter sent the boy sliding back across the floor. "Your footwork in the third exchange was excellent. Still can't get past your guard on the left side. That's because I've been fighting left-dominant opponents for longer than you've been alive. Stop trying to force it. Find another way. There is no other way. Your left guard is perfect. Then make a way that doesn't exist yet. That's what this is about, Harry. Your parents' magic, my magic, your own instincts, you're not just one thing. You're something new. Fight like it." Harry wiped sweat from his forehead and grinned. "You're just saying that because you want to see what I'll do." "Guilty." Jin-Woo sheathed his dagger. He'd been sparring with a dagger against Harry's sword, which was insulting but also fair, given the difference in their speed. "Now go to bed. Big day tomorrow." Harry headed for the door, Storm dropping from the ceiling to follow him like a vast, silent shadow. At the threshold, he paused. "Dad?" "Yeah. Thanks. For everything. For finding me. For..." Harry gestured vaguely at the Shadow Realm, at Storm, at the life he'd been given. All of this. Jin-Woo leaned against the training room wall and crossed his arms. You grabbed my finger, kid. I didn't have a choice. Everyone has a choice. You taught me that. Then I chose well. Jin-Woo's eyes softened. Go to sleep, Harry. Tomorrow you start a new chapter. Harry nodded and left, Storm's massive form squeezing through the doorway behind him. Jin-Woo listened to their footsteps fade down the corridor, then turned to the empty room. It wasn't empty. Igris materialized from the shadows, armor gleaming, and stood at attention. Behind him, Tank's enormous form solidified, stone still and steady. And from the far corner, a dozen other shadow soldiers emerged, the elite guard, the strongest of Jin-Woo's army, the ones who had watched Harry grow from a baby to a boy to something on the edge of becoming extraordinary. Jin-Woo looked at them. They looked back. He goes to the wizarding world tomorrow, Jin-Woo said. A society of magic users with their own rules, their own politics, their own wars. There's a dark wizard out there, Voldemort, who will eventually learn that Harry exists and come for him. There are politicians who will try to use him. There are people who will fear him. Igris's hand moved to his sword hilt. No, Jin-Woo said. This is Harry's fight. His world. His choice. We don't interfere unless he asks, or unless his life is in genuine danger. He needs to do this on his own terms. The shadow soldiers were silent. Jin-Woo could feel their reluctance. They loved Harry, in whatever way shadows could love, and the thought of letting him walk into potential danger without them was viscerally wrong. But, Jin-Woo added, and his voice dropped into the register that made the air tremble, if anyone hurts my son, truly hurts him, there will be no mercy. Not from me. Not from any of you. I will personally ensure that whoever is responsible experiences the full, undivided attention of the Shadow Monarch's army. Igris drew his sword and slammed it against his chest plate in salute. Tank stomped once, the impact shaking the room. The others followed, fists to chests, a thunderous declaration of loyalty that resonated through the shadow realm like a war drum. Jin-Woo nodded. Good. Now get some rest. All of you. Tomorrow, we introduce Harry Potter to the wizarding world. He paused. And God help anyone who gets in his way. Morning came to the shadow realm the way it always did, not with light, but with a shift in the ambient energy, a brightening of the perpetual twilight that served as Jin-Woo's domain. Harry was awake before it, dressed in his shadow thread jacket over a simple black t-shirt and jeans, his sword strapped to his back under a concealment charm that Burrow had taught him. Burrow's one useful non-combat skill was an encyclopedic knowledge of stealth techniques, learned from centuries of ambush hunting. He stood before a mirror in his room and looked at himself. The reflection that stared back was lean and alert, with sharp green eyes and a scar that glinted silver in the shadowlight. He looked, he thought, like trouble. Good. Ready? Jin-Woo appeared behind him in the mirror, hands in the pockets of his dark coat. Harry nodded. Shadow Gate to London. The Leaky Cauldron. It's the entrance to Diagon Alley, a pub that straddles the boundary between the mundane and magical worlds. Invisible to non-magical people. Not invisible to us. Not invisible to us. Jin-Woo put a hand on Harry's shoulder. Remember, you're not there to prove anything. You're there to learn. Buy your supplies, observe, absorb. Let them look. Let them whisper. And if anyone tries to tell you what you should be, I'll tell them what I am, Harry finished. I know, Dad. Jin-Woo squeezed his shoulder. I'll drop you at the entrance. From there, you go in alone. I'll be watching through the shadows if you need me, but this is your show. Harry felt Burrow settle into his shadow, a familiar weight, like a backpack made of compressed malice and enthusiasm. Shade wound around his ankles, then dissolved into his shadow as well. Storm was too large for the shadow pocket, so he remained behind, perched on Harry's bedroom ceiling, looking deeply offended. I'll be back tonight, Harry told the griffin. Storm huffed and turned his head away. Don't be dramatic. Storm was very dramatically not looking at him. I'll bring you something. A mouse, or whatever griffins eat. One violet eye swiveled toward him. A big mouse. Storm settled his wings and resumed ignoring him, but with slightly less conviction. Jin-Woo opened the shadow gate. It bloomed in the air like a tear in reality, a vertical slash of absolute darkness, edges rippling, cold air flowing through. On the other side, Harry could see the grey morning light of London, hear the distant sound of traffic, smell rain and exhaust and something else, something layered underneath, magic. Old magic. Warm and tangled and very, very alive. Harry stepped through. The shadow gate closed behind him, and he stood alone on a London street, blinking in the morning light. It was early, barely 7, and the street was mostly empty. To his left, a row of ordinary shops. To his right, squeezed between a bookshop and a record store like a secret that only certain people could see, was a small, dark pub with a creaking sign that read The Leaky Cauldron. Harry adjusted his jacket, felt the reassuring weight of his sword against his back and the loyal presence of Burrow and shade in his shadow, and walked toward the door. The wizarding world had spent 10 years waiting for Harry Potter. He'd finally arrived. But he wasn't what they were expecting. Not even close. Chapter 2, Diagon Alley and Sorting the Leaky Cauldron smelled like pipe smoke, old wood, and butterbeer, though Harry didn't know that last one yet. He pushed through the door and stepped into a dimly lit pub that seemed to exist in its own pocket of time, low ceilings, dark oak beams, candles floating in iron sconces that cast everything in a warm amber glow. A handful of early morning patrons hunched over tables, nursing drinks and reading newspapers whose photographs moved. Harry paused just inside the doorway and took stock. 7 patrons. The bartender, a bald, stooped man wiping glasses behind the bar. 2 exits visible, the front door behind him and an archway at the back that led to a small courtyard. No immediate threats. The ambient magic was thick, layered, old. This place had been soaking in wizard magic for centuries, and it hummed with it. Nobody looked up. Harry crossed to the bar. The bartender glanced at him, did a double take at his age, 11-year-olds didn't usually walk into pubs alone, and opened his mouth to say something. I need to get to Diagon Alley, Harry said, before the man could start. Through the back, right? The bartender blinked. Well, yes, but, are you here alone, son? Where are your parents? Busy. I can manage. It's just, you're a bit young to be. The bartender's eyes drifted upward, to Harry's forehead, where his hair had shifted to reveal the scar. The man's mouth fell open. The glass he was polishing slipped from his fingers and shattered on the floor. Bless my soul, the bartender whispered. Harry Potter. The pub went silent. Every head turned. Harry felt the weight of 7 pairs of eyes lock onto him with an intensity that was almost physical. He kept his expression neutral. Igris had taught him that, the art of the composed face, revealing nothing, giving opponents nothing to read. It is, a woman at the nearest table breathed. It's Harry Potter. The scar, look at the scar, chairs scraped. People stood. The bartender, Tom, Harry would learn later, came around the bar with tears in his eyes, reaching for Harry's hand. Welcome back, Mr. Potter. Welcome back. We've waited, oh, we've all waited, thank you, Harry said. He shook the man's hand firmly, once, and released it. I appreciate the welcome. I'm here to buy my school supplies. Can someone show me how to open the passage? His tone was polite but final. Not rude, just clear. The kind of voice that didn't leave room for argument or extended emotional reunions with strangers. Tom blinked, nodded, and led him through the back archway to the courtyard, where a brick wall waited. 3 up, 2 across from the bin, Tom said, tapping the wall with a wand he'd produced from his apron. The bricks shivered, rearranged themselves, and folded back to reveal a cobblestone alley that stretched into a morning already bustling with activity. Harry looked at Diagon Alley and felt something shift in his chest. It was magic. Not the controlled, purposeful magic of the Shadow Realm, this was wild and messy and gloriously alive. Shop windows crammed with cauldrons and telescopes and jars of beetle eyes. A stack of books in one window that were arguing with each other. An owl emporium where dozens of birds hooted and ruffled in the morning light. A shop selling broomsticks, actual flying broomsticks, with a crowd of kids pressed against the glass. And everywhere, people in robes and cloaks and pointed hats, carrying packages, chatting, laughing, living their strange magical lives in broad daylight. This was his parents' world. The place they'd grown up, shopped, fallen in love. Harry stood at the entrance and breathed it in, and for just a moment, the mission and the training and the Shadow Army fell away, and he was just a kid seeing something wonderful for the first time. It smells of weakness, Baru hissed from his shadow. Their magic is soft. Unrefined. I could destroy this entire, Baru, Harry thought firmly through their link. Shut up and enjoy the view. The flying brooms are acceptable. Harry stepped into the alley. His first stop was Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank. Jin-Woo had briefed him, it was run by goblins, an independent magical race with their own culture and a very pointed attitude toward wizards. Harry approached the towering white marble building, passed through bronze doors guarded by a goblin in a scarlet and gold uniform, and entered a vast hall of polished stone and crystal chandeliers where hundreds of goblins sat on high stools behind long counters, weighing coins and gems and writing in ledgers with quills that moved almost too fast to follow. Harry walked up to the nearest available teller. The goblin, ancient, sharp-eyed, with fingers like bundles of twigs, looked down at him with an expression of professional disdain. Yes. Harry Potter. I'd like to access my vault. The goblin's expression didn't change, but his pen stopped moving. Do you have your key? No. I was raised outside the wizarding world. I don't know who has it. Then we have a problem, Mr. Potter. Do we? I was under the impression that Gringotts had methods of identity verification that didn't rely on a piece of metal. The goblin's eyebrows rose a fraction. That was, Harry had already learned, the goblin equivalent of surprise. You are, well informed for someone raised outside our world. I do my homework. A thin, sharp smile crossed the goblin's face. Indeed. Very well. Blood verification will suffice. Place your hand here. He produced a stone tablet etched with runes that pulsed with a faint golden light. Harry placed his palm flat against it and felt a prick, a tiny needle, drawing a single drop of blood. The runes flared, shifted, and formed words in glowing script. Potter, Harry James born, July 31, 1980 parents, James Fremont Potter, deceased, Lily Jane Potter née Evans, deceased, Vault 687, Trust Vault 712, Potter Family Vault. Everything appears to be in order, the goblin said. He gestured, and a younger goblin appeared at Harry's elbow. Griphook will take you to your vault. As for your key, it was being held in trust by one Albus Dumbledore. I will have it returned to you. Dumbledore had my key. As acting magical guardian, a role he assumed after your parents' death. The goblin's tone was carefully neutral. Though, of course, if you have a different guardian now, that arrangement would need to be updated. Harry filed that information away. Dumbledore, the headmaster, the most powerful wizard in Britain, had assumed guardianship over him without his knowledge or consent. Had held the key to his family's wealth for a decade. It might be innocent. It might not. Update it, Harry said. My guardian is my father, Sung Jin-Woo. I'll provide the necessary documentation. We will require his presence for a formal transfer. He'll be in touch. The ride to the vault was something else. The cart plunged through tunnels of raw stone, dropping at angles that would have been terrifying if Harry hadn't spent years free-falling through shadow dungeons for fun. Griphook seemed mildly impressed by his composure, or at least stopped shooting him expectant glances waiting for a scream. Vault 687 opened with a rush of stale air, and Harry stared at a small mountain of gold, silver, and bronze coins. Jin-Woo had given him money, mundane currency converted from Shadow Realm resources, but this was his parents' money. Money they'd saved and earned and left for a son they'd never see grow up. Harry grabbed a handful of gold galleons and a scoopful each of the silver sickles and bronze nuts, filling a pouch that Griphook provided. He didn't linger. The vault felt heavy with absence, the ghost of a life his parents had planned for him, a life that had been ripped away on Halloween night 10 years ago. He'd come back for the family vault later, when he was ready to see what else they'd left behind. Back on the surface, Diagon Alley had filled with the morning rush. Harry consulted his supply list and started working through it methodically. Madame Malkin's for robes. The woman measured him with enchanted tape measures while making small talk about Hogwarts that Harry answered with polite brevity. Flourish and blots for books. He bought everything on the list plus half a shelf of additional texts that caught his eye: Advanced Magical Theory, Hogwarts, a history, notable magical names of our time, and a slim black volume titled The Nature of Magical Bonds that resonated faintly with his shadow magic when he touched it. The apothecary for potion supplies. The cauldron shop. A telescope from the astronomy store. Each stop was efficient and unremarkable, and Harry moved through the alley like a fish through water, navigating crowds, avoiding eye contact, keeping his scar covered with his fringe. It didn't always work. Twice, someone recognized him and tried to start a conversation, once a tearful witch who wanted to shake his hand, once a wizard who just stood there staring with his mouth open. Harry handled both with the same quiet courtesy, a nod, a brief word, and a redirect. He wasn't being unfriendly. He just had things to do. The old woman is following us, Burrow reported from his shadow, about an hour in. Harry didn't turn around. Describe her. Tall. Thin. Has a hat with a stuffed vulture on it. She smells of old books and disapproval. Sounds like someone's grandmother. Threat level. She could not threaten a reasonably motivated squirrel, young master. Then ignore her. She is walking with purpose. Burrow, please. The woman wasn't following him, as it turned out. She was headed to the same destination he was, Ollivander's wand shop. Harry stopped outside the narrow, shabby-looking store and looked up at the peeling gold letters over the door. Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. A single wand lay on a faded purple cushion in the dusty window. The shop radiated age and quiet power, and Harry's shadow senses prickled. Whatever was inside that shop was old in a way that most things weren't, old like stone, old like starlight, old like the Shadow Realm itself. He pushed open the door. A bell tinkled somewhere in the depths of the shop, and Harry stepped into a space that was larger on the inside than it should have been. Thousands upon thousands of narrow boxes were stacked on shelves that reached from floor to ceiling, filling every wall, turning the shop into a labyrinth of packaged wands. The air was thick with sawdust and potential. "Good morning," said a soft voice, and Harry's hand twitched toward the sword on his back before he stopped himself. An old man emerged from between the shelves. Silver eyes, wide and luminous, set in a face that was wrinkled and pale and utterly, intensely focused. He moved without sound, which was a neat trick for someone who appeared to be roughly 150 years old, and he stopped 3 feet from Harry and studied him the way a jeweler studies an uncut diamond. "I wondered when I'd be seeing you, Mr. Potter." The man's voice was barely above a whisper. "You have your mother's eyes. So I've been told. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Your mother, Lily, 10¼ inches, willow, swishy. Good for charm work. Your father, James, mahogany, 11 inches, pliable. Excellent for transfiguration." Ollivander paused. "And the wand that gave you that scar? You and Phoenix Feather, 13½ inches. Powerful. Very powerful. I sold that wand, too. I remember. Harry said nothing. The old man's eyes were unervingly perceptive, and Harry had the distinct impression that Ollivander was seeing more than his face. The silver gaze lingered on his shadow, on the place where Burrow lurked, and a faint crease appeared between Ollivander's brows. You carry something unusual with you, Mr. Potter. Something that is not entirely of this world. I carry a lot of things, Harry said evenly. I'm here for a wand. Ollivander held his gaze for a moment longer, then smiled, thin, enigmatic, not entirely comforting. Of course. Let's find you a match. Which is your wand arm? Right. The measuring tape went to work, shoulder to fingertip, wrist to elbow, around his head, between his nostrils, which seemed excessive. Ollivander disappeared into the shelves and returned with an armload of boxes. Try this. Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Quite whippy. Harry took the wand and felt nothing. It was like holding a stick. He waved it, and a few half-hearted sparks dribbled out. No, no. Here, ebony and unicorn hair, 8.5 inches, springy. Another dead feeling. Harry waved, and the wand produced a sound like a deflating balloon. Try this, maple and phoenix feather, 7 inches, nothing. Ollivander's eyes were getting brighter. Tricky customer. Not to worry, the wand chooses the wizard, after all. Let me think. He disappeared into the back of the shop. Harry waited, turning the rejected wands over in his hands. They felt inert, magical, certainly, but their magic was static, waiting for a compatible user. None of them resonated with the hybrid energy in his core. Ollivander returned with a single box, held almost reverently. I wonder, he murmured, more to himself than to Harry. Yes, why not? An unusual combination for an unusual wizard. He opened the box. The wand inside was beautiful, pale wood, almost white, 11 inches long, with a subtle grain that caught the light. Harry reached for it, and before his fingers even made contact, he felt the pull. It was like the moment he'd first touched Storm's dead body in the dungeon. A resonance, deep and immediate, 2 frequencies locking into harmony. His fingers closed around the wand, and warmth flooded through his hand, up his arm, into his chest. The wand sang, not audibly, but magically, a pure, clear note that rang through his shadow senses and his wizard senses simultaneously. Green and gold sparks erupted from the tip, swirling in patterns that were half firework and half shadow tendril, and a wind that came from nowhere ruffled Harry's hair and set the boxes on the shelves rattling. Oh, bravo, Ollivander whispered. Yes, indeed. Bravo. Harry lowered the wand. It felt like an extension of his hand, natural, right, inevitable. What is it? Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple. Ollivander leaned forward. Curious. Very curious. What's curious? The phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand, when its brother gave you that scar. The shop went very still. Harry looked at the wand in his hand, his wand, he knew with absolute certainty, and felt the symmetry of it settle into his bones. The same phoenix. The same core. Brother wands for opposing forces. It is curious, Harry agreed, and something in his tone made Ollivander take a small step back. But I don't believe in destiny, Mr. Ollivander. I believe in choices. He paid for the wand, 7 galleons, and left the shop. The door swung shut behind him, and Ollivander stood alone among his thousands of wands, looking at the place where Harry Potter had stood, and for the first time in a very long career, the wand maker felt the hair on the back of his neck standing up. The boy had something in his shadow. Something vast and hungry and loyal. And the wand had chosen him anyway, had chosen him eagerly, joyfully, as if it had been waiting 11 years for this exact moment. Curious, Ollivander said again, to the empty shop. Very, very curious. The trunk was the last item on the list. Harry bought a good one, enchanted, with multiple compartments, featherlight charm applied, and loaded everything into it on the sidewalk outside the luggage shop. He was just clicking the latches shut when a shadow fell over him. "Excuse me, are you a first year too?" Harry looked up. A girl stood in front of him, his age, with an enormous amount of bushy brown hair, front teeth slightly too large, and an expression of intense, almost aggressive curiosity. She was already wearing her Hogwarts robes, which hung slightly too long, and she was carrying a stack of books so tall that she had to peer around it to see him. "I am," Harry said. "I thought so. I saw you in Flourish and Blots. You bought Advanced Magical Theory, which isn't on the first-year list." "I bought it too. Have you read it yet?" "I've read it twice. Some of the principles in Chapter 4 about wand resonance theory are absolutely fascinating, though I think the author's conclusions about innate versus learned magical ability are a bit reductive." "I haven't read it yet," Harry said, because she needed to breathe. "I just bought it 20 minutes ago." "Oh. Right. Of course." She shifted her books to one arm and stuck out her hand. "I'm Hermione Granger. Both my parents are dentists. I'm Muggle-born, which means I'm the first witch in my family. I didn't know anything about magic until I got my letter, but I've read all the course books and several supplementary texts, and I think I'm quite well prepared." "What's your name?" Harry took her hand and shook it. Her grip was firm, her eyes were sharp, and she talked like she was racing against a clock. He liked her immediately. "Harry Potter." Hermione's eyes went wide. Her stack of books wobbled dangerously. You're Harry Potter." "The Harry Potter? You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts, and I'm probably in a lot of books I haven't read. Where have you been? Everyone says you disappeared after what happened, and nobody knew where you were." "Dumbledore himself has been looking. I was being raised by my father," Harry said simply. "I'm here now." Hermione stared at him. He could see her processing, recalculating, adjusting her mental model of the world to accommodate the fact that the most famous orphan in the wizarding world apparently wasn't an orphan after all. "Your father? But all the books say your parents were killed by you-know-who." "My birth parents were. I was adopted." "By whom?" "Someone who isn't in any of the books you've read." Hermione looked like she wanted to interrogate him for several more hours, but she was also, Harry noticed, smart enough to recognize a closed door when she saw one. She adjusted her grip on her books and took a different approach. "Well. It's nice to meet you, Harry. I expect we'll be seeing each other at Hogwarts." She hesitated, then added, with a vulnerability that cut through her brisk confidence like a knife, "Do you know anyone?" "At the school, I mean." "I don't know anyone. I've been trying to learn everything I can so I won't be behind, but I don't know a single person in this entire world." Harry looked at this girl, this fierce, anxious, brilliant girl who had walked into a civilization she'd never known existed and armed herself with knowledge because it was the only weapon she had, and felt a kinship he hadn't expected. "You know me now," he said. "I'll see you on the train." Hermione blinked. Then she smiled, a real smile, surprised and pleased, and nodded. September 1st. Platform 9 3/4. "Don't be late." "I'm never late." She disappeared into the crowd, books wobbling, robes flapping, and Harry watched her go with something that might have been the beginning of friendship. "She talks a lot," Barreau observed. "I noticed. I like her. She has the energy of someone who would conquer nations if given appropriate resources." "That's, actually a pretty accurate assessment, Barreau." Harry finished loading his trunk, shrunk it with a touch of shadow magic. He'd learn the proper spell later, but shadow compression worked fine for now, and slipped it into his jacket pocket. He was about to head back to the leaky cauldron when something caught his eye. A boy, across the alley. Pale, blonde, sharp-featured, standing outside a shop with a tall man and a woman who were clearly his parents. The man had the same white blonde hair and a face that looked like it had been designed to look down on people. He carried a cane with a silver snake's head and wore robes that probably cost more than most people's houses. The woman was beautiful in a cold, carved marble sort of way. But it was the boy Harry noticed. Not because of his parents or his clothes or his obvious wealth, but because of the way the boy was looking at him. Across 30 feet of crowded alley, through a river of shoppers, the blond boy had locked onto Harry with an intensity that was almost physical. His eyes were gray, calculating, and very interested. Their gazes met. The blond boy raised his chin slightly, a challenge or an invitation, Harry couldn't tell, and then his father's hand landed on his shoulder and steered him into the shop, and the moment broke. Harry filed it away and kept walking. He'd meet the boy again. He was certain of it. September 1st arrived with the weight of inevitability. Harry stood on the platform at King's Cross Station, watching mundane commuters flow around him like water around a stone, and checked the ticket in his hand. Platform 9 3/4. Jin-Woo had explained the entrance, a magical barrier between platforms 9 and 10, and Harry's shadow senses could feel it, a thin membrane of enchantment stretched across the brick pillar, invisible to non-magical eyes, humming with transport magic. Jin-Woo stood beside him. He'd come in person for this, stepping out of the shadow realm in his dark coat, looking like a slightly too handsome businessman in his mid-20s. No one gave him a second glance. Jin-Woo had a talent for blending in when he wanted to, despite being the most dangerous thing on the planet. Last chance to back out, Jin-Woo said. Not a chance. Good answer. Jin-Woo looked at the barrier, then at his son. I won't be able to manifest in Hogwarts easily. The castle has layered wards, ancient, powerful, specifically designed to prevent intrusion. I can communicate through our link, and in an emergency, I can force a shadow gate, but it won't be subtle. I can handle it. I know you can. That's not what concerns me. What concerns you? That you'll handle everything so efficiently that you won't actually enjoy being a kid for once. Jin-Woo put a hand on Harry's shoulder. You're 11, Harry. It's okay to have fun. Make friends. Get in trouble. Eat too much candy. You don't have to be a soldier every second of every day. Harry looked up at his father, this man who had pulled him from the ruins of his old life and given him a new one, who had trained him and loved him and prepared him for a world he'd never seen, and felt a sudden, fierce wave of gratitude that he didn't know how to express. So he just said, I'll try. Jin-Woo ruffled his hair. That's all I ask. Now go. And Harry? Yeah. If anyone gives you trouble. Jin-Woo's eyes glinted with shadows. Don't hold back. You're my son. Act like it. Harry grinned, shouldered his trunk, and walked through the barrier. The transition was seamless. One step he was in King's Cross, the next he was somewhere else entirely. Platform 9 3/4 was a separate reality, a magical space grafted onto the mundane world like a hidden room. A scarlet steam engine billowed white smoke under a sign that read Hogwarts Express. The platform was packed with families, parents hugging children, loading trunks, shouting last-minute advice. Owls hooted from cages. Cats wove between legs. A boy near the front of the train was holding a toad that was making a determined bid for freedom. Harry moved through the crowd without rushing. He felt the stares begin almost immediately, people noticing his scar, nudging their neighbors, whispering. He let them look. He had nothing to hide. He found an empty compartment near the middle of the train, stowed his trunk on the rack, and settled into a window seat. The compartment was small but comfortable, upholstered benches, a window that looked out onto the platform, a sliding door with frosted glass. Adequate, Barud judged from his shadow. Though I would prefer a compartment made of bones and fear. You'd prefer everything was made of bones and fear. Is that wrong? Harry was contemplating a response when the compartment door slid open and a boy stuck his head in. Tall for his age, taller than Harry, with red hair, freckles, and a smudge of dirt on his nose. He looked hopeful and slightly desperate. Anyone sitting here? Everywhere else is full. Go ahead, Harry said. The boy dropped into the opposite seat with visible relief. Thanks. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Harry. Harry what? Potter. Ron's jaw dropped. He recovered faster than most, barely a second of gaping before he snapped his mouth shut and tried to look casual. Harry Potter. Right. Cool. Yeah, cool. Are you really? I mean, do you have the... His eyes flicked to Harry's forehead. Harry pushed his hair back, showing the scar. It's real. Wicked. Ron caught himself. Sorry. That's probably annoying. People asking to see your scar. You're the first, actually. Really? The first? Out of everyone. I haven't been around many wizards. Ron relaxed, and Harry could see it, the tension draining out of his shoulders, the shift from nervous awe to something more natural. Ron Weasley was not, Harry decided, the type of person who could maintain pretense for long. What you saw was what you got. Where've you been, then? Ron asked. Everyone's been wondering. My mum says Dumbledore hid you somewhere safe, but my brothers, I've got 5 brothers, all older, it's a nightmare, they reckon you've been living with muggles or something. I was raised by my adoptive father. Outside the wizarding world. Must have been weird. Coming into all this. Ron gestured vaguely at the magical train, the platform, the world. A little, Harry admitted. But I've seen strange things before. The train lurched and began to move. Parents waved from the platform, and children hung out of windows waving back. Harry watched the station slide away, replaced by the grimy backs of London buildings, then suburbs, then green countryside rolling under a grey September sky. Ron turned out to be easy company. He talked freely and unself-consciously about his family, 5 older brothers, Bill, Charlie, Percy, and the twins Fred and George, who sounded like agents of chaos, and a younger sister, Ginny, who hadn't started Hogwarts yet. His family was old wizarding blood but not wealthy, and Ron wore the slightly frayed edges of hand-me-down robes with an unself-consciousness that Harry respected. There was no pretension in Ron Weasley. No angle. So what house do you reckon you'll be in? Ron asked, unwrapping a sandwich that he eyed without enthusiasm. My whole family's been Gryffindor. I'll probably get Hufflepuff or something, knowing my luck. What's wrong with Hufflepuff? Nothing, just, it's not exactly the glory house, is it? Gryffindor's where the heroes go. Slytherin's where the villains go. Ravenclaw's for the brainy ones. Hufflepuff's for everyone else. Sounds like Hufflepuff gets the most interesting people, then. Ron blinked, then laughed. Never thought of it like that. What about you? I don't have a preference. I'll go where the hat puts me. You know about the hat. I thought you grew up outside, I did my research. A knock at the compartment door. Harry felt the presence before the door opened, the same one from Diagon Alley. Grey eyes, blonde hair, an expression of studied confidence. The door slid open. The pale boy stood in the corridor, flanked by 2 larger boys who looked like bodyguards, thick-necked, dull-eyed, the kind of boys who communicated primarily through physical intimidation. Is it true? The blonde boy said, looking directly at Harry. They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment. So it's you, is it? It's me, Harry said. I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Ron made a sound that might have been a cough or might have been a laugh. Draco's grey eyes snapped to him, assessed him in an instant, the red hair, the freckles, the second-hand robes, and dismissed him just as quickly. Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask who you are. Red hair, hand-me-down robes, you must be a Weasley. Draco turned back to Harry without waiting for a response. You'll soon find out that some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. He held out his hand. Harry looked at the hand, then at Draco's face. The boy was performing confidence. Harry could see the cracks in it, the careful construction. Draco Malfoy had been coached for this moment, probably by the tall blonde man Harry had seen in Diagon Alley. This was a recruitment pitch, polished and practiced, and underneath it was something more complicated, a boy who genuinely wanted to be impressive and wasn't quite sure he was. I appreciate the offer, Harry said. But I'm capable of figuring out who's worth my time on my own. Draco's hand hung in the air. His cheeks flushed pink. I'd be careful, Potter. People who turn down the wrong offers end up regretting it. I don't regret things, Draco. It's a waste of energy. Harry's voice was calm, almost friendly. But thanks for the warning. I'll see you at school. It was a dismissal, delivered without hostility or contempt but with an absolute finality that left no room for negotiation. Draco stared at him for a long, taut moment. The two flanking boys shifted their weight, and Harry felt Burrows stir in his shadow, eager, hopeful. Then Draco turned and left. The door slid shut. Ron let out a long breath. Blimey. Do you know who that was? His father's Lucius Malfoy, Death Eater, big supporter of you-know-who, barely avoided Azkaban after the war. I know who the Malfoys are. And you just told him to shove off like it was nothing. It was nothing. He's an 11-year-old boy repeating his father's script. I'm not going to be afraid of a script. Ron stared at Harry with an expression that was equal parts admiration and bewilderment. You're not what I expected, mate. No offense. None taken. What did you expect? I dunno. Someone more, nervous? You seem like you've done this before. The whole. Ron waved his hands vaguely. Being in charge of things. Harry smiled. I've had practice. The compartment door opened again, Hermione this time, looking flustered, her robes already on. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. She saw Harry and brightened. Harry. You made it. I told you I would. You know each other? Ron asked. We met in Diagon Alley, Hermione said, sliding into the compartment and sitting down as if she'd been invited. I'm Hermione Granger. Ron Weasley. Pleasure. Harry, I've been reading about you. Well, everyone's been reading about you, but I mean specifically the magical theory implications of surviving the killing curse. It's supposed to be completely unblockable, but obviously it was blocked, which means either the existing theory is wrong or there's a mechanism that hasn't been accounted for. Do you have any idea how you survived? My mother, Harry said. She performed a sacrificial protection charm. Her love created a magical shield. Hermione's eyebrows shot up. Love-based magic? That's incredibly advanced, it's barely theoretical. Most texts classify it as functionally impossible to replicate. How did she loved me enough to die for me. There's no formula for that. Hermione went quiet. Ron, too. The train rattled through countryside, and the sky outside the window was turning the deep orange of approaching evening. That's beautiful, Hermione said softly. And terrible. It's both, Harry agreed. Most important things are. They sat with that for a moment, 3 11-year-olds, heading toward a castle full of magic and secrets and the residue of a war that had touched all of them in different ways. Ron, whose family had fought and nearly lost everything. Hermione, who had walked into an entirely new world armed with nothing but brilliance and determination. Harry, who carried the shadows of the dead and the love of a mother he'd never known. The compartment door opened one more time. A round-faced boy peered in, looking miserable. Sorry, has anyone seen a toad? I keep losing him. Neville, isn't it? Hermione said. Come in. We'll help you find him after we arrive. The boy, Neville Longbottom, squeezed in next to Ron, looking grateful and slightly overwhelmed. He was soft-spoken, clumsy, and had an air of chronic apology about him that made Harry's protective instincts flare. Someone had spent a long time making this boy feel small. I'm Harry, Harry said, and didn't give his last name. Neville Longbottom. My gran says I'm lucky to be going to Hogwarts at all. The family was worried I might not have enough magic. I was a late bloomer. Nothing wrong with blooming late, Harry said. It just means you had more time to grow roots. Neville looked at him with wide eyes, as if no one had ever said anything like that to him before. Probably no one had. The Hogwarts Express plunged on through the darkening countryside, carrying its cargo of children toward a castle that had stood for 1,000 years, and Harry sat among his new acquaintances and felt, for the first time in his life, like he might actually enjoy this. Hogwarts appeared out of the night like a vision. They'd changed into their robes on the train and filed off onto a tiny, dark platform. A booming voice called for first years, and Harry followed the crowd toward the shore of a vast black lake where a fleet of small boats waited, bobbing gently in the still water. He climbed into a boat with Ron, Hermione, and Neville, and the boats moved on their own, gliding across the lake in silence. Then they rounded a bend, and there it was. The castle was massive, a sprawling complex of towers and turrets and battlements perched on a cliff above the lake, every window blazing with warm light. It looked ancient and alive, and Harry's shadow senses nearly overloaded. The magic here was staggering. Layer upon layer of enchantment, accumulated over a millennium, soaked into every stone. Wards, protections, charms, jinxes, some so old they'd become part of the castle's fundamental structure. Hogwarts wasn't just a building that had been enchanted. It was an enchantment that had become a building. And underneath it all, deep in the foundations, Harry felt something else. Something dark and contained and very, very patient. He filed that away, too. The boats docked at a stone harbor beneath the castle, and the first years filed up a flight of steps to a massive oak door. A tall, stern-looking witch in emerald robes met them, Professor McGonagall, Harry knew from his research. Deputy Headmistress, head of Gryffindor House, Transfiguration Instructor. She had a face like a hawk and eyes that missed nothing. Welcome to Hogwarts, she said, in a voice that was warm and strict simultaneously. The start-of-term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts. She gave them a brief overview of the 4 houses and their virtues, then left them in a small chamber to wait. Around Harry, children fidgeted and whispered. Several were pale with nervousness. Ron was muttering about a spell one of his brothers had taught him. Hermione was reciting textbook passages under her breath. Neville looked like he was about to faint. Harry stood still and quiet in the center of the room and let his shadow senses map the castle around him. The Great Hall was through the doors ahead. He could feel the concentration of magical signatures, hundreds of students and staff, a dense web of living energy. Above, the enchanted ceiling showed the night sky. Candles floated in midair. 4 long tables ran the length of the hall. And at the head table, a concentration of power that made Harry's senses sharpen to a point. Dumbledore. It had to be. The magical signature was enormous, not in the raw, overwhelming way that Jin-Woo's power was enormous, but in a deep, refined, almost elegant way. Like comparing a tsunami to an ocean. The tsunami was more dramatic, but the ocean was bigger. The doors opened. McGonagall led them in. The Great Hall was everything Harry's research had described and nothing his imagination had prepared for. Thousands of candles floating overhead. The ceiling enchanted to show a clear, star-filled sky. 4 house tables packed with students. And at the front, on a stool, a battered old hat. The sorting hat. Harry watched as McGonagall set it on the stool and stepped back. A rip near the brim opened like a mouth, and the hat began to sing, a long, rhyming song about the four houses and their founders. Harry listened to the words and the magic beneath them. The hat was a powerful magical artifact, imbued with the founders' combined intelligence. It would read his mind. Interesting. The song ended. McGonagall produced a scroll. When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted. Names were called. Students approached, sat, wore the hat. Some were sorted instantly, Hufflepuff. Some took longer. Hermione nearly ran to the stool and sat for 30 seconds before the hat shouted, Gryffindor, and she practically floated to the Gryffindor table with undisguised delight. Neville took almost a full minute, the hat clearly debating, before Gryffindor sent him stumbling toward the same table with a look of shocked relief. Draco Malfoy barely had the hat touch his head before Slytherin rang out, and he swaggered to the green and silver table. Potter, Harry. The whispers exploded. Every head in the great hall turned. Harry heard his name ripple through the room like a stone dropped in water. Potter. The Potter. Harry Potter. Is it really? Harry walked to the stool with even, unhurried steps. He sat. McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head, and the brim fell over his eyes, blocking out the great hall. And then a voice spoke in his mind. Well, well, well. What have we here? The sorting hat's consciousness pressed against Harry's like a hand testing the surface of water. Harry felt it, curious, intelligent, ancient. It was reading him, sifting through his thoughts and memories, and it hit the shadow realm and stopped. Oh, the hat said, very quietly. Harry felt the hat's consciousness recoil, then advance again, more carefully. It was probing the edges of his mind, the place where his magical core intertwined with the shadow magic, the deep well of power that connected him to Jin-Woo and the army of the dead. The hat moved through his memories, training with Ygritte, flying with Storm, laughing with Baru, standing on cliffs with his father watching stars. You are not what I expected, Mr. Potter, the hat said, and for the first time in its 1,000-year existence, it sounded uncertain. I get that a lot, Harry thought back. The power you carry, it is not of this world. Not entirely. You exist between realms, between systems of magic, between life and death itself. I have never sorted anyone like you. Then sort me as I am, not as you expected me to be. The hat was silent for a long moment. In the great hall, seconds ticked by. McGonagall shifted her weight. Whispers intensified. Dumbledore leaned forward in his chair. You have qualities of all four houses, the hat said. Ravenclaw would prize your mind, you are sharper than most adults I've sorted. Slytherin would embrace your ambition, you intend to reshape this world, whether it wants reshaping or not. Hufflepuff would value your loyalty, you would die for those you love without a moment's hesitation. And Gryffindor? Gryffindor. The hat paused. You are not brave because you don't feel fear. You are brave because you walk toward the thing you fear and introduce yourself. Your mother was the same way. Something shifted in Harry's chest. You knew my mother. I sorted her. Lily Evans. Brilliant, fierce, and absolutely terrified, but she sat on this stool and dared me to put her anywhere but where she belonged. The hat's voice softened. She was the bravest Gryffindor I ever sorted. Until tonight. Then you know where I go. I know where you choose to go, the hat corrected. And that, Mr. Potter, is what makes you a Gryffindor. The last word was shouted to the hall, and the Gryffindor table erupted. Harry lifted the hat from his head and handed it back to McGonagall, who took it with an expression of barely concealed relief. The sorting had taken over a minute, and the tension in the hall had been electric. Harry walked to the Gryffindor table and slid into a seat next to Hermione, who was beaming, and across from Neville, who gave him a shy, delighted smile. Ron was sorted into Gryffindor 3 names later and dropped into the seat on Harry's other side with a whoop. "We're all in. Can you believe it?" "I can," Harry said, and smiled, and meant it. The feast appeared on the tables, mountains of food, roast beef and chicken and potatoes and things Harry had never seen before, and for a while, everything was noise and laughter and the simple pleasure of eating good food with new friends. The ghosts drifted by, transparent and chatty, and Harry studied them with professional interest. They were magical residues, he realized, echoes of dead witches and wizards, sustained by Hogwarts' ambient magic. Not true shadows. Not resurrected. Just impressions, like footprints in wet concrete. He could feel the difference. A ghost was a memory. A shadow soldier was a choice. After the feast, Dumbledore stood to give the welcome speech. Harry watched the old man carefully. He was tall, thin, silver-bearded, wearing robes of deep purple covered in silver stars. Half-moon spectacles perched on a crooked nose, and his eyes, blue, bright, piercing, swept the hall with a warmth that seemed genuine. They lingered on Harry for just a moment longer than anyone else. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts," Dumbledore said. "Before we all become too befuddled by our excellent feast, I have a few start-of-term notices. First years should note that the forest on the grounds is forbidden to all pupils. I have also been asked by Mr. Filch, the caretaker, to remind you all that no magic should be used between classes in the corridors." Harry listened to the announcements with half an ear, the other half tracking the staff table. There was McGonagall, who kept glancing at him with an expression that mixed curiosity and something warmer. She'd known his parents. A tiny wizard at the far end who was probably Professor Flitwick. A massive, bearded man, Hagrid, the groundskeeper. And a man in black robes with greasy hair and a hooked nose, sitting near the center, whose dark eyes were fixed on Harry with an intensity that bordered on hostile. Snape. It had to be. Jin-Woo's intelligence reports had included him, Severus Snape, former Death Eater, current potions master, and the man who had loved Harry's mother desperately and lost her. Harry met Snape's gaze across the hall. He didn't look away. Neither did Snape. For a moment, the two of them existed in a bubble of mutual assessment, Snape seeing Lily's eyes in James Potter's face, Harry seeing a complicated man with decades of regret carved into every line of his expression. Harry gave a small nod. Acknowledgement. Not submission, not challenge, just recognition. "I see you. I know who you are." Snape's eyes widened almost imperceptibly. Then his expression locked down, the hostility returning like a visor snapping shut, and he looked away. And finally, Dumbledore was saying, "I must tell you that the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death." A few students laughed. Harry didn't. He'd felt the dark magic behind those wards earlier, old, hungry, layered. Whatever was on the third floor, it wasn't a joke. "Now, before we retire, let us sing the school song." Harry endured the school song, which was dreadful, and then the prefects led the first years to their dormitories. Gryffindor Tower was high in the castle, accessible through a portrait of a fat lady in a pink dress who demanded a password, Caput Draconis. The common room was warm and cozy, armchairs by a fire, windows overlooking the grounds, tapestries of red and gold. The first-year boys' dormitory was at the top of a spiral staircase. 5 four-poster beds with crimson curtains. Harry's trunk was already there, at the foot of the bed nearest the window. Ron took the next bed, and Neville took the one beside that. 2 other boys, Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan, claimed the remaining beds with the noisy enthusiasm of 11-year-olds who had never slept in a castle before. Harry sat on his bed and pulled the curtains partially closed. The other boys were talking, laughing, burning off the excitement of the evening. Harry let the sound wash over him and reached inward, touching the link to Jin-Woo. "I'm in." Jin-Woo's response was immediate, warm, and faintly amused. "How was the hat?" "Confused." I think I gave it an existential crisis. That's my boy. How's the castle? Incredible. The magic here is beyond anything I expected. And there's something on the third floor, dark magic, contained but active. I'll investigate. Be careful. I'm always careful. You once tried to headbutt Igris during a sparring match. You were 9. It was a tactical decision. He wasn't expecting it. He's a Shadow Knight in full armor. You broke your forehead. I'm always mostly careful. Jin-Woo's laughter rippled through the link, warm and distant, and Harry smiled and lay back on his bed. Through the window, the sky over Hogwarts was clear and filled with stars. The shadows beneath his bed stirred, burrow, settling in, his massive presence compressed into a dark patch under the four-poster that no one would notice unless they knew to look. Sleep well, young master, Burrow rumbled. I will keep watch. Nothing's going to attack me in my sleep on the first night, Burrow. You do not know that. This castle is old and full of secrets and there are children everywhere. Children are unpredictable. I do not trust them. You literally watched me grow up from infancy. You were different. You were the young master. These are random children. They could be anything. Harry pressed his face into his pillow to muffle his laugh. Around him, the castle hummed with magic and history and the quiet breathing of sleeping children, and for the first time in his life, Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the Shadow Prince, the son of 2 worlds, fell asleep in the world where he'd been born. The shadows curled around him like a blanket, and something old and watchful in the castle walls took note of the new presence within its stones and found it, against all expectation, welcome. Morning hit Hogwarts like cold water. Harry was awake before dawn, training reflex, impossible to break, and spent an hour in the empty common room running through shadowless combat forms. No sword, no magic, just the pure physical movement of the martial arts Igris had drilled into him. When the other students began stumbling downstairs, blinking and yawning, Harry was already showered, dressed, and reading advanced magical theory by the fire. Breakfast in the Great Hall was a chaotic affair. Ron ate like a man who'd been starving for weeks. Hermione had her nose in Hogwarts, a history, and was eating toast one-handed. Neville was trying to feed his toad, Trevor, who kept escaping under the table. The first-year schedule was distributed, and Harry studied it with genuine interest. Transfiguration with McGonagall. Charms with Flitwick. Herbology with Sprout. Astronomy. History of magic. Defense against the dark arts. And potions, with Snape. Monday morning began with Transfiguration. McGonagall greeted the class in cat form. She'd been sitting on her desk as a tabby, and when the last student arrived, she transformed in a single fluid motion back into a stern-faced woman in tartan robes. It was effective as a demonstration and as an intimidation tactic. The class gasped. Harry studied the transformation with his shadow senses, parsing the magical mechanics, the body transfiguration, the consciousness displacement, the anchoring charm that maintained identity through physical change. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, McGonagall told them. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned. She set them to work turning matches into needles. Most of the class struggled. Hermione managed a partial transformation after 20 minutes, her match turned silver and developed a point, though it was still made of wood. McGonagall awarded Gryffindor 5 points and gave Hermione a rare smile. Harry picked up his match, studied it, and felt for its magical structure. Everything had a fundamental composition that could be read and manipulated. Jin-Woo had taught him this. The Shadow Realm operated on transformation, dead things becoming shadow soldiers, physical matter reshaping itself at the monarch's will. Wizard transfiguration was the same principle, just approached from a different angle. Harry channeled his magic through his wand, the holly and phoenix feather thrummed eagerly, amplifying and focusing his intent, and the match in his hand shivered and reformed. Not just into a needle. Into a perfect needle, gleaming steel, sharp point, I threaded and clean. It had happened in seconds. McGonagall stared at the needle in his hand. She picked it up, examined it, tapped it with her wand, and looked at Harry with an expression he couldn't quite read. "This is flawless, Mr. Potter." "First attempt?" "Yes, Professor." "Have you practiced transfiguration before?" "Not with a wand. But the principles are familiar." She stared at him a moment longer, then said, 10 points to Gryffindor, and moved on to help another student. But Harry caught her glancing back at him twice during the rest of the class, and there was something in her expression, not suspicion, exactly, but the look of someone who has just realized that the puzzle they're working on is considerably more complex than they thought. Charms was similar. Professor Flitwick, a tiny, excitable wizard who stood on a stack of books to see over his desk, fell off his stack when he called Harry's name on the roll, which was amusing but also slightly depressing. The class worked on the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa, and Harry performed it on his first attempt, sending his feather drifting gently toward the ceiling with a precision that made Flitwick squeak with delight. Hermione mastered it on her third try, and Harry caught her watching him afterward with an expression that mixed admiration with something competitive. He respected that. She wasn't jealous, she was motivated. History of magic was taught by a ghost, Professor Binns, who had apparently died in front of the staff room fire one day and gotten up to teach his next class without noticing. He was extraordinarily boring. Even Harry, who was genuinely interested in magical history, struggled to stay awake through Binns' droning lecture on goblin rebellions. Around him, students slumped on desks, drooled on parchment, and stared into the middle distance with the 1,000-yard look of people who had given up on consciousness. Harry used the time productively, closing his eyes and extending his shadow senses through the castle. From this vantage point, deep in the building's interior, he could feel the magical architecture in detail. The wards were extraordinary, defensive enchantments that predated the Normans, layered and reinforced over centuries by some of the most powerful witches and wizards in history. Anti-apparition fields. Muggle-repelling charms. Detection wards for dark magic, which, Harry noted, didn't react to his shadow energy. Interesting. Either the wards were calibrated for specific dark magic signatures and his didn't match, or the castle itself had accepted his presence. He also felt the third-floor corridor more clearly from this angle. The dark magic was definitely there, muted, contained, but pulsing like a heartbeat. And underneath it, deeper, something that resonated with the fragment in his scar. A faint, sickening harmony, like two out-of-tune instruments trying to play the same note. Voldemort. Or something connected to Voldemort. In the school. Harry opened his eyes. Binns was still droning about goblin rebellions. Nobody had noticed anything. "Dad," Harry sent through the link. "There's something in the castle connected to Voldemort. Third floor." Jin-Woo's response was measured. "Connected how?" "The fragment in my scar reacts to it. Same frequency. It's not a Horcrux, doesn't feel like a soul piece. But it's linked to him somehow. Can you investigate without being noticed?" "Probably. But I'm not going to sneak around. If I want to see the third floor, I'll go to the third floor." "Harry. I know. Be smart about it." "I will. But I'm not going to pretend I can't feel what I can feel." "Fair enough. Keep me updated." The first week continued. Harry attended every class, performed every spell, absorbed every lecture with the methodical thoroughness of someone who had been trained to learn under conditions considerably more stressful than a classroom. He was the best in every practical session, not by a small margin, but by a gap wide enough to be conspicuous. Professors noticed. Students noticed. Word spread through the Hogwarts rumor mill with the speed of magical fire. Harry Potter wasn't just famous. He was genuinely, absurdly talented. Hermione responded to this by studying harder, which Harry admired. Ron responded by being completely unfazed, which Harry admired even more. Neville responded by quietly asking Harry for help with his spellwork, and Harry spent an evening in the common room working through wand movements with him until Neville successfully levitated a feather on his own and nearly cried with relief. "You're a good teacher," Hermione observed from the armchair where she'd been pretending to read while actually watching. "I had a good one," Harry said. "Your father?" "One of them." She gave him a look that said she knew there was more to that answer, but she let it go. Hermione Granger was learning, with impressive speed, the art of not pushing Harry Potter for information he wasn't ready to give. Friday brought potions. The dungeon classroom was cold and deliberately intimidating, dim lighting, jars of pickled creatures lining the walls, a general atmosphere of gothic menace that was slightly undermined by the fact that it was, ultimately, a chemistry lab. Harry took a seat in the front row. Ron sat beside him, looking nervous. Hermione sat behind them, quill already poised over parchment. The door slammed open, and Snape swept in like a large, irritable bat. His black robes billowed. His dark eyes swept the room. He reached the front, turned, and began speaking in a voice that was barely above a whisper but carried to every corner. "There will be no foolish wand-waving or silly incantations in this class. As such, I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion-making. However, for those select few who possess the predisposition, I can teach you how to bewitch the mind, ensnare the senses, bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death." His eyes found Harry. Held. "Ah, yes. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." The word dripped with contempt. A few Slytherins snickered. Ron's ears turned red. "Tell me, Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry met Snape's gaze without blinking. The man's legitimacy was subtle, a light pressure against Harry's mental barriers, barely noticeable if you didn't know what to look for. Harry knew. Jin-Woo had taught him mental defenses years ago, and the shadow magic in his mind made forcible intrusion about as productive as trying to swim through tar. "The draught of living death," Harry said. "A powerful sleeping potion. The asphodel and wormwood create a base that, when combined with sloth brain and sapophoros bean, induces a death-like sleep." Snape's expression didn't change. "And where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat. It's a stone that acts as a universal antidote for most poisons. Though not all, it's ineffective against basilisk venom, certain magical toxins, and any poison that's already been fully absorbed into the bloodstream." A muscle in Snape's jaw twitched. "And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant. Also known as aconite. Used in the wolfsbane potion, which allows werewolves to retain their human mind during transformation. It was developed by Damocles Belby and requires an extremely precise brewing process." The classroom was dead silent. Hermione's quill had frozen mid-stroke. Ron was staring at Harry with his mouth slightly open. Even the Slytherins had stopped smirking. Snape regarded Harry for a long, unreadable moment. The hostility was still there, it was always there, Harry suspected, baked into the man's very cells, but underneath it, something else. Reluctant acknowledgement. "It seems fame isn't everything," Snape said quietly. 5 points to Gryffindor. The class collectively exhaled. Snape turned to the board and began writing instructions for a boil-curing potion, and the lesson proceeded. Harry brewed the potion perfectly. His training in the Shadow Realm had included alchemical compounds and magical reagents, and potions were, fundamentally, applied magical chemistry. The process was precise, logical, and satisfying in a way that wand-based magic sometimes wasn't. At the end of the class, as students filed out, Snape's voice cut through the noise. "Potter. Stay." Ron looked at Harry with concern. Harry waved him off, "I'll catch up," and waited until the classroom was empty. Snape stood behind his desk, arms crossed, dark eyes unreadable. "You knew every answer," Snape said. "I studied." You studied beyond the first-year curriculum. Beyond the fifth-year curriculum. Beyond what most seventh years could manage. Your answers weren't textbook, they included practical applications and edge cases that suggest experiential knowledge, not rote memorization. My father is thorough. Snape's expression tightened at the word father. Harry felt the echo of something painful behind the man's walls, love and loss and a decade of guilt. Your father, Snape said flatly. Dumbledore tells me you were raised outside the wizarding world. By a muggle. By a man who isn't a wizard, if that's what you mean. Muggle doesn't really cover it. Where were you, Potter? For 10 years, the wizarding world searched for you. Dumbledore himself searched. Snape cut himself off, jaw tightening. Where were you? Safe, Harry said. Loved. Trained. Trained for what? For whatever's coming. They looked at each other across the potions classroom, and Harry saw the moment Snape made a decision. The man's walls came down, just a fraction, enough for Harry to glimpse the truth beneath the bitterness and bile. I knew your mother, Snape said. We grew up together. She was the most gifted witch I ever met, and the kindest person, and he stopped. Breathed. I failed her. I failed her in every way that mattered. I swore that I would protect her son, and then you vanished, and I couldn't even do that. Harry felt the weight of the man's grief and didn't look away from it. You didn't fail her, Professor. You can't fail someone by not finding a child who was hidden between dimensions. Snape blinked. Between dimensions? My father exists partially outside normal reality. His domain isn't accessible through conventional magic. Dumbledore couldn't have found me with 1,000 years of searching. Snape stared at him. Harry could see the potions master's formidable mind working, fitting this information into his existing framework, adjusting, recalculating. You're telling me, Snape said slowly, that you were raised in another dimension. By a being of sufficient power to maintain a dimensional domain. Yes. And you're 11 years old. Physically, yes. Snape's eyes narrowed. What does that mean? It means I've had more training than most adults. It means I know things about magic that aren't in your textbooks. And it means that when the dark wizard who killed my mother comes back, and he will come back, I'll be ready. The silence stretched. Snape seemed to be fighting several internal battles simultaneously. Finally, he said, you have her eyes. I know. And her stubbornness. I know that too. Something that might have been a smile ghosted across Snape's face. It was gone before Harry could be sure. Get out of my classroom, Potter. And if you're late to my class again, I'll dock points regardless of your parentage. I wasn't late today. Then don't start. Harry left the dungeon and climbed the stairs back toward Gryffindor Tower. Behind him, Severus Snape stood alone in his cold classroom and pressed his hand against his chest, where something that had been locked tight for 10 years had cracked open, just a little, and let in light. The first 3 weeks of term settled into a rhythm. Classes, meals, homework, nights in the common room with Ron and Hermione and Neville. Harry excelled in everything without apparent effort, and the other students' initial awe gradually shifted into something more comfortable, acceptance, mixed with a healthy respect that Harry did nothing to discourage. He made other connections, too. Fred and George Weasley, Ron's twin brothers, took an immediate liking to him after Harry complimented a prank they'd pulled on Filch, a trick step that sang opera when triggered, and offered a suggestion for improvement that resulted in a version that sang specifically about Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris. The twins looked at Harry with the reverence of fellow Chaos Agents who had found a kindred spirit. Ron, Fred said solemnly at dinner that evening. Your friend is a genius. An evil genius, George corrected. The best kind, they said in unison. Draco Malfoy kept his distance, but Harry felt the boy's attention like a low-grade irritant. Draco watched him in classes, in the Great Hall, in the corridors. Not with hostility, with calculation. He was trying to figure Harry out, and the fact that he couldn't was clearly driving him slightly mad. Their second interaction came in the third week, during a flying lesson. The lesson was joint Gryffindor-Slytherin, held on the grounds with Madame Hooch, a brisk woman with yellow eyes who reminded Harry vaguely of a hawk. 20 broomsticks lay in 2 rows on the grass. Most students approached them with excitement or apprehension. Harry approached his with curiosity. He'd never flown a broomstick, though flying itself was nothing new. Storm had taken him on aerial patrols of the Shadow Realm since he was 9. "Stick your right hand over your broom and say up," Madame Hooch instructed. Harry held his hand over the broom. Up. The broom slapped into his palm instantly, not with the reluctant vibration some students were experiencing, but with a sharp, eager snap. It wanted to fly. It could feel his magical core, the power coiled inside him, and it responded the way all magical objects responded to him, with enthusiasm. Even the cleaning implements worshipped the young master, Baru observed. "It's a broomstick, not a mop. In my professional military opinion, there is no difference." Madame Hooch had them mount their brooms and practice hovering. Harry lifted off and immediately understood the appeal. Flying on a broomstick was different from flying on Storm, lighter, more responsive, a direct connection between the rider's will and the broom's movement. He rose to 10 feet, then 20, adjusting his weight and magical input until the broom responded to his thoughts as fluidly as a shadow tendril. Then Neville's broom malfunctioned. It happened fast. One moment Neville was hovering uncertainly at 3 feet, the next, his broom bucked like a wild horse and shot upward, carrying a screaming Neville almost vertically into the sky. Madame Hooch shouted for him to hold on, but Neville's grip slipped, and at 40 feet, he fell. Harry moved. He didn't think about it. Thinking was too slow. His body reacted on training reflex, 9 years of combat drills, of learning to read a situation and act in the space between seconds. He kicked his broom forward and dove, angling beneath Neville's falling body, arms out, and caught the boy 15 feet from the ground. The impact nearly knocked Harry off his own broom. Neville was heavier than he looked, and the sudden weight threw off Harry's balance. He compensated instinctively, shifting his center of gravity, pouring magic into the broom to keep them airborne, and brought them down in a controlled descent that ended with both boys on the grass, alive and breathing. Neville was white as a sheet and shaking. His wrist was bent at a wrong angle, he'd hit it on the broom handle during the malfunction. But he was alive. You caught me," Neville stammered. "Obviously," Harry said, checking Neville's wrist with the efficient assessment of someone who treated combat injuries before. "This is broken. Hold still." He could have healed it with shadow magic. He'd learned basic shadow mending from Jin-Woo, using dark energy to accelerate natural healing. But he was surrounded by 50 students and a teacher, and Wizard Bones had their own healing protocols. He stepped back and let Madame Hooch handle it. "Hospital wing, Longbottom. The rest of you, stay on the ground." As Madame Hooch led Neville away, something glinted in the grass where Neville had fallen. A small glass ball, filled with white smoke, a remembrall, Harry recalled from his reading. A gift from Neville's grandmother. Draco got to it first. "Look what Longbottom dropped," Draco said, holding up the remembrall with a smirk. Maybe if the fat lump had given this a squeeze, he'd have remembered to fall on something soft. Several Slytherins laughed. The Gryffindors bristled. Harry watched Draco with mild interest. The blonde boy was performing again, cruelty as social currency, punching down for an audience. "Give it back, Malfoy," Ron said, stepping forward. "Make me, Weasley." "I won't ask twice," Harry said. His voice wasn't loud. He didn't raise it. But something in the tone, the absolute, serene certainty of a person who had never in his life made an empty threat, cut through the noise like a blade. Every student on the field turned to look at him. Draco looked at Harry. Their eyes met, and Harry saw the calculation happen in real time, Draco weighing his options, his pride against his instincts, the desire to maintain dominance against the creeping awareness that Harry Potter was not someone who bluffed. "What are you going to do about it, Potter?" Draco said, but the sneer was thinner now. "Going to fight me?" "I'm not going to fight you, Draco. I'm going to take it from you. The only question is whether you hand it over and walk away looking reasonable, or I take it and you walk away looking foolish. Your choice." The field was silent. 30 seconds. Draco's fingers tightened on the remembrall. Then, with a sharp, jerky motion, he threw it, not at Harry, but high into the air, spiraling upward. "Fetch, Potter." Harry didn't move. He extended his left hand, and a shadow tendril, thin, fast, invisible to anyone not looking directly at it, shot from his feet, lanced upward, and plucked the remembrall from the air at its apex. The glass ball dropped into his open palm, 40 feet of distance covered in the space between heartbeats. Nobody saw the shadow. They just saw the remembrall arc through the air and somehow land in Harry's hand, 60 feet from where Draco had thrown it. As if it had changed direction mid-flight. As if Harry had pulled it to him with nothing but will. The students stared. Draco stared. Even the Slytherins stared. "Thanks," Harry said, pocketing the remembrall. "I'll give this back to Neville." He turned and walked away. Behind him, a buzz of whispered conversation exploded across the field, and Draco Malfoy stood very still with his hand still raised from the throw, his grey eyes fixed on Harry's retreating back with an expression that was no longer calculation or contempt. It was something closer to awe. And he hated it. McGonagall was waiting for Harry inside the castle entrance. She'd watched the entire exchange from her office window, and she intercepted him in the corridor with a stride that covered ground like a woman on a mission. "Potter. Come with me." Harry followed her through the castle. She didn't speak until they reached a classroom where a fifth-year Gryffindor was working on an essay. "Wood, I found you a seeker." The fifth year, Oliver Wood, Harry would learn, captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, looked up with the expression of a man who'd been told Christmas had come early. McGonagall spent 3 minutes explaining what she'd seen, and would spend the next 10 minutes staring at Harry like he was a gift from the gods. "Have you ever played Quidditch?" Wood asked. "No. Can you fly like that all the time? The catch, whatever you did, can you react that fast consistently?" "Faster, usually." Wood looked at McGonagall. McGonagall's lips twitched. "I think Mr. Potter will be an asset to the team, Oliver." "An asset?" "Professor, he's a miracle. First-year seekers haven't been allowed in, I'm aware of the rules, Wood. I've already spoken with Professor Dumbledore. Exceptions have been made." Harry found himself, somewhat unexpectedly, on the Gryffindor Quidditch team. He wasn't sure how he felt about it. Flying was enjoyable, and the competitive aspect appealed to his training instincts, but he hadn't come to Hogwarts to play sports. Still, McGonagall's reaction told him something useful. The staff were watching him. Looking for ways to categorize him, to fit him into existing frameworks. Talented student was one box. Quidditch prodigy was another. The more boxes they could tick, the more normal he seemed. Normal was useful. For now. October crept toward its end, and with it came Halloween. Harry felt the date approaching like a weight. October 31st, 10 years since his parents' murder. 10 years since Jin-Woo had found him in the wreckage and carried him into the shadows. He sat through classes that day with a focus that was more intense than usual, channeling the emotional undercurrent into concentration. Ron and Hermione noticed, Ron by being slightly more attentive than usual, Hermione by not asking questions she clearly wanted to ask. Neville, who had lost his own parents to madness if not death, sat quietly beside Harry at meals and offered his presence without comment. Good people, Harry thought. He'd found good people. The Halloween feast was lavish. Thousands of live bats fluttered from the ceiling. Carved pumpkins the size of garden sheds glowed with candlelight. The food was spectacular, even Harry, who ate with the disciplined moderation of someone trained by an interdimensional warrior king, had to admit the roast was exceptional. He was halfway through dinner when Burrow stirred in his shadow. "Young master. Something is moving in the castle. Something large. Below us." Harry set down his fork. "What kind of something?" "Large, stupid, smells like a cave. It is on the lower levels, moving upward." "Can you be more specific?" "It is a troll, young master. A mountain troll, by the stench. Full grown. It just entered through a door on the ground floor." Before Harry could respond, the doors of the Great Hall slammed open and Professor Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts teacher, a nervous, turban-wearing man who stuttered through every lesson, sprinted in, white-faced and wild-eyed. "Troll!" Quirrell screamed. "Troll in the dungeons. Thought you ought to know." He collapsed on the floor in a dead faint. The Great Hall erupted into panic. Students screamed. Dumbledore fired purple firecrackers from his wand and bellowed for silence. "Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons." Harry stood. The hall dissolved into organized chaos as prefects herded students toward the doors. Ron grabbed Harry's arm. "Come on, we need to go, where's Hermione?" Harry said. Ron's face went blank. She wasn't at dinner. She's been in the bathroom all afternoon. Some girls said she was upset about, which bathroom? First floor, I think, the troll's heading up from the ground floor. Harry was already moving, cutting against the flow of students heading for the dormitories. She doesn't know. Harry, we should tell a teacher, by the time a teacher gets there, the troll will be there first. Harry looked at Ron, then at Neville, who had followed them. Stay with the group. I'll handle it. Like hell, Ron said, and there was something in his voice, stubborn, scared, absolutely determined, that made Harry pause and really see him for the first time. Ron Weasley was terrified. He was also not going to let his friend go alone. Me too, Neville said, barely above a whisper, his round face pale but set. Harry looked at both of them. Fine. Stay behind me. Don't get between me and the troll. They ran. The first-floor corridor was empty, every student had been funneled upward by the prefects, and the teachers had gone down to the dungeons, which meant the ground between was unguarded. Harry tracked the troll through Burrow's senses. It was on the first floor now, lumbering through corridors with the aimless destruction of something too stupid to have a plan but too big to need one. And it was heading directly for the girls' bathroom. Harry heard the scream before he saw the troll. Hermione's voice, high, terrified, echoing off stone walls. He rounded a corner and there it was. 12 feet tall. Gray, lumpy skin like old concrete. Tiny, stupid eyes. A wooden club the size of a tree trunk, currently being swung at a row of sinks that exploded into porcelain shrapnel. Hermione was pressed against the far wall, soaked from broken pipes, screaming. The troll turned toward her. Raised the club. Harry crossed the distance in 2 steps. He didn't use his wand. He didn't use magic at all, not the wizard kind. What he did was pure shadow combat. He launched himself onto the troll's back, locked his legs around its neck, grabbed the massive head with both hands, and wrenched. The troll stumbled, confused, swinging its club wildly. Harry rode out the thrashing with the practiced balance of someone who had ridden Storm through aerial combat at 100 miles an hour. Then he let go with one hand, reached into the shadow at the base of the troll's skull, and pulled. It was a technique Jin-Woo had taught him. Every living creature had a shadow, a dark reflection of its physical form. Most people's shadows were just shadows. But in the space between the shadow and the body, there was a connection point, a place where physical and magical existence intersected. If you knew what you were looking for, and if you had the power, you could reach into that space and simply switch it off. The troll's eyes rolled back. Its legs buckled. 12 feet of mountain troll collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut, hitting the bathroom floor with a crash that shook the walls. It wasn't dead. Harry had been precise, targeting motor function rather than vitality, but it was deeply, profoundly unconscious. The bathroom was silent except for the sound of running water from the broken pipes. Ron stood in the doorway, wand raised, mouth open. Neville was behind him, clutching the wall for support. Hermione was still pressed against the far wall, tears streaking her face, staring at Harry standing on the troll's back like he'd just stepped off a casual stroll. "Are you okay?" Harry asked her. Hermione opened her mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. You just, how did you? I'll explain later." "Are you hurt?" No, I'm fine." She was shaking. Harry jumped down from the troll and crossed to her, and she grabbed his arm with both hands and held on. "It's over," Harry said. "You're safe." Running footsteps in the corridor. McGonagall, Snape, Quirrell, the teachers had come up from the dungeons, probably drawn by the crash. They rounded the corner and stopped dead at the sight, a 12-foot mountain troll unconscious on the bathroom floor, for first-year students standing over it, and Harry Potter looking entirely unbothered. "What on earth?" McGonagall began. "Hermione didn't know about the troll," Harry said. "She was in here when it came in. I put it down." "You put it down?" McGonagall's voice climbed an octave. She stared at the troll, then at Harry, then at the troll again. "Mr. Potter, a mountain troll, how, is it alive?" Snape asked sharply. He was staring at the troll with his wand out, his dark eyes assessing. "Unconscious. I targeted its nervous system. It'll wake up in a few hours with a headache." The teachers exchanged looks. Quirrell was staring at Harry too, but there was something wrong with his expression. It wasn't shock or awe. It was fear. The man's eyes, half hidden beneath his ridiculous turban, were fixed on Harry with the frozen intensity of a prey animal that has just realized it's being hunted. Harry felt the dark magic again. The same frequency as the third-floor corridor, the same resonance with his scar. It was coming from Quirrell. Not from the man himself, but from something inside him, something riding him, wearing him like a suit. Harry filed that information away with all the other things he was filing away, and his expression didn't change. 5 points from Gryffindor for reckless endangerment, McGonagall said, recovering her composure. And 20 points to Gryffindor for sheer dumb luck, and she looked at the unconscious troll again and seemed to lose her train of thought. "Go back to your dormitory. All of you. Now." They went. In the corridor, Ron let out a breath he'd apparently been holding since they'd entered the bathroom. "Harry. Mate. You just knocked out a mountain troll." It was slow. It was 12 feet tall. Slow and tall aren't mutually exclusive. Hermione laughed, a slightly hysterical, watery laugh, and then she was hugging Harry, her bushy hair in his face, her arms squeezing with a strength that surprised him. He stood very still for a moment, unused to physical affection from anyone who wasn't his father or Mrs. Cho, and then he hugged her back. "Thank you," she whispered. "You're welcome." They walked back to Gryffindor Tower together, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and something had changed between them. The troll had broken down whatever remaining barriers of newness and uncertainty existed. They were friends now. Not acquaintances, not classmates, not people who sat near each other at meals. Friends. The kind forged in adrenaline and fear and the shared knowledge that when things went wrong, they ran toward each other rather than away. But the night wasn't over. Harry lay in bed after lights out, staring at the canopy above him, and thought about the troll. Not the fight, that had been trivial, a training exercise with better set dressing. He thought about the troll itself. Dead, no. Unconscious. But it could have been dead. If he'd pushed harder, targeted deeper, the troll's shadow connection would have severed permanently, and the creature would have died on the bathroom floor. And then what? Harry closed his eyes and felt for it, the pull, the instinct, the deep magnetic draw of his shadow extraction ability. It was there, constant as a heartbeat, waiting. The troll's magical signature had been crude but genuine. If it had died, Harry could have extracted it. Raised it. Added it to his nascent collection of shadow soldiers. He'd done it with Storm, the griffin in the dungeon, dead and cold, brought back as a shadow creature. But that had been an animal, killed by unknown causes in another dimension. The troll was different. The troll was a thinking creature, dim but alive, and it had been in a school full of children. Raising it would mean something. It would be a statement. "You're thinking loudly, young master," Burrow murmured from beneath the bed. "What would you do?" "I would extract every dead creature I encountered without hesitation, because power is the only thing that matters in a hostile world, and your army is laughably small." "Thanks, Burrow. Very helpful." "I am always helpful." Harry smiled in the darkness and let the question settle. He didn't need to answer it tonight. But the question itself was important, because it was the question he'd be facing for the rest of his life, when to use the power he'd been given, and what it meant every time he did. He fell asleep with shadows curling around his pillow and the distant, warm pulse of his mother's love humming in his scar, keeping the darkness at bay. Outside, the Halloween moon hung over Hogwarts like a watching eye, and in a turban-wrapped head 3 floors below, something ancient and fractured felt the stirring of a power it didn't understand and, for the first time in a very long time, knew fear. Chapter 3, First Blood. November stripped the trees bare and painted Hogwarts in shades of iron and frost. The castle adjusted to the cold the way old buildings do, grudgingly, with drafts that found every gap in every robe and a persistent damp that settled into the stone like a living thing. Students bundled up, fires roared in common rooms, and the lake outside froze in a slow creep from the edges inward, like a closing eye. Harry barely noticed the cold. The shadow realm ran at a temperature that made Scottish winter feel tropical, and his body had adapted years ago. He walked to classes in his standard robes while other students layered scarves and warming charms, and if anyone thought it was strange, they'd stopped commenting. Harry Potter being slightly inhuman was rapidly becoming background noise at Hogwarts. The troll incident had changed things. Not just the friendship with Ron, Hermione, and Neville, that was solid now, cemented by shared danger, but Harry's reputation in the school. Before Halloween, he'd been the boy who lived, famous, talented, mysterious. After Halloween, he was something else. He was the boy who dropped a mountain troll bare-handed, and nobody could explain how. The official story, filtered through McGonagall and Dumbledore, was that Harry had used an advanced stunning technique. The unofficial story, whispered in corridors and common rooms, ranged from plausible, he'd used wandless magic, to absurd, he'd punched the troll so hard it fainted. The truth, that Harry had reached into the troll's shadow and switched off its consciousness like a light, was known only to Harry, Burrow, and Jin-Woo. And, Harry suspected, to whatever was riding inside Professor Quirrell. Harry had been watching Quirrell since Halloween. Not obviously, he attended Defense Against the Dark Arts classes like everyone else, sat through the stuttering lectures on vampires and hags and defensive jinxes, and performed the practical exercises with the same easy competence he brought to everything. But underneath that surface engagement, his shadow senses were working constantly, probing the edges of the dark presence inside Quirrell like a tongue testing a loose tooth. It was Voldemort. Harry was certain of it now. The magical signature matched the fragment in his scar, the same bitter, terrified energy, the same desperate clinging to existence. But where the scar fragment was a sliver, a splinter, the thing in Quirrell was larger. More coherent. It had a will and an intelligence, and it was using Quirrell's body the way a hermit crab uses a shell, clumsily, temporarily, with no regard for the shell's well-being. Quirrell was dying. Harry could feel that too. The man's own magical signature was being consumed, eaten from the inside by the parasitic presence on the back of his skull. Whatever deal Quirrell had struck, and it had been a deal, Harry could taste the residue of willing surrender in the man's aura. It was killing him by inches. Harry didn't feel sorry for him. Quirrell had invited a monster into his body, and that monster had murdered Harry's parents. Sympathy had its limits. But he also didn't act. Not yet. Moving against Quirrell meant moving against the fragment of Voldemort inside him, and Harry wanted to understand more before he committed. What was Voldemort doing in the castle? What was on the third floor that drew both Harry's scar and Quirrell's furtive attention? And how did it all connect? Information first. Action second. Jin-Woo's first rule of engagement. The opportunity to gather that information came from an unexpected source. Hagrid, the enormous, bearded groundskeeper who had been sent to retrieve Harry from Godric's Hollow 10 years ago and found an empty house, had been trying to talk to Harry since the start of term. The man was painfully obvious about it, lingering near the Gryffindor table at meals, waving from across the grounds during herbology, sending invitations to tea via scrawled notes delivered by increasingly bedraggled school owls. Harry had put him off, not out of dislike but out of caution. Hagrid had been there that night. He knew things about Harry's past that Harry was still piecing together. But the man's magical signature was warm and uncomplicated, no deception, no hidden agendas, just a big heart in a bigger body, and Harry eventually decided that tea with Hagrid was worth the time. He went on a Friday afternoon, Ron and Hermione in tow. Hagrid's hut sat at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, a squat stone building that looked like it had been built for someone twice the size of a normal person, which it had. Smoke curled from the chimney, and a massive boarhound named Fong greeted them at the door with slobbering enthusiasm. Inside, the hut was cluttered and cozy, copper pots hanging from the ceiling, a fire roaring in the grate, hams and pheasants suspended from hooks. Hagrid served tea in bucket-sized cups and rock cakes that lived up to their name. Harry broke one against the table experimentally and confirmed that it had the structural integrity of concrete. "Harry," Hagrid said, and his voice cracked on the name. The enormous man was looking at Harry with wet eyes and an expression of overwhelming emotion. "I can believe it. When Dumbledore told me yet come to Hogwarts, I was the one, see, I was supposed to bring ye from the house that night. After what happened. But when I got there, you were gone. Just gone. I searched for hours, I was taken," Harry said. "By my father." "Your father?" "But James, my adoptive father. He found me in the wreckage and took me somewhere safe." Hagrid blinked, processing this. The man was not, Harry had already assessed, intellectually sharp, but he was emotionally perceptive in a way that smarter people often weren't. "Someone just took ye from the house." He felt the magical discharge from the killing curse and came to investigate. "He found me bleeding and alone, and he made a choice." Harry held Hagrid's gaze. "It was the right choice, Hagrid. I've been safe and loved my entire life." Hagrid's tears spilled over. He pulled an enormous handkerchief from his coat and blew his nose with a sound like a foghorn. "I'm just so glad, Harry. We all thought, Dumbledore was so worried, 10 years, not knowin' if ye were alive or, I'm alive. I'm here. And I'd like to know more about what happened that night." Hagrid told him. Most of it Harry already knew, the prophecy, Voldemort's attack, the killing curse rebounding, but Hagrid filled in details that Jin-Woo's intelligence reports had missed. The Fidelius charm that had hidden the Potters. The betrayal by Peter Pettigrew, their secret keeper, who had sold them to Voldemort. Sirius Black, Harry's godfather, who had been blamed for the betrayal and imprisoned in Azkaban. Sirius was innocent? Harry asked sharply. Hagrid froze. "Well, I shouldn't have said that, Hagrid." The groundskeeper squirmed. "Dumbledore, he's never been sure, see. About Sirius. The evidence was all there, Pettigrew dead, 13 Muggles dead, Sirius laughing at the scene. But Dumbledore, he's got his doubts. Always has. Harry filed that away in the rapidly growing folder of things Dumbledore knew and hadn't acted on. An innocent man in Azkaban for a decade. His godfather. Wonderful. Tell me about the third floor, Harry said. Hagrid's face went through a remarkable series of contortions. How do you know about, that's top secret, that is, Dumbledore's business, there's something up there that's connected to Voldemort. Don, say the name. Voldemort. Harry said it clearly and without emphasis. He killed my parents, Hagrid. I'm not going to be afraid of his name. What's on the third floor? Hagrid wrestled with himself visibly. Loyalty to Dumbledore versus the tearful gratitude of finally seeing Harry Potter alive and well and sitting in his kitchen. The gratitude won, as Harry had calculated it would. It's between Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel, Hagrid blurted, then clapped his hand over his mouth. I shouldn't have said that. Forget I said that. Nicholas Flamel, Harry repeated. I didn't say anything. Hagrid looked genuinely panicked. Harry, please, Don, go pokin' around the third floor. It's dangerous, and Dumbledore's got it all under control, I believe you, Harry said, which was a lie, but a kind one. Thank you for the tea, Hagrid. And for telling me about my parents. They left the hut as dusk was falling, the forbidden forest a dark wall against the dimming sky. Ron was vibrating with questions. Hermione was already in research mode, her eyes distant and calculating. Nicholas Flamel, she said. I know that name. I've read it somewhere, the Philosopher's Stone, Harry said. Flamel is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone, which produces the elixir of life. It grants immortality. Hermione stared at him. How did you? I read the supplementary texts. Harry walked with his hands in his pockets, breath misting in the cold air. Dumbledore has the Philosopher's Stone hidden on the third floor, guarded by magical protections. Voldemort, through Quirrell, is trying to steal it. Ron stumbled. Through Quirrell? What are you talking about? Quirrell is possessed. Voldemort is living on the back of his head, under the turban. He's using Quirrell's body to move through the castle and get close to the stone. The silence that followed was profound. Ron had gone white. Hermione's mouth worked soundlessly. Harry, Hermione said carefully. How do you know that? I can sense it. The dark magic inside Quirrell, it's the same signature as the curse that killed my parents. The same signature as the fragment in my scar. Another silence. Ron looked at Hermione. Hermione looked at Ron. They had an entire conversation with their eyes that boiled down to, he's serious, isn't he? He's completely serious. So you know who is in the castle, Ron said. Right now. In a teacher. A fragment of him. He's weakened, parasitic. He can't exist on his own, he needs a host. But he's intelligent and he's desperate, and he wants the stone because the elixir of life would give him a body again. And you're just, okay with this? Ron's voice cracked. I'm not okay with it. I'm informed about it. There's a difference. They walked in silence for a while. The castle loomed above them, warm light spilling from hundreds of windows. What are you going to do? Hermione asked. Watch. Wait. Learn. And when he makes his move, I'll be there. We'll be there, Ron corrected. Harry looked at him. Ron's jaw was set, his freckles standing out against pale skin, his hands clenched in his pockets. He was scared. He was also absolutely, stubbornly, irrevocably loyal. Ron, don't even try it, mate. You pulled me out of a troll fight once already. I'm not sitting this one out. Me neither, Hermione said. Or me, Neville said from behind them. They all turned. Neville had caught up without anyone noticing, the boy moved quietly when he wanted to, and he'd been doing it more often lately. His round face was set with a determination that looked unfamiliar on him but fit better than Harry would have expected. "Neville, you don't have to, you caught me when I fell," Neville said simply. "You helped me with my spells. You told me blooming late meant I had more roots." He swallowed. "My parents fought you-know-who too. They didn't die, but they might as well have. They're in St. Mungo's. They don't recognize me." The air went very still. Harry looked at Neville and saw, for the first time, the full shape of the boy's quiet grief, parents alive but gone, a childhood spent visiting people who looked through you like glass. "They were tortured," Neville said. "By Death Eaters. Into insanity. And everyone told me to be quiet about it, to not make a fuss, to just be grateful I had my gran." His voice shook, but he didn't stop. "I'm tired of being quiet. If you-know-who is back, I want to fight." Harry looked at Neville Longbottom, overlooked, underestimated, carrying a weight that would have crushed most adults, and felt something click into place. This boy had steel in him. It was buried deep, buried under years of being told he wasn't enough, but it was there. "Okay," Harry said. "All of you. But we do this smart. We watch, we prepare, and when the time comes, we move together." For Gryffindor first years walked back to the castle through the freezing dusk, and something fundamental had shifted between them. They were no longer just friends. They were a unit. A squad. And in the weeks to come, as the shadows lengthened and the dark presence in the castle grew more restless, that unit would be tested in ways none of them could have predicted. Except Harry. Harry had a pretty good idea. Quidditch arrived like a cavalry charge. Oliver Wood, it turned out, was a fanatic. The word was insufficient. Wood was to Quidditch what Burrow was to combat, obsessively, relentlessly, almost religiously devoted. He scheduled practices 5 times a week, rain or shine, and the Gryffindor team staggered out of each one looking like they'd been through a war. Harry loved it. Not for the competition, though that was enjoyable, but for the flying itself. A broomstick was freedom in a way that nothing else quite matched. Even Storm, magnificent as he was, required Harry to ride as a passenger. On a broom, Harry was the engine and the pilot simultaneously, his magic feeding directly into the broom's enchantments, every twitch of his body translated into motion. He flew the way he fought, instinctively, fluidly, with a spatial awareness that made the other players look like they were moving through water. The first match was Gryffindor versus Slytherin, and it came on a biting November morning with the entire school packed into the stands. Harry circled the pitch high above the game, scanning for the snitch, and let the roar of the crowd wash over him. "This is barbaric," Burrow announced from his shadow, sounding delighted. "Humans throwing balls at each other while flying on sticks. I approve entirely. Just watch and be quiet. The large one in green, the one they call Flint, he is aiming for you, young master. He intends to collide with you. Shall I eat him?" "No, Burrow. Just a small bite, no." Marcus Flint, the Slytherin captain, did indeed try to ram Harry during a bludger redirect. Harry saw it coming from 50 yards, Flint's body angle, the shift in his broom's trajectory, the way his shoulders set for impact. Harry waited until the last possible second, then dropped. Not a gentle descent, a vertical plunge, controlled and precise, that took him under Flint's broom by inches and left the Slytherin captain clutching empty air and swearing. The crowd gasped. Lee Jordan, the commentator, shouted something enthusiastic that McGonagall made him retract. 40 minutes into the game, with Gryffindor leading 70-30, Harry saw the snitch. A flash of gold near the base of the Slytherin goalposts, hovering at knee height. The Slytherin seeker, Terence Higgs, hadn't noticed. He was on the other side of the pitch, watching the chasers. Harry Dove. A Nimbus 2000 at full dive was fast enough to blur. Harry pushed it harder, feeding magic into the broom's core, and the world narrowed to a tunnel of speed and wind. He was 20 feet from the snitch when his broom bucked. The jolt was violent and wrong. Harry's connection to the broom, the seamless magical interface he built over weeks of practice, stuttered, as if someone had jammed a stick into spinning gears. The broom kicked sideways, then up, then into a barrel roll that Harry hadn't initiated. Someone was jinxing his broom. Harry's shadow senses flared. He scanned the stands while wrestling for control, hundreds of faces, but the magical signature was distinctive, a concentrated beam of hostile intent aimed directly at his broom's enchantment matrix. He found it in 3 seconds. Quirrell. In the staff section. His eyes locked on Harry, his lips moving in a continuous incantation, his hands hidden beneath his cloak. The dark presence inside him was fully engaged, pouring malice into the jinx with an intensity that betrayed desperation. 2 seats down from Quirrell, Snape was also staring at Harry. His lips were also moving. Counter jinx. Snape was fighting Quirrell's spell, trying to break the hex, and Quirrell didn't know. The 2 professors sat yards apart, locked in an invisible magical tug-of-war over Harry's broom, and neither knew the other was engaged. Harry's broom lurched again, nearly throwing him. He was 100 feet up, a fall from this height would kill most people. Harry was not most people, but he preferred not to test the theory. He could have fought the jinx directly. His own magic was strong enough, probably, to overpower whatever Quirrell was throwing at him. But that would reveal too much. Instead, Harry did something simpler. He let go of the broom. The crowd screamed. Ron shouted his name. Hermione grabbed Ron's arm hard enough to leave bruises. Harry fell for exactly 2 seconds, long enough for the jinx to lose its target, the broom, not the rider, long enough for Quirrell's concentration to break in surprise, and then he grabbed the broom handle with one hand as it drifted past him, swung himself back into the saddle in a single fluid motion, and dove for the snitch. The entire maneuver took 4 seconds. The snitch was still there, still hovering near the goalposts. Harry's hand closed around the tiny golden ball, and the wings folded against his fingers, and Madame Hooch's whistle split the air. Gryffindor won, 190-30. Harry landed to a wall of sound, cheering, screaming, the Gryffindor stands shaking, and held up the snitch with a grin that was genuine and fierce. Did you let go of your broom on purpose? Wood demanded, grabbing Harry's shoulders. His face was a war between ecstasy and cardiac arrest. It was the fastest option. The fastest, you could have died, but I didn't. And we won. Wood stared at him for a long moment, then picked Harry up and put him on his shoulders, and the Gryffindor team swarmed around them in a delirious celebration of scarlet and gold. In the stands, Quirrell sat rigid in his seat, his face ashen. The turban on his head seemed to pulse, and beneath it, something ancient and malevolent seethed with frustrated rage. That night, Harry slipped out of the dormitory after midnight. He didn't use the invisibility cloak, he didn't have one. He didn't need one. Shadow walking was something he'd mastered at 7, the ability to merge with ambient shadows and move through them like water through a pipe. Not true invisibility, but effectively the same thing in a castle where every corridor was lined with pools of darkness between torches. He moved through Hogwarts with a predator's quiet efficiency, shadow senses mapping his route, avoiding Filch and Mrs. Norris and the ghosts and the prefects on patrol. The castle was different at night, alive in a way it wasn't during the day. The magic in the walls stirred and settled like a sleeping animal, and Harry felt it respond to his passage, not with alarm but with curiosity. The castle knew he was there. It didn't mind. The 3rd-floor corridor was warded. Harry felt the protections from 30 feet away, a detection charm layered over a proximity alert, keyed to Dumbledore specifically. Anyone who crossed the threshold would trigger a silent alarm that would bring the headmaster running. Harry didn't cross the threshold. He didn't need to. He sat down in the shadows of an alcove across the corridor, closed his eyes, and extended his senses through the stone. The wards were designed to detect physical intrusion. Shadow perception wasn't physical. It was extra-dimensional, a sense that operated in the space between the mundane and the shadow realm, where normal magical protection simply didn't exist. Harry's awareness slipped through the warded door like smoke through a keychain and into the corridor beyond. Room 1, a massive three-headed dog, asleep on a trapdoor. Harry studied the creature with professional interest. Cerberus-type guardian, magically bred, sustained by enchantment rather than natural biology. The trapdoor beneath it led down. Harry pushed deeper. Below the trapdoor, a series of chambers stretched in sequence, an obstacle course, each room containing a different protection. He catalogued them quickly: Devil's Snare, a plant that constricted in darkness, a room full of flying keys and a broomstick, a giant chess set, a troll, already unconscious, probably a backup for the one that had gotten loose on Halloween, a logic puzzle involving potions, and finally, a mirror. Harry's shadow senses touched the mirror and recoiled. Not from danger, from recognition. The mirror was a powerful magical artifact, ancient and strange, and it didn't reflect the physical world. It reflected desire. Deep, true, burning desire, the thing you wanted most in all the world, laid bare without pretense or protection. And behind the mirror, inside it, protected by an enchantment that was so elegant it made Harry's breath catch, the philosopher's stone. The protection was genius. The stone could only be retrieved by someone who wanted to find it but not use it. Anyone who looked in the mirror wanting immortality would see themselves drinking the elixir but could never actually reach the stone. The desire for it was the lock, and the absence of desire was the key. Dumbledore's work. It had to be. It was exactly the kind of clever, psychologically rooted defense that Harry's research had suggested the old wizard favored. Harry opened his eyes. He was still sitting in the alcove, the third-floor corridor silent before him. He hadn't triggered a single ward. Clever, he thought. But not clever enough. The obstacle course was designed to slow down a powerful adult wizard. For Harry, someone who could shadow walk through walls, who could command a griffin and an ant king and a shadow army, the physical defenses were irrelevant. He could reach the stone in minutes if he wanted to. But he didn't want the stone. He wanted the thing that was hunting it. Harry stood, melted back into the shadows, and made his way to the 7th floor. Not back to Gryffindor Tower, not yet. He'd felt something else during his scan of the castle, something that had tugged at his attention, a room that existed and didn't exist simultaneously, its magical signature flickering like a candle in wind. A room that appeared only when needed. He found the stretch of blank wall on the 7th floor opposite a tapestry of trolls in tutus. His shadow senses told him the room was there, vast, hidden, folded into a pocket dimension within the castle's magical architecture. He walked past the wall 3 times, thinking about what he needed. A door appeared. Harry opened it and stepped into a room that was impossible. Cavernous, stretching in all directions, filled with mountains of discarded objects, furniture, books, mirrors, cages, hats, bottles, weapons, clothing, and 1,000 other things that generations of Hogwarts students and staff had hidden and forgotten. The room of hidden things. A graveyard of secrets. Harry walked through the towering piles of junk, his shadow senses guiding him like a compass. He was looking for something specific, a particular dark signature that he'd felt from the corridor outside. Deep in the room, buried under a pile of broken chairs and moth-eaten robes, something was calling to the fragment in his scar. He found it on a battered old cabinet, a tarnished silver tiara set with a single blue stone. The moment he saw it, his scar burned, not painfully, but insistently, the way Burrow hummed when he sensed a fight. The tiara radiated the same corrupted soul energy as the fragment in Harry's head, the same bitter frequency as the presence in Quirrell's turban. A Horcrux. Right here in the castle. Hidden in a room full of garbage for God knew how long. Harry stared at it and felt the pull of his shadow extraction ability, the deep, instinctive urge to reach into the dark artifact and pull out whatever tortured fragment of soul was trapped inside. But he didn't. Not yet. Not without understanding the full network. He pulled a cloth from a nearby pile and wrapped the tiara carefully, tucking it into his jacket without touching the metal. The shadow thread fabric insulated against the dark energy, muting the scar's reaction. "Dad." Jin-Woo's response was immediate. "What is it?" "I found a Horcrux. In the castle. A tiara, Ravenclaw's diadem, I think. It's one of his soul anchors." Silence. "Then, that makes 3 confirmed pieces. The one in your scar, the one in Quirrell, and this tiara. You said you sensed something about a network, multiple fragments. When I touch the scar and focus, I can feel them. Faintly. It's like they're all connected by threads, same soul, split and scattered. I can't count them precisely, but there are more than 3. At least 5 more. Maybe 6. 8 or 9 total fragments of one soul." Jin-Woo's mental voice was grave. "That's extreme. The soul damage must be catastrophic." "It is. The signature is broken. Jagged. Like a mirror that was shattered and the pieces were scattered across the country. Each piece thinks it's the whole mirror." "Can you track the other fragments?" "Not from here. The connections are too faint. But if I destroy one, the network will react. The other pieces will flare, briefly, but enough for me to map them. Then we don't destroy this one yet. We use it as a sensor. Keep it close, keep it contained, and when we're ready to move on the full network, we use it to triangulate the others." "That's what I was thinking." Harry paused. "There's something else. The thing on the 3rd floor, it's the philosopher's stone. Nicholas Flamel's creation. Voldemort wants it because the elixir of life would give him a body. And Dumbledore is using it as bait. That's my read. He knows something's wrong with Quirrell, Snape knows too, he was fighting the broom jinx tonight. But Dumbledore isn't acting directly. He's waiting. For what? For me, I think. To see what I do. To measure me." Jin-Woo was quiet for a moment. "Are you angry about that?" Harry considered. "No. I'd do the same thing in his position. He doesn't know what I am. He needs to understand me before he can trust me, and he can't understand me by asking, I just tell him what he wants to hear. He needs to see me act. Then give him something to see. On your terms. That's the plan." Harry left the room of hidden things, the diadem safely tucked in his jacket, and made his way back to Gryffindor Tower. He was 2 corridors from the portrait hole when he turned a corner and almost walked into Dumbledore. The headmaster stood in the middle of the corridor, wearing a long dressing gown of midnight blue covered in silver moons, looking for all the world like a man who had simply been out for an evening stroll. His blue eyes found Harry in the shadows and twinkled with an amusement that might or might not have been genuine. "Harry," Dumbledore said pleasantly. "A bit late for a walk, isn't it?" Harry stepped out of the shadows. There was no point hiding, Dumbledore's magical perception was extraordinary, and Harry's shadow walking, while effective against normal detection, wasn't designed to fool someone of the headmaster's caliber. "I couldn't sleep," Harry said. "Ah. Victory tends to produce excess energy. That was a remarkable catch today, by the way. Your mother would have been proud, she was never much for Quidditch, but she appreciated courage. It was a test. A gentle one, an emotional prod disguised as kindness, designed to open Harry up, make him responsive, create a connection. Harry recognized it because Jin-Woo had taught him to recognize manipulation, even the well-intentioned kind. "Thank you, Professor." Dumbledore studied him. The twinkle faded slightly, replaced by something more penetrating. "You know, Harry, I've been looking forward to meeting you for quite some time. 10 years, in fact. I had certain expectations about the kind of young man you would be. And you are nothing like what I expected." Dumbledore's voice was quiet, thoughtful. "You are powerful in ways that I do not fully understand. You carry something in your shadow that defies classification. And you walk through this castle at midnight with the confidence of someone who has nothing to fear from the dark. I don't fear the dark, Professor. I grew up in it. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. Yes. I've been meaning to ask about that. Your childhood, your guardian, the records are blank. The trace on your wand activated when you entered Diagon Alley, but before that, nothing. For 10 years, you simply didn't exist in any magical registry. The only explanation is that you were raised somewhere outside the reach of magical detection entirely. I was. Will you tell me where? Not yet. A flicker of something, frustration. Respect, crossed Dumbledore's face. May I ask why? Because trust is earned, Professor. Not given. You've had 10 years to look for me, and in that time, you've accumulated my vault key, assumed legal guardianship without my consent, and placed a dark artifact in a school full of children as bait for a trap you haven't bothered to explain to anyone. Those aren't the actions of someone who's earned my trust. The corridor was very silent. Dumbledore looked at Harry, and for the first time, the grandfatherly warmth was gone. What remained was the wizard who had defeated Grindelwald, sharp, formidable, and slightly dangerous. You know about the stone, Dumbledore said. It wasn't a question. I know about the stone, the obstacle course, the mirror, and the thing possessing Professor Quirrell. I know you're using the stone to draw Voldemort out, and I know you're watching me to see how I respond. I'm responding, Professor. I'm telling you directly, I'm not your chess piece. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. Harry watched him think, watched the old wizard's extraordinary mind process, recalculate, adapt. This was a man who had been the smartest person in every room for over a century. Being confronted by an 11-year-old who saw through his strategies was, Harry suspected, a novel experience. You are remarkably direct, Dumbledore said finally. My father taught me that clarity is kindness. Your father sounds like a wise man. He's the wisest person I know. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Very well, Harry. I won't pretend I'm not concerned. Your abilities are extraordinary and not entirely understood, and as headmaster, the safety of every student is my responsibility. But I hear what you're saying. You want to be treated as an ally, not a ward. That's exactly what I want. Then perhaps we can begin with an exchange of trust. I will tell you something I have told no one else, and in return, you will answer one question for me. Honestly. Harry considered. What's the question? I'll ask it after. My offering first. Dumbledore reached into his dressing gown and produced something that made Harry's breath catch. A cloak. Shimmering, iridescent fabric that seemed to be woven from liquid moonlight. It flowed over Dumbledore's hands like water, and Harry's shadow senses screamed at him. This was a powerful artifact, old beyond reckoning, humming with a magic that was neither light nor dark but something else entirely. Something primal. This belonged to your father, Dumbledore said. James Potter. An invisibility cloak of unusual quality, one might say unique quality. He lent it to me before his death, and I have kept it safe. It's time it was returned to its rightful owner. Harry took the cloak. The fabric was impossibly light, and the moment it touched his skin, something resonated, a deep harmonic that ran through his magical core and connected to something he'd never felt before. Not shadow magic. Not wizard magic. Something older than both. Thank you, Harry said, and meant it genuinely. Now. My question. Dumbledore's blue eyes were intent. The shadow in your scar, the fragment of Voldemort's soul. You know it's there. Yes. Can you remove it? Harry met the old wizard's gaze. Not yet. But I will. When I'm ready. Dumbledore searched his face for a long, penetrating moment. Then he nodded. I believe you. Good night, Harry. Good night, Professor. Harry walked back to Gryffindor Tower with the invisibility cloak folded under his arm and the Horcrux diadem in his jacket and a head full of thoughts that were getting more complex by the day. "The old man is dangerous," Burrow observed. "He's not dangerous to us," Harry replied. "He's dangerous to our enemies. There's a difference. The difference is trust, young master. And you said yourself, trust is earned." "I know. He's starting to earn it." Harry gave the fat lady the password and climbed through the portrait hole. "But he's got a long way to go." December brought Christmas and a gift that changed everything. Most students went home for the holidays. Ron invited Harry to the Burrow. "Mum's dying to meet you, mate. She's been mental about it since I wrote home," but Harry declined. He had work to do, and the empty castle provided opportunities that the bustling term didn't. Hermione went home to her parents. Neville went to his grandmother. Ron went reluctantly, extracting a promise that Harry would write. The castle emptied, and Hogwarts settled into a winter quiet that was almost meditative. Harry used the time. He spent mornings in the library, consuming books at a rate that would have made Hermione jealous. Magical theory, advanced transfiguration, the history of the Deathly Hallows, which connected to his new invisibility cloak in ways that made his stomach clench, the mechanics of soul magic and Horcrux creation. The restricted section was technically off-limits, but shadowwalking made locks irrelevant, and the books he found there were a revelation. He spent afternoons in the room of requirement, which he discovered could transform into a perfect training space. He summoned Storm through a shadow gate, the griffin barely fit through the door, and practiced aerial combat in a room that expanded to accommodate them. He drilled sword forms, shadow manipulation, and the integration of his wand magic with his shadow abilities. The Holly and Phoenix Feather Wand was extraordinary. Harry had been using it for months now, and the synergy between the wand's magic and his shadow powers was growing stronger by the day. Wizard spells that should have been difficult for a first year came easily, not because the spells were simple, but because Harry's magical core was a hybrid, drawing from both wizard and shadow energy simultaneously. The wand amplified both. He discovered this most dramatically when he tried the Patronus charm. He'd read about it in an advanced defense text, a spell that conjured a guardian of pure positive energy, powered by the caster's happiest memory. It was Newt-level magic, considered impossible for most students below 6th year. Harry tried it on a December afternoon in the room of requirement, mostly out of curiosity. He raised his wand, focused on the happiest memory he had, Jin-Woo teaching him to fly on Storm's back, the wind in his face, his father's rare laughter, and said, "Expecto Patronum." What came out of his wand was not normal. A Patronus was supposed to be silver-white, luminous, a creature made of pure light. Harry's was silver-white on the outside, but its core was threaded with dark energy, shadow magic, woven into the light like veins through marble. The shape it took was unmistakable, a massive stag, antlers branching like lightning, its body simultaneously radiant and shadowed, a creature that existed in both realms at once. The stag Patronus looked at Harry with eyes that were ancient and knowing, and Harry felt a jolt of connection, not to his shadow powers, but to his parents. To James Potter, whose Patronus had been a stag. To Lily, whose love powered the protective magic in his scar. The stag bowed its head, touched its nose to Harry's outstretched hand, and dissolved into silver and shadow. Harry stood alone in the room of requirement and breathed through the ache in his chest. His parents were dead. He'd accepted that years ago. But their magic was still with him, in his wand, in his scar, in the Patronus that carried his father's form and his mother's warmth. He could bring them back. The thought surfaced unbidden and absolute. He could do it. He had the power. Shadow extraction worked on any magical being that died with sufficient magical residue and unresolved will, and James and Lily Potter had died with the most unresolved will in magical history. They'd died protecting their son, died mid-sentence, died in the middle of a war they hadn't finished. If anyone qualified for resurrection, they did. Harry sat down on the stone floor and pressed his palms against his eyes. He could do it. Go to Godric's Hollow, find whatever remained of their magical signatures, the house, their graves, the residual energy of that night, and pull them back. They'd be shadows, not alive, not the same. But they'd be present. They'd remember. They'd know him. "You're thinking about it," Jin-Woo said through the link. He'd been listening. He always listened, when the emotions ran deep enough to bleed through. "Yes. You could do it. Probably. I know. But you're not going to. Not yet." Harry exhaled slowly. "How did you know?" "Because you're my son. And I taught you that the power to do something is not the same as the right to do it. What if I never have the right? Then you don't. And you live with that, and you honor them by being the person they died to protect." Harry sat with that for a long time. The room of requirement was silent around him, and the ghosts of his parents hovered at the edges of his consciousness, not literally, not magically, but emotionally. The memory of them, the love they'd left behind, the question of what they'd want him to do with the power he'd been given. He wasn't ready. He knew that. Shadow extraction of this magnitude, human souls, wizard souls, people with complex identities and lives and relationships, required a level of control and understanding he hadn't achieved yet. And there were questions he couldn't answer. Would they be themselves? Really, truly themselves? Or shadows wearing their faces, performing their personalities, a simulacrum of the people they'd been? He needed to know before he tried. He owed them that. "I'm okay, Dad," he sent. "I know you are. I'm proud of you, Harry." "For what?" "Not doing anything. For knowing when not to act. That's harder than acting. It always has been." Harry stood, wiped his eyes, and went back to training. The shadows gathered around him like a loyal army, his army, small but growing, waiting for the day he'd call them to war. Christmas morning was quiet and unexpected. Harry woke to a pile of presents at the foot of his bed, which was a first. Jin-Woo's gift was waiting in the shadow realm. He'd feel it through the link later, but the physical presents were from the wizarding world. A hand-knitted sweater from Mrs. Weasley, emerald green, with a golden H, and a note that said, "Ron tells us so much about you, dear, Happy Christmas." A box of chocolate frogs from Ron. A book on advanced defensive magic from Hermione, with passages already highlighted and annotated in her precise handwriting. A small potted plant from Neville, a rare magical herb called moly, which glowed faintly silver and was said to protect against enchantment. Harry held Mrs. Weasley's sweater and felt something warm and unexpected bloom in his chest. A woman he'd never met had knitted him a sweater. Because her son had told her about him. Because that was what mothers did. He put the sweater on. It was slightly too big and incredibly comfortable, and he wore it all day. Jin-Woo's gift arrived through the shadow link at noon, a new sword. Not the training blade Harry had been using, this was the real thing. Shadow-forged steel, light as air, sharp enough to cut magical barriers, with a hilt wrapped in shadow thread that bonded to its wielder's hand. Harry drew it in the empty dormitory and felt it sing. "Happy Christmas, kid," Jin-Woo sent. "It's beautiful. Thank you. It's not a toy. It's a weapon made for someone who's going to need one." "I know." "Good. Now go eat too much food and act like a normal child for one day." "That's an order." Harry laughed, sheathed the sword, concealed it with the usual charm, and went downstairs for Christmas dinner. The great hall was decorated with 12 enormous Christmas trees, garlands of holly and mistletoe, and enchanted snow that fell from the ceiling and vanished before it hit the tables. Only a handful of students had stayed: Harry, the Weasley twins, who had opted to keep Harry company, which he suspected was also an excuse to prank an emptier castle, and a few others from various houses. Dumbledore was there, wearing a paper crown from a wizard cracker and looking genuinely happy. He caught Harry's eye across the hall and raised his goblet in a small, private toast. Harry raised his in return. The truce between them was fragile and tentative, but it was holding. After dinner, Harry returned to the dormitory to find an additional gift he'd missed, small, wrapped in plain paper, with no card. He opened it and found the invisibility cloak. No, he already had the invisibility cloak. This was something else. This was a mirror. Small, handheld, with a silver frame engraved with runes that Harry recognized from his studies of soul magic. He looked into the mirror and saw his own face. Nothing unusual. Then the runes glowed, and the reflection shifted, and Harry was looking at Lily Potter. She was exactly as he'd imagined, red hair, green eyes, his mother's eyes, a face that was both young and ageless. She smiled at him from the mirror, and the soul fragment in his scar hummed with warmth, and Harry felt his mother's protective magic flare with recognition. She couldn't speak. The mirror wasn't that powerful, it was a resonance artifact, connecting to the strongest magical imprint in Harry's life, which was Lily's sacrificial love. But her expression said everything. Pride. Love. The fierce, undying devotion of a mother who had given everything for her child and would do it again without hesitation. Harry looked at his mother's face in the mirror and whispered, "I'll make it right, Mom. I promise." The image faded. The mirror went dark. Harry sat on his bed holding it, and the silence was heavy with things unsaid and undone. There was no card, but Harry knew who'd sent it. Only one person in the castle would have an artifact keyed to Lily Potter's magical signature. Only one person would want Harry to see his mother's face on Christmas morning. Snape. The gift was from Snape. Harry tucked the mirror into his trunk, beside the diadem Horcrux and the invisibility cloak and the new sword, and lay on his bed watching the enchanted snow drift past the window. "Baru," he said quietly. "Yes, young master. When I'm strong enough, when I know enough, I'm going to bring them all back. Every witch and wizard who died fighting Voldemort. Every person who gave their life in that war and never got to see it end. I'm going to give them the choice to come back, and I'm going to build an army that makes even my fathers look modest." Baru was quiet for a long moment. Then, with a solemnity that the Ant King rarely displayed, "I believe you, young master. And when that day comes, I will stand beside you. As I have always stood." "Thank you, Baru. Can I eat someone then?" "We'll see. This is progress." January brought the return of students and the resumption of routine, but underneath the routine, the tension was building. Harry could feel Quirrell becoming more desperate. The man's magical signature was deteriorating, the parasite inside him was consuming its host faster now, driven by urgency. Whatever timeline Voldemort was operating on, it was accelerating. The stone was still behind the mirror, the obstacle course was still intact, and Dumbledore was still watching with the patient attention of a spider in the center of a web. But Quirrell was dying, and Voldemort would not let himself die with his host. He'd make his move soon. Harry was certain of it. In the meantime, Harry's relationships deepened. Ron became the kind of friend who could read Harry's moods without being told. He'd show up with chess and chocolate when Harry was brooding, drag him to Quidditch practice when he was overworking, and fill comfortable silences with cheerful rambling about anything and nothing. Ron had no hidden depths, he was exactly what he appeared to be, and in a world of secrets and schemes, that transparency was more valuable than Ron would ever know. Hermione became Harry's intellectual sparring partner. They'd sit in the library for hours, debating magical theory, testing each other's knowledge, pushing each other toward new ideas. Hermione was brilliant in a way that was different from Harry, she was systematic where he was intuitive, thorough where he was efficient, and she asked questions that made him reconsider assumptions he'd held for years. "Your shadow magic," she said one evening, surrounded by towers of books. "It operates on principles that don't align with any established magical theory. I've read everything in this library about necromancy, and what you describe isn't necromancy. Necromancy reanimates bodies. You're talking about resurrecting consciousness." "It's not resurrection either," Harry said. "Not in the traditional sense. The shadow soldiers aren't alive. They're present. Aware. They have their memories and personalities, but they exist in a different state. A third state. Between life and death. More like beside both. Adjacent. Hermione's eyes lit up with the manic glow of someone who'd found a problem worth solving. We need to document this properly. If your ability works the way you're describing, it represents an entirely new branch of magical theory. The implications for our understanding of consciousness, of what happens after death, Hermione, are staggering. We could write a paper. Multiple papers. This could change everything we think we know about Hermione. She stopped. What? I need you to not publish anything about this. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Her face fell. Why? Because if the Ministry finds out what I can do, they won't see a new branch of magical theory. They'll see a weapon. Or a threat. And they'll try to control it or destroy it. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then, reluctantly, you're right. I hate that you're right, but you're right. We'll document it privately. For us. And when the world is ready, if it's ever ready. If it's ever ready, Harry agreed. Then we share it. Hermione nodded and went back to her books. But she kept a private journal from that day forward, filled with meticulous notes on shadow magic theory, and Harry knew that whatever happened, the knowledge would survive. Neville's growth was quieter but no less remarkable. Harry had started training with him, not combat training, not yet, but basic magical exercises designed to strengthen Neville's core and improve his control. The boy's problem had never been lack of power. It was lack of confidence. His magic was bottlenecked by self-doubt, strangled by years of being told he wasn't enough. Harry didn't tell Neville he was good enough. That would have been words, and words could be doubted. Instead, he put Neville in situations where the boy had to prove it to himself, increasingly difficult spells, timed challenges, controlled pressure scenarios. And bit by bit, like water wearing through stone, Neville's confidence grew. The moment Harry knew it was working came during a potions class in February. Snape was in a particularly vicious mood. Neville had been his favorite target all year, and the man's cutting remarks had reduced the boy to trembling silence more than once. Longbottom, Snape said, looming over Neville's cauldron with the malicious satisfaction of a cat with a mouse. This is supposed to be a swelling solution. What you have produced appears to be a biohazard. Tell me, did you even bother to read the instructions, or did you simply throw random ingredients into the cauldron and hope for the best? Neville's hands were shaking. His cauldron was, admittedly, producing a disturbing purple foam. But Harry, watching from the next bench, could see what Snape couldn't. The foam was a minor error, caused by stirring 3 times counterclockwise instead of 4. An easy fix. Harry started to open his mouth. Then closed it. Because Neville's hands had stopped shaking. The round-faced boy looked at his cauldron, looked at his textbook, and looked at Snape. I stirred wrong, Neville said. His voice was quiet but steady. Counterclockwise, 3 times instead of 4. If I add a pinch of dried nettles to stabilize the base and stir once more, it should correct. Snape stared at him. The classroom held its breath. Neville reached for the dried nettles, added a careful pinch, and stirred his cauldron once counterclockwise. The purple foam subsided. The solution turned the correct shade of aquamarine. That's better, Neville said, almost to himself. Snape looked at the corrected potion, then at Neville, then, briefly, so briefly that no one else caught it, at Harry. The potion's master's expression was unreadable, but something in his dark eyes shifted, like tectonic plates moving deep underground. He turned away without comment and moved to the next bench. For Snape, that was practically a standing ovation. After class, Neville walked beside Harry in the corridor with a new set to his shoulders. He didn't take any points. He didn't. That's a first. You earned it. Neville was quiet for a moment. Then, You know, my gran keeps telling me I should be more like my parents. Brave. Confident. Like them. That's garbage advice. Neville looked startled. What? You shouldn't be like your parents. You should be like you. Your parents had their own path. You have yours. And from where I'm standing, your path is going just fine. Neville blinked rapidly and looked away. Thanks, Harry. Don't thank me. Thank yourself. You fixed that potion. Not me. They walked on. And in the shadows beneath Harry's feet, Baruch, who had never in his existence cared about human emotional development, felt something that he would later describe to Igris as a most confusing sensation of warmth in the thorax region. Igris, who had been watching Harry raise his friends up for months, simply nodded. Spring came, and with it, the end game. Harry felt it before he saw the signs. The dark magic in Quirrell's aura had reached a critical intensity. The man was gaunt now, gray-skinned, barely able to maintain the stuttering facade. He'd stopped teaching actual content in defense against the dark arts. The classes had devolved into rambling lectures delivered by a man who was visibly falling apart. The other teachers noticed. Snape watched Quirrell with barely concealed suspicion. McGonagall had raised concerns with Dumbledore. Even Hagrid, who liked everyone, mentioned that Quirrell didn't look right. Dumbledore watched. Waited. Trusted his trap. Harry watched too. But he wasn't waiting for the trap to spring. He was waiting for the right moment to act. It came on a Thursday evening in late May, when Dumbledore left the castle. Harry felt the headmaster's departure through his shadow senses, the massive magical signature moving away from Hogwarts, heading south, responding to an urgent summons from the ministry. The wards dimmed slightly without Dumbledore's active presence to reinforce them. The castle felt emptier, more vulnerable. And Quirrell moved. Harry was in the common room when he felt it, the dark presence in Quirrell surging with sudden, frantic purpose, moving through the castle toward the third floor. Moving fast. No more pretense, no more subtlety. Tonight was the night. Harry stood up. Ron, Hermione, and Neville looked at him with expressions that ranged from questioning to already knowing. He's going for the stone, Harry said. Ron paled. Hermione closed her book. Neville set down his herbology essay. Now? Ron asked. Now. Dumbledore's gone. It's the opportunity Quirrell's been waiting for. Then we go, Hermione said, standing up. No. Harry held up a hand. Not this time. Harry, listen to me. What's down there isn't a troll. It's Voldemort. A fragment of the darkest wizard in history, desperate and cornered and willing to kill anyone in his way. I can handle him. You can't. Not yet. That's not fair, Ron said hotly. It's not about fair. It's about alive. Harry looked at each of them in turn, Ron, stubborn and loyal, Hermione, fierce and brilliant, Neville, quiet and brave. I need you to do something more important. Go to McGonagall. Tell her what's happening. Tell her Quirrell is possessed and he's going after the stone. If I'm not back in an hour, she needs to contact Dumbledore. And if she doesn't believe us? Hermione asked. She will. Tell her I said the words, Shadowgate. She won't know what it means, but Dumbledore will. The three of them looked at him with expressions that Harry would carry for the rest of his life, fear and trust and the aching reluctance of people who loved someone walking into danger. Come back, Ron said. I always come back. Promise. I promise. Harry left the common room and moved through the castle like a shadow himself, fast, silent, purposeful. He reached the third-floor corridor in minutes and found the door already open. Quirrell had gone through. The protections were being dismantled one by one, and Harry could feel the dark magic blazing through the obstacle course like a fire through dry brush. He went in. The three-headed dog was asleep, a harp playing by itself in the corner, enchanted by Quirrell. Harry dropped through the trapdoor without pausing, shadow-walking through the devil's snare before it could react. The room of flying keys was already solved, one key was missing, the lock broken. The chess set was in ruins, pieces shattered across the board. The troll was unconscious. The logic puzzle had been bypassed entirely, Quirrell had blasted through the fire barrier with brute force. Harry moved through each room without stopping, cataloging the damage, tracking Quirrell's magical trail. The man was powerful, he'd give him that. Or rather, the thing inside him was powerful. Quirrell's own magic was almost gone, burned through, consumed, but Voldemort's fragmentary power was more than enough to overcome obstacles designed to slow conventional wizards. The final chamber. Harry stepped through a wall of black fire, his shadow magic absorbed it without effort, and found himself in a circular room, lit by torches, with the mirror of Erist standing in its center. And before the mirror, his back to Harry, stood Quirrell. The turban was gone. Quirrell stood with his hands pressed against the mirror's surface, his bald, scarred head exposed. And on the back of that head, where a normal skull would show nothing but skin and bone, a face protruded. Pale as chalk, with red eyes that burned like coals, flat nostrils like a snake's, and a lipless mouth that curved into a smile of absolute, predatory malice. Voldemort. I see myself holding the stone, Quirrell was muttering, his own voice thin and desperate. I'm presenting it to my master. But I can't reach it, the mirror won't give it to me, use the boy, said the face on the back of his head. The voice was high, cold, and strangely intimate, a whisper that carried like a shout. The boy has come. I can feel him. Quirrell spun around. His eyes widened when he saw Harry standing at the edge of the room, calm and still, hands at his sides. Potter, Quirrell breathed. No stutter. The pretense was gone. Professor, Harry said. Or should I address your passenger? The face on the back of Quirrell's head laughed. It was a horrible sound, thin, scraping, like metal on glass. Turn around, Voldemort commanded. Let me see him. Quirrell turned, slowly, until Harry was facing Voldemort directly. Red eyes met green across the torchlit chamber, and Harry felt his scar flare with pain for the first time since childhood, a sharp, burning pulse that matched the dark presence's frequency. He breathed through it. It was pain. He'd felt pain before. Igris had trained pain out of him as a relevant variable years ago. Harry Potter, Voldemort said. The boy who lived. I've been waiting to meet you. I know. You've been waiting all year. You should have moved faster. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. You knew. Since September. The turban was a nice touch, but the dark magic leaking through it wasn't exactly subtle. And yet you did nothing. You let me plan, let me prepare, let me make my move. Why? Because I wanted to see you. The thing that killed my parents, I wanted to look it in the face. The chamber was very quiet. Voldemort studied Harry with an intensity that was almost physical, those red eyes probing, measuring, searching. You are not what I expected, Voldemort said slowly. When I killed your mother and turned my wand on you, I expected an infant. Helpless. Fragile. What I see before me is something else entirely. You carry a darkness in you, Harry Potter. I can feel it. It calls to me. That's your Horcrux, Harry said. The piece of your soul that lodged in my scar when the curse rebounded. It's been there my whole life. Voldemort went very still. In Quirrell's body, the man took a sharp breath. You know about the Horcruxes, Voldemort whispered. I know about all of them. The silence that followed was absolute. Harry watched Voldemort process this, watched the red eyes flicker with something that, in a being capable of normal emotion, would have been terror. You're lying, Voldemort said. The diary. The ring. The locket. The cup. The diadem. Harry ticked them off on his fingers. The fragment in me. The fragment in you. And the snake, when you make one. 7 pieces, plus the main soul. You ripped yourself apart 7 times because you were afraid to die. Voldemort's face twisted. The torches in the chamber guttered. How do you know this? Who told you? Nobody told me. I can feel them. Every piece of your soul, I can sense it, the way a spider feels vibrations on its web. You're broken, Voldemort. Shattered. And every fragment is screaming. You dare, I dare, Harry said, and his voice dropped into a register that resonated with shadow magic, deep, absolute, final. You killed my mother. You killed my father. You tried to kill me, and you failed, and you've spent 10 years hiding in the bodies of better men because you're too afraid to face death on your own terms. You split your soul into pieces and scattered them across the country like a child hiding toys, and you call that immortality. It's not immortality. It's cowardice. Voldemort screamed. The sound was inhuman, raw rage and terror and the wounded pride of a being who had once been the most feared wizard alive and was now a parasite on the back of a dying man's head. Kill him. Voldemort shrieked. Kill him now. Quirrell lunged. His hands reached for Harry's throat, and the moment his skin made contact, he screamed. Lily Potter's love burned. The protective magic in Harry's blood activated on contact, a searing, golden-white fire that erupted from Harry's skin wherever Quirrell touched him. The man's hands blistered, blackened, the flesh disintegrating. Quirrell reeled back, holding his ruined hands before his face, screaming in agony. What is this? Voldemort hissed. What magic, my mother's, Harry said. She loved me. You can't touch me. You never could. Quirrell charged again, mad with pain and desperation, his body already failing. Harry didn't dodge. He didn't need to. He stepped forward, grabbed Quirrell's face with both hands, and the burning intensified, golden fire and shadow magic together, light and dark, love and death, consuming Quirrell from the outside in. The man's body crumbled. There was no other word for it. The flesh dissolved under Harry's hands, turning to ash and dust, the magical structure collapsing as Lily's protection and Harry's shadow magic tore through it like two forces of nature converging on the same point. Quirrell fell. What hit the ground was barely recognizable as human, a husk, an empty shell, the vessel discarded. And from the husk, something rose. Voldemort's fragment, a wraith, a shade, a screaming face of dark smoke, tore itself free from Quirrell's remains and hung in the air. It was desperate, formless, a fragment of soul with no body to anchor it. The red eyes blazed with impotent fury. This is not over, Potter, the wraith hissed. I have other anchors. Other vessels. I will return, and when I do, I know you'll return, Harry said. I'm counting on it. The wraith screamed and flew, straight through Harry, a freezing blast of dark magic that set his scar on fire and his shadow magic surging in response. Harry staggered, gritting his teeth against the pain, and felt the fragment in his scar pulse in sympathy with the departing wraith. Then the wraith was gone. Through the ceiling, through the castle, out into the night. Running. Harry stood in the chamber, breathing hard, his hands still tinged with golden light. At his feet, Quirrell's body lay still and empty. Dead. Harry looked at the body. The pull came immediately, the shadow extraction instinct, reaching for the dead man's magical residue, offering to raise him, restore him, make him a soldier. Quirrell had been weak-willed and cowardly, but he'd been a wizard. His knowledge, his skills, his understanding of Voldemort, all of it was still there, lingering in the corpse like heat in a stone. Harry knelt beside the body. He placed his hand on Quirrell's chest and felt for the magical echo. It was there. Fading fast, Voldemort's parasitic presence had consumed most of Quirrell's original self, but there was enough. A core of the man Quirrell had been before fear and ambition had led him to Albania, before he'd found Voldemort in the forests and offered his body as a vessel. A younger man, bookish, curious, talented. You made bad choices, Harry said quietly. But you didn't deserve this. He closed his eyes and reached. The shadow extraction was gentler than anything he'd done before. Not a seizure, not a command, an invitation, extended to whatever remained of Quirinus Quirrell's true self, beneath the layers of corruption and parasitic damage. Come back. If you want to. The choice is yours. The body convulsed. Shadow poured in, dark energy, cool and vast, filling the spaces where life had been. The flesh didn't change, Quirrell's body remained still and dead on the floor. But from it, rising like smoke, a shadow took shape. Not the turban-wearing wreck of the past year. The shadow that stood before Harry was young, late 20s, clear-eyed, wearing the simple robes of a Hogwarts professor without the ridiculous garlic-scented affectation. He looked at Harry with an expression of bewildered gratitude. You. The shadow whispered. You brought me back. I gave you a choice. You chose to come back. Shadow Quirrell looked at his own hands, translucent, dark, solid but not solid. He flexed his fingers experimentally. I'm dead. Your body is. Your mind, your memories, your magic, they're preserved. You exist in a different state now. A shadow. Quirrell looked at Harry with eyes that held the strange, luminous calm of someone who had passed through death and come out the other side. I can feel you. Your magic, it sustains me. I'm bound to you. Yes. But not enslaved. You're yourself. Your thoughts are your own, your will is your own. The binding gives you existence, without it, you dissipate. Quirrell was quiet for a moment. Then, he used me. Voldemort. He promised me power, knowledge, greatness. And then he hollowed me out and wore me like a suit. I know. I let him. That's the worst part. I was afraid, and I let him in, and he ate me alive. The shadow's face twisted with old shame. I deserved what happened to me. Maybe. But you don't deserve to be forgotten. You know things about Voldemort, how he operates, how he thinks, what he wants. That knowledge has value. You want me to help you fight him. I want you to choose to help me fight him. There's a difference. Shadow Quirrell looked at Harry, really looked, with the keen perception of a man who had been inside Voldemort's mind and knew what evil looked like. Whatever he saw in Harry's face wasn't evil. All right, Quirrell said. I'll help. It's the least I can do. Welcome to the team, Harry said. He dissolved the shadow into his own, Quirrell's form merging with the darkness at Harry's feet, joining the small but growing collection of shadow soldiers that Harry carried with him. Storm the Griffin. Shade the Shadowling. And now Quirrell, the fallen professor, carrying the secrets of Voldemort's mind. Harry stood and turned to the mirror of Erist. The philosopher's stone was still inside, he could feel it, pulsing with creation magic, capable of producing the elixir of life. He looked into the mirror. He didn't see himself holding the stone. He didn't see immortality or gold or power. He saw his family. All of them. Jin-Woo and Ygritte and Baru and Tank. Ron and Hermione and Neville. And behind them, faint but present, James and Lily Potter, smiling. Something clicked in Harry's pocket. He reached in and pulled out the philosopher's stone. It had appeared there, transferred by the mirror's enchantment, because Harry hadn't wanted to use it. He just wanted his family. The mirror had recognized the purity of that desire and given him the stone as a reward. Harry looked at the stone, small, red, warm to the touch, and thought about what it could do. Immortality. The one thing Voldemort wanted most in the world. He put it back in his pocket. Dumbledore could decide what to do with it. Harry had bigger concerns. He walked out of the chamber, through the black fire, through the wreckage of the obstacle course, past the sleeping three-headed dog, and back into the third-floor corridor. Dumbledore was waiting for him. The headmaster stood at the end of the corridor, flanked by McGonagall and Snape. Behind them, hovering anxiously, were Ron, Hermione, and Neville. All three looked like they'd been running. "Harry," Dumbledore said. His blue eyes swept over Harry, the ash on his hands, the golden residue of Lily's magic, the shadow energy rolling off him like heat haze. "Are you hurt?" "No." Harry reached into his pocket and held out the stone. "Quirrell is dead. Voldemort fled. The wraith went north, I can still feel it at the edge of my range." Dumbledore took the stone. His hands were steady, but his eyes were very bright. "You went alone." "I sent them to get McGonagall." Harry nodded at his friends. "They did exactly what I asked." "We did more than that," Hermione said fiercely. "We told McGonagall, and she fire-called Dumbledore, and they came back immediately." "It was Neville's idea to fire-call," Ron added. "We were going to send an owl, but Neville said that was too slow." Neville ducked his head, but he was smiling. Dumbledore looked at the four of them, these children, these extraordinary children, and something in his ancient face softened. "You should all be in bed." "With respect, Professor," Harry said, "so should you." A beat. Then Dumbledore laughed. It was a genuine laugh, surprised and warm, and it broke the tension like a cracked dam. "Hospital wing," McGonagall said firmly. "All of you. Now." They went. Madame Pomfrey fussed over Harry, found nothing wrong, and fussed some more out of general principle. Ron, Hermione, and Neville sat on adjacent beds and refused to leave until Harry was cleared. Snape appeared in the hospital wing an hour later, after the others had finally been shepherded back to Gryffindor Tower. He stood at the foot of Harry's bed, dark eyes unreadable. "Quirrell is dead," Snape said. "Yes." "And the Dark Lord?" "Gone. For now. He'll be back, he still has Horcruxes anchoring him to existence." Snape flinched at the word Horcruxes. "You told Dumbledore." "I told Dumbledore everything I know. Including the number and probable locations of the remaining fragments." Snape stared at him. How can you possibly? I can feel them, Professor. The fragment in my scar connects me to the network. Every piece of Voldemort's soul is linked, and I can trace those links." The potions master sat down heavily in the chair beside Harry's bed. He looked, for the first time since Harry had met him, genuinely shaken. "You could end this," Snape whispered. "The war that never ended, the threat hanging over all of us, you could actually end it. That's the plan." Snape looked at Harry with Lily's eyes, and the man's walls, his carefully maintained fortress of bitterness and bile, crumbled, just for a moment. "Your mother would be proud of you," Snape said. "I hated your father. I will probably always hate your father. But Lily would have been so proud. Thank you for the mirror, Professor." Snape's face went through a complicated series of expressions. He opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said stiffly, and left. Harry lay back in the hospital bed and stared at the ceiling. In his shadow, his soldiers rested, Storm, Shade, and now Quirrell, 3 pieces of a growing army. In his pocket, the diadem Horcrux pulsed with contained malice. In his scar, the fragment hummed. "Dad. I'm here. I faced him. Voldemort. He's exactly what you said, a broken thing, terrified of death, willing to destroy anything to avoid it. And I'm going to hunt down every piece of his soul, and I'm going to finish this. Not for the prophecy. Not because the wizarding world expects me to. Because my mum died fighting him, and she didn't get to finish, and I'm going to finish it for her." Jin-Woo was quiet for a moment. "Then, when do we start?" "This summer. You and me. We hunt the Horcruxes. I'll prepare the Shadow Scouts. Get some sleep, Harry. Dad? Yeah. Thank you. For everything. You grabbed my finger, kid. Everything since then has just been follow-through. Harry smiled and closed his eyes. The hospital wing was dark and quiet, and outside the windows, the first light of dawn was touching the towers of Hogwarts, painting them gold. Somewhere in the castle, Dumbledore was studying the philosopher's stone and reconsidering every assumption he'd ever made about the boy who lived. Somewhere in the dungeons, Snape was sitting alone in the dark, feeling the first fragile stirring of hope he'd felt in a decade. And somewhere to the north, a wraith that had once been the most feared wizard in the world was fleeing through the darkness, formless and desperate, and for the first time since the night in Godric's Hollow, Tom Riddle understood what it felt like to be hunted. The Shadow Prince was coming for him. And the shadows never forgot. Chapter 4, The Dead Remember Summer hit like a door slamming open. Harry stepped off the Hogwarts Express at King's Cross on the last day of June and felt the shift immediately, the compressed, bustling energy of platform 9 3/4, families reuniting, trunks scraping, owls screeching. He stood in the middle of the crowd and let it wash around him, watching Ron get swallowed by a tidal wave of red-haired Weasleys. Mrs. Weasley, short, fierce, radiating maternal energy like a small sun, spotted Harry through the crowd and waved with both hands. Harry, dear. You'll come visit this summer, won't you? Ron's told us everything, well, probably not everything, knowing Ron, but enough, I'd like that, Mrs. Weasley. Thank you. She beamed. Arthur Weasley, tall, thin, balding, with an expression of permanent cheerful bewilderment, shook Harry's hand and asked him 3 questions about electrical plugs, before Molly dragged him away. Hermione found Harry next, her parents hovering behind her. They were exactly what Harry had expected, neat, professional, slightly overwhelmed by the magical platform materializing in the middle of a London train station. Hermione's mother had the same sharp eyes as her daughter. Her father had the same bushy hair. Write to me, Hermione said. About everything. Especially, she dropped her voice. The project. I will. And read the books I gave you. There are notes in the margins. There are always notes in the margins. She hugged him, quick, tight, fierce, and disappeared with her parents through the barrier. Neville was last. His grandmother, the vulture hat woman Burrow had spotted in Diagon Alley a lifetime ago, stood ramrod straight beside him, exuding the kind of stern authority that came from decades of practice. Gran, this is Harry, Neville said, and there was a quiet pride in his voice that hadn't been there in September. Harry Potter. Augusta Longbottom looked at Harry the way a general inspects a new recruit. Her eyes missed nothing, the posture, the calm, the shadow thread jacket that looked ordinary but wasn't. Mr. Potter, she said. Neville tells me you've been a good influence. Neville's been his own good influence, ma'am. I just pointed him in the right direction. Augusta's eyebrows rose. She looked at her grandson with an expression that shifted, surprise, reassessment, and something that might have been the beginning of respect. Indeed. Well. You're welcome at Longbottom Manor anytime, Mr. Potter. They left, and Harry was alone on the platform. The crowd thinned. The train hissed steam. Platform 9 3/4 settled into a quiet that felt like the pause between acts. Harry walked through the barrier into the mundane world, crossed the station concourse, turned into a service corridor that no one was using, and stepped into his own shadow. The shadow realm engulfed him like a homecoming. Jin-Woo was waiting. Not in the training room, not in the command center, in the kitchen of their home, wearing an apron, flipping something on a stove that smelled extraordinary. Ygritte stood behind him, watching the cooking process with the intense concentration of a knight studying battlefield tactics. Baru was at the table, mandibles clicking with anticipation, a bib somehow tied around his massive neck. How was school? Jin-Woo said without turning around. I fought Voldemort, made 4 friends, joined a sports team, and extracted a shadow soldier from a dead professor. So, productive. I thought so. Jin-Woo turned and looked at his son. Harry looked back, and felt it, the way he always felt it when he'd been away too long, the enormous, anchoring weight of his father's presence, the shadow realm bending around Jin-Woo like space around a star. The most powerful being Harry had ever encountered, making pancakes. Sit down, Jin-Woo said. Eat. Then we plan. Harry sat. The pancakes were excellent. Mrs. Cho's successor, Yuna, had taught Jin-Woo to cook 3 years ago, and the Shadow Monarch had applied the same relentless precision to culinary arts that he applied to everything else. The result was food that was technically perfect and slightly terrifying, like being fed by an extremely competent robot. Baru ate 40 pancakes and asked for more. Ygritte stood silently behind Harry's chair, one gauntlet hand resting on the back of it, the way he'd done since Harry was a baby. Tank sat in the corner, too large for the table, and ate from a bowl the size of a bathtub. Home. This was home. After breakfast, they gathered in the war room. The war room was Jin-Woo's addition to the shadow domain, a circular chamber with a stone table at its center, lit by floating shadow orbs that cast everything in a cool purple glow. Maps covered the walls. Intelligence reports were stacked in neat piles. A 3-dimensional model of magical Britain floated above the table, dotted with glowing markers that represented known Horcrux locations, ally positions, and threat assessments. Harry had never seen it this detailed. Jin-Woo had been busy. While you were at school, Jin-Woo said, pulling up the map, I sent shadow scouts across Britain and into continental Europe. Standard reconnaissance, locate, identify, assess. They found things. He touched the map, and several markers pulsed. Horcrux network. You identified 5 of 7, the diary, the ring, the locket, the diadem, and the piece in your scar. Your intelligence from Quirrell's shadow gave us the remaining 2, the Hufflepuff cup and the snake. The snake doesn't exist yet, Voldemort will create it when he gets a new body, using a familiar as the vessel. So we're dealing with 6 fragments currently in play. Harry leaned forward. The map showed the markers' locations, the diary at Malfoy Manor, the ring at a shack in Little Hangleton, the locket at a location marked with a question mark, the diadem in Harry's possession, the cup at Gringotts Wizarding Bank, and his scar. The diary's the most accessible, Harry said. Lucius Malfoy has it. He doesn't know what it really is, Voldemort gave it to him for safekeeping, but Malfoy thinks it's just a dark artifact. The ring is at the Gaunt family shack. No guardians, but it's cursed, a lethal curse tied to the ring itself that triggers on contact. Nasty piece of work. My scouts couldn't even get close without taking damage. The locket? That's the complicated one. Jin-Woo expanded the map over the Atlantic. It was originally hidden in a sea cave on the coast of England. But it's not there anymore. Someone got there first. Harry frowned. Who? A man named Regulus Black. Sirius Black's brother. The Death Eater who defected. The Death Eater who defected, stole the locket, and died in the process. He replaced the real locket with a fake, along with a note. My scouts found the fake and the note. The real locket was taken to the Black family home in London, 12, Grimmauld Place, but from there, the trail goes cold. Harry processed this. Sirius Black's family home. And Sirius is in Azkaban. Has been for 10 years. For a crime he didn't commit, if our intelligence is correct. It is correct. Quirrell's shadow confirmed it, Pettigrew was the traitor, not Sirius. Pettigrew faked his death, framed Sirius, and escaped in the form of a rat. Jin-Woo raised an eyebrow. A rat. He's an animagus. An unregistered one. He can transform into a common rat. Harry paused, something clicking in his mind. Ron's family has a pet rat. An old one. Missing a toe. Father and son looked at each other. The implication hung in the air like smoke. Pettigrew cut off his own finger to fake his death, Jin-Woo said slowly. And then lived as a rat. For 10 years. In a wizarding family. In the family of people loyal to Dumbledore. Close enough to hear things. Close enough to act if Voldemort ever returned. Harry's jaw tightened. He's been hiding in plain sight. Sleeping in Ron's bed. The Shadow Realm seemed to darken. Around the war room, the shadow soldiers stirred. They couldn't understand the words, but they could feel Harry's anger, and they responded to it the way iron responds to a magnet. We deal with Pettigrew, Harry said. But not yet. He's useful where he is, he doesn't know we know, and if we grab him too early, we lose the element of surprise. First, we hunt the Horcruxes. Jin-Woo nodded. Agreed. Priority order. Ring first. It's the most isolated, the least likely to trigger alarms. Then the locket, we need to find where it ended up after Regulus took it. Then the cup at Gringotts, which is going to be the hardest extraction. The diary we save for last, because taking it from Malfoy Manor has political implications I want to manage carefully. And the fragment in your scar? Harry touched his forehead. The scar was cool under his fingers, the fragment dormant, contained, held in check by Lily's love and Harry's own growing power. Last of all. When every other anchor is destroyed, we deal with this one. Can you survive the extraction? I think so. My magic has been adapting to the fragment since infancy, it's woven into my core, but it's not essential. Removing it will hurt, but it won't kill me. Probably. Probably. 90% sure. Harry. Okay, 80%. But that's what training is for. By the time we get to the scar, I'll be ready. Jin-Woo studied his son across the war table. Harry met his gaze steadily. 11 years old, and he was planning the systematic dismantling of a dark wizard's immortality network with the calm precision of a field commander. Jin-Woo felt the familiar paradox of raising a prodigy, pride tangled with the ache of stolen childhood. We start tomorrow, Jin-Woo said. Tonight, you rest. I'm not tired. Rest anyway. You've had a long year, and the summer's going to be longer. Harry wanted to argue, but Ygrissa's hand tightened on the back of his chair, a gentle, unmistakable pressure that said the knight agreed with the monarch, and Harry sighed. Fine. But I want a full tactical briefing at dawn. You'll get one. Now go to bed. Harry went. Behind him, in the war room, Jin-Woo looked at the map of Britain with its scattered markers of dark magic and broken soul, and the Shadow Monarch's expression was the kind that had preceded the destruction of entire armies. Ygriss. The knight materialized at his side. Prepare the elite squad. We're going hunting. Ygriss drew his sword and knelt. The gaunt shack stood at the end of a dirt path in Little Hangleton, hidden from the village by a dense copse of diseased-looking trees. It was barely standing, a stone hovel with a rotting roof, boarded windows, and a door that hung from rusted hinges. The garden was a wasteland of dead weeds and broken bottles. The air around it tasted of decay and old blood and something worse, the bitter tang of soul magic, concentrated and malicious. Harry and Jin-Woo stood at the edge of the trees and studied the building. The curse is layered, Jin-Woo said, his shadow senses reading the magical architecture of the shack the way a doctor reads an X-ray. 3 tiers. The outer layer is a compulsion ward, anyone who approaches feels the urge to turn around and leave. The second layer is a detection grid that alerts, no one, currently. It was keyed to Voldemort's main soul, but that's in wraith form and can't receive alerts. The third layer is the killing curse on the ring itself. Touch it, and you die. Slowly. How slowly? Days. Maybe weeks. The curse spreads from the point of contact, a progressive necrosis that eats through magical tissue. Even Dumbledore would struggle to survive it. But you can remove the ring without touching it. I can't. Jin-Woo looked at Harry. My shadow extraction would destroy the Horcrux but also detonate the curse. The resulting magical discharge would level everything within a mile. But you can. How? Your shadow magic works through connection, not domination. Instead of ripping the Horcrux out, you can reach into the ring and invite the soul fragment to leave. If it comes willingly, it won't come willingly. It's Voldemort. If it comes at all, the departure will be gentle enough that the curse won't trigger. The Horcrux goes, the curse loses its anchor, and the ring becomes just a ring. Harry looked at the shack. Inside, he could feel the Horcrux pulsing, a heartbeat of dark magic, rhythmic and insistent, calling to the fragment in his scar. The connection was stronger here, with a Horcrux so close. He could feel the threads of the network, faint but tangible, stretching from this point to the other fragments scattered across Britain. I can do it, Harry said. But I want to try something else first. What? I want to talk to it. Jin-Woo's expression was carefully neutral. Talk to a Horcrux. The fragment in the ring is a piece of Voldemort's soul, a younger piece, created earlier than the others. It has memories, personality, a version of Voldemort from a specific time in his life. If I can make contact without triggering the curse, I can learn things we can't get from any other source. That's extremely dangerous. Yes. The fragment could try to possess you. It could try. It would fail. I have a piece of Voldemort in my head already, my defenses are calibrated to resist exactly this kind of intrusion. Jin-Woo was quiet for a long moment. The trees around them creaked in a wind that came from nowhere. Then he nodded. I'll be right here. If anything goes wrong, anything at all, I'm pulling you out. Understood. Harry walked toward the shack. The compulsion ward hit him at 20 feet, a wave of wrongness, of turn back, leave, forget. Harry walked through it like it wasn't there. The detection grid triggered next, pinging uselessly into the void, searching for a master who couldn't respond. Harry ignored it. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. The shack was exactly as terrible as it looked from outside, one room, dirt floor, a collapsed fireplace, the remnants of furniture that had rotted decades ago. The air was thick with dust and the stench of snake carcasses. And in the center of the room, on a broken table, sat the ring. Gold, with a black stone set in it. The Resurrection Stone, Harry realized with a jolt, he'd read about it in the Deathly Hallows literature. One of 3 legendary artifacts, and Voldemort had turned it into a Horcrux without even knowing what it was. The irony was almost painful. The ring pulsed. The curse surrounding it was visible to Harry's shadow senses, a web of killing intent, black and red, pulsing in time with the Horcrux's heartbeat. Touch the ring, and the curse would eat you alive. Harry didn't touch the ring. He sat down on the dirt floor across from it and closed his eyes. He reached out with his shadow magic, not grabbing, not commanding, just extending, the way you'd hold out your hand to a frightened animal. The Horcrux recoiled. The soul fragment inside the ring was suspicious, hostile, and very old. This was Voldemort from the 1940s, young and brilliant and already deeply broken. Who are you? The fragment's voice was different from the wraith Harry had faced at Hogwarts, younger, sharper, with a cruel intelligence that hadn't yet been dulled by decades of soul-splitting. Harry Potter. The child who survived the killing curse. The same. I want to talk. Why would I talk to you? Because you're trapped in a ring in a rotting shack, cursed to kill anything that touches you, and the master who put you here hasn't visited in decades. You're alone. You've been alone since the 1940s. I'm the first person to speak to you in 60 years. Silence. The Horcrux pulsed once, twice, considering. What do you want to know? Everything. But let's start with why. Why did you do this? The Horcruxes, the murder, the obsession with immortality. You were brilliant, Tom. The most talented student Hogwarts ever produced. You could have been anything. Why this? The fragment was quiet for so long that Harry thought it had retreated. Then, you call me Tom. That's your name. Nobody calls me that. Not anymore. I'm calling you that because you were Tom Riddle when you made this Horcrux. You were a teenager. Barely older than me. You were scared and angry and alone, and you thought that if you could just control death, if you could make yourself permanent, the fear would go away. You presumed to understand me. I understand you better than anyone alive. I have a piece of your soul in my head. I've felt your fear, your real fear, not the performance you put on for your followers. You're not afraid of death, Tom. You're afraid of being nothing. Of being the abandoned boy at the orphanage who nobody wanted, who nobody would remember. That's what drives all of this. The Horcrux's response was violent, a surge of dark energy that rattled the ring and made the curse flare. Harry held his ground. The shadow magic around him absorbed the assault, diffused it, grounded it. You know nothing, the fragment snarled. I am Lord Voldemort. You're a piece of a teenage boy stuck in a ring. And I'm offering you something no one else ever will, the truth. What truth? The truth about what you became. Your main soul, the part of you that survived, has spent the last decade as a wraith. Formless. Parasitic. Living on the backs of other people's bodies because he can't sustain his own. He attacked me as a baby and lost. He possessed a professor and I burned the man alive around him. He's weaker now than he was when you were made. The great and terrible Lord Voldemort is a ghost, Tom. A shadow of a shadow. And every time he comes back, he's less than he was before. Silence. That's the future you split yourself to achieve. Was it worth it? The fragment didn't respond. But Harry felt something shift in its energy, a tremor, deep and structural, like the first crack in a dam. Not remorse, Tom Riddle was too far gone for genuine remorse, but doubt. A flicker of the intelligence that had made him brilliant, turned inward for the first time, examining the wreckage of his own choices. What do you want from me? The fragment asked finally. Its voice was smaller now. Not defeated, Tom Riddle was never defeated, but tired. 60 years of solitary confinement in a cursed ring had worn even this fragment down. I want you to leave the ring. Willingly. Come out, and the curse dies with the Horcrux. Stay, and I'll destroy you anyway, it'll just be Messier. And what happens to me? If I leave? You dissipate. The soul energy returns to the network and redistributes. You won't exist as a separate consciousness anymore. So either way, I die. You're already dead, Tom. You died the moment you split your soul for the first time. Everything since then has just been the echo. The longest silence yet. Harry sat on the dirt floor of the gaunt shack, eyes closed, shadow magic extended, and waited. Outside, Jin-Woo watched through the walls with his own perception, ready to act. Then the ring cracked. It was a small sound, a delicate splintering, like thin ice breaking under a footstep. The black stone split down the middle, and from the crack, dark smoke poured, the soul fragment, leaving of its own volition, drawn out not by force but by the terrible, unbearable weight of the truth Harry had spoken. The smoke rose, coiled, formed briefly into the face of a young man, handsome, dark-haired, with eyes that held equal parts genius and madness, and then dissipated. Gone. The fragment of Tom Riddle that had existed since the 1940s, anchored in a ring in a ruined shack, ceased to be. The curse collapsed. The killing enchantment, deprived of its power source, unraveled like a pulled thread. The detection grid fell. The compulsion ward evaporated. In the space of 3 seconds, the gaunt shack went from one of the most dangerous locations in magical Britain to a pile of rocks with bad memories. Harry opened his eyes. The ring lay on the table, cracked but intact. The resurrection stone, the black stone with the Deathly Hallows symbol etched into its surface, sat in the broken setting, inert and harmless. He picked it up. No curse. No dark magic. Just a stone, old and strange, humming with a magic that had nothing to do with Voldemort. Harry turned it in his fingers and felt the Hallows magic resonate with the invisibility cloak hidden in his trunk at the Shadow Realm. 2 of 3. He pocketed the stone and walked out of the shack. Jin-Woo was where he'd left him, leaning against a tree, looking exactly like a man who hadn't just been prepared to tear a building apart with his bare hands. "How much did you hear?" Harry asked. "All of it." "And? You talked a Horcrux into destroying itself." Jin-Woo's voice was even, but his eyes held something that Harry had learned to recognize as profound amazement. "I've been fighting monsters for decades, Harry. I've never seen anyone do what you just did. I didn't fight him. I just told him the truth. That's what made it work. Voldemort has never heard the truth about himself. He's surrounded himself with liars and sycophants for so long that his own soul fragments don't know what reality looks like." Jin-Woo straightened. "You weaponized honesty. I'd rather not think of it as a weapon. Call it whatever you want. It worked. One down." They stood in the afternoon light of Little Hangleton, the gaunt shack crumbling behind them, and Harry felt the Horcrux network shiver. The other fragments had felt the ring's destruction, a brief, bright flare of pain, like a nerve being cut. For a moment, Harry could sense them all: the diary at Malfoy Manor, the locket somewhere in London, the cup in Gringotts, the scar on his own forehead. And far to the north, in a forest in Albania, the wraith that was Voldemort's main soul screamed in silence and didn't know why. The locket hunt took them to London. Number 12, Grimmauld Place was a townhouse in a row of identical townhouses, hidden from Muggle eyes by a Fidelius charm that was slowly degrading. Harry and Jin-Woo stood on the sidewalk across the street and studied the gap between numbers 11 and 13, a shimmer in reality, barely visible, like heat haze over asphalt. "The charm's keyed to the Black family," Jin-Woo said. "I can sense the boundaries, but I can't cross them. The Blood Wards reject non-family members. I'm not a Black." "No. But you're the godson of Sirius Black, who is the head of the Black family. In magical law, that creates a tenuous claim." "Tenuous enough to cross a Blood Ward?" "One way to find out." Harry crossed the street and approached the gap. The Fidelius charm pushed back, a magical membrane, resistant but not hostile. Harry pressed against it with his magic, not forcing but requesting, the way he'd approach a locked door in someone else's home. Politely. The charm considered him. He felt it tasting his magical signature, examining his connections: Harry Potter, godson of Sirius Orion Black, heir designate. The connection was thin. Sirius had named Harry godson as an infant, before Azkaban, but it existed. The ward recognized it. The building materialized. Brickwork pushed itself out between numbers 11 and 13, expanding the gap into a full townhouse that had been there all along, just hidden. The door was black and ornate, with a silver serpent knocker. Harry turned the handle and walked in. The house smelled like dust and misery. The entrance hall was long and gloomy, lit by gas lamps that flickered weakly. A massive chandelier hung overhead, covered in cobwebs. Portrait frames lined the walls, their subjects either sleeping or glaring. The carpet was threadbare, the wallpaper peeling, and from somewhere deep in the house came a low, persistent muttering. "This place reeks of decay," Burrow observed from Harry's shadow. "I approve of the aesthetic but not the maintenance." Harry moved through the house systematically. The ground floor, a drawing room, a dining room, a kitchen. The upper floors, bedrooms, a study, a bathroom. Every room was thick with dark artifacts, cursed jewelry, enchanted weapons, books bound in suspicious materials, and everywhere the crest of the House of Black, toujours pur. Always pure. The muttering grew louder as Harry descended to the kitchen. It was coming from a small creature huddled in a nest of filthy rags beside the boiler, a house elf, ancient and decrepit, with bat-like ears, a bulbous nose, and eyes that were bloodshot and wild. "Creature," Harry said. The elf's head snapped up. Watery eyes fixed on Harry with immediate, virulent hostility. "Who is sneaking into the noble house of Black? Who is trespassing? Mud-blood, half-blood, filthy intruder, Harry Potter. Godson of Sirius Black." Creature's mouth snapped shut. His eyes widened, and something shifted behind the hostility, recognition, confusion, and a deep, wrenching grief that the old elf tried and failed to conceal. "Potter," Creature whispered. "The Potter boy. Master Sirius's godson. I'm looking for something, Creature. A locket. Gold, heavy, with a serpent on the front. It would have been brought here by Regulus Black." The reaction was immediate and devastating. Creature's entire body convulsed. He let out a wail, high, thin, the sound of an animal in pain, and crumpled to the floor, rocking back and forth. "Master Regulus!" Creature sobbed. Master Regulus gave Creature the locket, told Creature to destroy it, but Creature couldn't. Creature tried everything, fire, knives, magic, but the locket wouldn't break. "Creature has failed Master Regulus, Creature is a bad elf, Creature is worthless, Creature. Stop." The elf hiccuped and looked up, tears streaming down his wrinkled face. "You didn't fail," Harry said. He crouched down to the elf's level, the way he'd crouched to talk to a frightened child. "The locket couldn't be destroyed by normal means. Regulus didn't know that when he gave you the task. It wasn't your fault." "Master Regulus was brave," Creature whispered. "Master Regulus drank the potion in the cave. Master Regulus suffered and screamed and begged, and then he told Creature to take the locket and go. To leave him. And the inferi dragged Master Regulus under the water, and Creature left him." Fresh sobs racked the tiny body. Harry felt something sharp and hot in his chest. Regulus Black, a teenager, barely older than Harry would be in a few years, who'd realized the truth about Voldemort and made a choice. A brave, stupid, beautiful choice that had cost him everything. "Where is the locket now, Creature?" The elf led him upstairs, to a cabinet in the drawing room. The locket was there, shoved behind a collection of tarnished silver and moth-eaten tapestries. Gold, heavy, with a serpent S on the front. The Horcrux pulsed when Harry picked it up, the soul fragment inside sensing his proximity, reacting to the network connection. Harry held the locket in his palm and felt the fragment's energy. This one was different from the ring, angrier, more aggressive, less willing to listen. The locket Horcrux had been made later, from a soul already more damaged, and the fragment inside was paranoid and vicious. No conversation this time. Harry didn't think honesty would work on a piece of soul this far gone. Instead, he reached into the locket with his shadow magic and pulled. Not gently. Not an invitation. A command. The fragment screamed. The locket bucked in Harry's hand, the serpentine S splitting open to reveal a glass eye underneath, an eye that blazed with Voldemort's signature red, glaring at Harry with undiluted hatred. A voice boomed from the locket, distorted and amplified, "I have seen your heart and it is mine. I have seen your dreams, Harry Potter, and I have seen your fears." "You've seen nothing," Harry said, and closed his fist. Shadow magic crushed the fragment. It wasn't elegant, it was brute force, overwhelming power applied to a problem that wouldn't respond to finesse. The locket shrieked, the eye shattered, and dark energy erupted from the broken Horcrux in a fountain of black smoke that hit the ceiling and dissipated. The locket went still. Dead gold. Empty. The Horcrux network shivered again. Another thread cut. Harry felt the remaining fragments flare, diary, cup, scar, and behind them, distant but growing clearer, Voldemort's wraith howling in the Albanian darkness. Creature was staring at the broken locket with enormous eyes. "The locket is destroyed." "Destroyed." Regulus's mission is complete. You didn't fail him, creature. You kept the locket safe until someone who could destroy it came along. Regulus would be proud. The old elf's face crumpled. He pressed his hands to his eyes and wept, not the hysterical sobs of before, but quiet, deep tears of relief. Decades of guilt, of believing he'd failed his beloved master, washing away in a kitchen that smelled of dust and old grief. Harry let him cry. When the tears subsided, he said, "Creature, I need to ask you something. Do you want to serve the House of Black? Or are you tired?" Creature looked at him with red-rimmed eyes. Creature has served the House of Black for his whole life. That's not what I asked. I asked what you want. Nobody had ever asked Creature what he wanted. The concept was so foreign that the old elf stared at Harry in blank incomprehension for a full 10 seconds. Creature wants. The elf's voice was barely audible. Creature wants to serve a master worthy of Master Regulus. Harry held out his hand. Then serve me. Not as a slave, as an ally. Help me finish what Regulus started. Help me destroy Voldemort. Creature looked at the outstretched hand. At the broken locket. At Harry's face, which held no contempt, no condescension, just a steady, serious invitation. The old elf took Harry's hand and bowed his head. Creature will serve Harry Potter. For Master Regulus. 2 Horcruxes down. The summer was barely a week old. Harry took a few days to recover, not physically, but mentally. Destroying Horcruxes was exhausting in a way that combat wasn't. Each one required him to engage directly with a fragment of Voldemort's soul, to feel the broken edges of a shattered psyche, to absorb the darkness and process it. The ring had been intellectually draining. The locket had been emotionally draining. And there were still more to go. He spent the recovery days doing things that had nothing to do with dark wizards or soul magic. He visited the Weasleys at the Burrow, a sprawling, impossible house that seemed to be held together by magic and stubbornness, leaning at angles that defied physics. Mrs. Weasley fed him until he couldn't move. Mr. Weasley asked him about airplanes. Fred and George showed him their latest invention, a sweet that turned the eater's tongue into a flag of their least favorite Quidditch team, and Harry suggested a modification that made the effect last 3 hours instead of 30 minutes. Ron gave him a tour of the property, the garden, the orchard, the ghoul in the attic, the paddock where they played Quidditch. They flew for hours, just the two of them, chasing each other through the warm summer air, and Harry remembered Jin-Woo's instruction, be a kid. Have fun. He was having fun. It felt strange and wonderful and slightly guilty. You seem different, Ron said as they lay in the grass afterward, sweaty and panting. More, relaxed. I've had a productive week. Productive how? It's been 6 days since term ended. Just, personal projects. Ron gave him a look that said he knew there was more to the story, but he also knew Harry would share when he was ready. That was the thing about Ron, he had an instinct for when to push and when to wait. Well, whatever you're doing, keep doing it. You look less like you're carrying the world on your shoulders. Just part of the world. Ha. Well, the Cannons could use someone on their shoulders. Absolute rubbish this year. 47 losses in a row. Harry laughed, a real, unguarded laugh, and Ron grinned, pleased to have caused it. He wrote to Hermione, as promised. Careful letters, coded with a cipher they'd developed, detailing his progress on the research project, without specifics that could be intercepted. Hermione wrote back pages-long responses, filled with theoretical analysis and increasingly excited speculation about the magical principles underlying Horcrux destruction. If you're right about the soul fragments being networked, she wrote, then each destruction should weaken the overall structure exponentially, not linearly. The network isn't additive, it's geometric. Destroy half the anchors, and the remaining ones don't just lose half their strength. They lose 3/4, because each anchor was reinforcing every other anchor. By the time you get to the last few, they should be fragile enough to collapse under minimal pressure. Harry read this 3 times, then showed it to Jin-Woo, who read it once and said, "Your friend is terrifyingly smart." "I know. She'd make an excellent intelligence analyst. I'll tell her you said that. She'll frame the letter." He visited Neville at Longbottom Manor once, a stately old house surrounded by greenhouses that Neville tended with the same focused devotion Harry brought to combat training. The boy was a different person among his plants, confident, knowledgeable, at ease in his own skin. He showed Harry rare specimens with names like venomous tentacula and fanged geranium, and Harry watched him handle lethal plants with bare hands and steady nerves, and thought, "There's your courage, Neville. It's been here all along." On the evening of July 15th, 2 weeks into the summer, Harry and Jin-Woo went after the Hufflepuff Cup. Gringotts was a problem. The cup was in the Lestrange Vault, one of the most secure locations in Wizarding Britain, deep in the bank's underground tunnels, protected by goblin magic, a dragon, a thief's downfall, and a Gemino curse that would multiply anything touched into an infinite cascade of burning duplicates. "Standard infiltration won't work," Jin-Woo said, studying the intelligence reports. "The goblins have anti-intrusion wards that are different from wizard magic, they operate on a frequency I can't easily bypass. And the bank has diplomatic immunity from the ministry. If we're caught, it's an international incident." "We don't need to infiltrate," Harry said. "We need to negotiate." Jin-Woo raised an eyebrow. "Goblins are pragmatic. They respect power and they respect fair dealing. The Lestranges are in Azkaban, they can't access their vault. The vault contains a dark artifact that's a threat to goblin security. If I go to Gringotts, explain what the cup is, and offer to remove it under goblin supervision, they might cooperate. You're going to ask the goblins for permission to break into one of their most secure vaults. I'm going to ask the goblins for permission to remove a weapon of mass destruction from their property. Frame it differently, and the answer changes." Jin-Woo looked at his son for a long moment, then shook his head slowly. "Where did you learn diplomacy? I certainly didn't teach you." "Mrs. Cho." "Of course." Harry went to Gringotts the next morning. He walked through the bronze doors, past the armed guards, and requested a meeting with the senior account manager. When he was told that such meetings required an appointment and a minimum vault balance, Harry placed the resurrection stone on the counter. The teller stared at it. The stone hummed with Hallows magic, old, powerful, instantly recognizable to any goblin who knew their craft, and goblins always knew their craft. "Tell your manager," Harry said, "that Harry Potter is here to discuss a matter of mutual security. And tell him I'm not leaving until he listens." He had his meeting within 10 minutes. The senior account manager was a goblin named Ragnarok, old even by goblin standards, with a face like carved granite and eyes that could assess the value of a soul at 20 paces. He sat behind a desk the size of a small car, surrounded by ledgers and artifacts, and studied Harry with the unblinking attention of a predator. "Mr. Potter. You've made quite an entrance. I apologize for the theatrics. I needed your attention. You have it. The resurrection stone on my teller's counter was effective." Ragnarok leaned forward. "What do you want?" "There's a Horcrux in the Lestrange vault. A gold cup, once belonging to Helga Hufflepuff. It contains a fragment of Voldemort's soul, and it's anchoring him to existence. I need to destroy it." Ragnarok's expression didn't change, but his fingers tightened on the arms of his chair. "You're asking me to grant access to a client's vault. I'm asking you to remove a weapon from your bank. The cup is a sole anchor for a dark wizard who murdered hundreds of people and will murder hundreds more if he returns. It's sitting in your vault, surrounded by your gold, guarded by your dragon. If Voldemort comes back and decides he wants it, do you think the Lestrange's door will stop him?" Ragnarok was silent. His black eyes were calculating. Harry could practically hear the abacus clicking behind them. "Goblins have long memories, Mr. Potter. We remember the last war. Voldemort's followers killed goblins, not many, but enough. Our kind was declared beast by his regime, fit for slavery. We have no love for him or his. Then help me end him. Let me into the vault. I'll take only the cup, under whatever supervision you require. Nothing else will be touched. And in return, a favor. Unspecified, to be named at a time of your choosing. The word of the head of the Potter family and the godson of the head of the Black family. Ragnar's eyebrows rose. A favor owed by two ancient and noble houses was no small thing in the goblin economy, where debts and obligations were the primary currency. You negotiate like a goblin, Mr. Potter. I'll take that as a compliment. Ragnar studied him for a long, final moment. Then he stood. Come with me. The descent into the deep vaults was an experience Harry filed under memorable. The cart plunged through miles of underground tunnels, past the thief's downfall, a waterfall that washed away all enchantment and disguise, which Harry passed through without issue since he wasn't using any, past the dragon, an enormous, pale, blind beast chained in an underground cavern, mistreated and scarred, that made Harry's chest tighten with anger, and into the deepest level of the bank, where the oldest and most secure vaults waited. The Lestrange vault was massive. The door was iron, 15 feet tall, with no visible lock or handle. Ragnar pressed his palm to the metal and spoke a word in gobbledygook, and the door melted open like water. Inside, gold. Mountains of it. And among the gold, cursed artifacts, swords, crowns, armor, all enchanted with the Gemino and Flagranti curses. Touch anything, and it would multiply and burn. Harry didn't touch anything. He extended his shadow senses into the vault, scanning the magical signatures, filtering through the noise of 1,000 cursed objects until he found the one that resonated with his scar. The cup sat on a high shelf near the back. Gold, with a badger engraved on the front. Small enough to hold in one hand. Radiating dark magic like a furnace radiates heat. Harry raised his hand and a shadow tendril shot from his feet, thin, precise, not touching any of the cursed objects, and plucked the cup from the shelf. It floated back to him and settled in his palm. The Horcrux inside reacted immediately. A wave of dark energy pulsed from the cup, trying to burn his hand, trying to worm into his mind. Harry felt it, Voldemort's paranoia, Voldemort's rage, the desperate fury of a soul fragment that knew it was about to die. Harry didn't talk to this one. He didn't offer honesty or invitation. He simply closed his hand around the cup and channeled his shadow magic through it, a controlled, surgical burst of power that targeted the soul fragment and obliterated it. The cup screamed. A high, thin, inhuman sound that echoed off the vault walls and made the gold shiver. Then silence. The dark magic dissipated. The cup went cold in Harry's hand, just gold, just metal, just a relic of a dead woman's craftsmanship. 3 down. Ragnar watched from the vault doorway, his expression unreadable. It's done. It's done. The cup is clean, no more dark magic. You can return it to the vault or dispose of it as you see fit. Harry placed the cup on the nearest pile of gold. The Gemino curse didn't activate, the cup was no longer a dark artifact, and the vault's defenses recognized the change. The favor, Ragnar said as they rode the cart back to the surface. Name it whenever you're ready. I'm naming it now. The goblin's eyes glinted. The dragon. The one in the caverns. It's been there for decades, a guardian, nothing more. Chained, blinded, tortured into compliance. It's a disgrace to our craft, and it was imposed on us by wizarding regulation, not goblin choice. You want me to free the dragon? I want you to remove the dragon. How you do it is your business. Harry thought about this for approximately 2 seconds. Deal. One shadow gate later, an enormous Ukrainian iron-belly dragon, confused, blinking, its chains dissolved by shadow magic, stood in a mountain meadow in the Scottish Highlands, feeling open air and sunlight for the first time in years. It spread its massive wings, roared with a joy that shook the mountains, and took flight. Harry watched it go and felt something settle in his chest. Not every battle had to end in death. Some could end with something flying free. 3 Horcruxes destroyed. 3 to go, the diary, the scar, and the future snake. Harry spent the rest of July in focused preparation. The diary was at Malfoy Manor, politically complicated, as he'd predicted. Lucius Malfoy was a powerful figure in wizarding society, with connections in the ministry and a fortune that bought influence the way other people bought groceries. Storming Malfoy Manor would work, Harry could do it, Jin-Woo could do it, Baru alone could probably do it, but the fallout would be catastrophic. The ministry would get involved. Questions would be asked. And Harry's ability to operate freely would be severely curtailed. He needed a surgical approach. Something that removed the diary without implicating him directly. The solution came from an unexpected source, Dobby. The house elf appeared in Harry's bedroom in the Shadow Realm on July 28, 3 days before Harry's birthday. He materialized with a crack that startled Shade into a defensive snarl and sent Beryl lunging from beneath the bed before Harry called him off. "Harry Potter, sir." Dobby was tiny, emaciated, wearing a filthy pillowcase like a toga. His enormous eyes were brimming with tears. "Dobby has come to warn Harry Potter. Harry Potter must not go back to Hogwarts." "Why not?" "There is a plot, sir. A terrible plot. Terrible things are to happen at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this year." Harry studied the elf. Dobby was terrified, trembling, wringing his hands, clearly acting against direct orders. The compulsion magic binding him to the Malfoy family was visible to Harry's shadow senses, a chain of servitude wrapped around the elf's core, punishing disobedience with pain. "You belong to the Malfoys," Harry said. Dobby flinched. Dobby cannot say, "You don't have to. I can see the binding. The Malfoys are planning something, and you came to warn me despite knowing it would mean punishment." Tears streamed down Dobby's face. "Harry Potter is too great, too good, to lose." Dobby has heard of Harry Potter's greatness, sir, but of his goodness, Dobby never knew. Dobby. "What's the plot?" The elf struggled. The binding tightened, Harry could see it constricting around Dobby's magical core, punishing the attempt to reveal his master's secrets. Dobby squeaked in pain and began hitting himself against the nearest wall. "Stop," Harry said sharply, and caught the elf mid-swing. "Stop hurting yourself. You don't have to tell me the details. Just nod or shake your head. Does the plot involve a dark artifact?" "Nod." "A diary?" Dobby's eyes went enormous. "Nod." "Lucius Malfoy plans to plant it at Hogwarts. To use it as a weapon." "Nod." "Nod." Frantic nodding. "Is he going to give it to a student?" "Nod." "Do you know which student?" "Shake." Harry crouched down to Dobby's eye level. "Dobby, listen to me. I know about the diary. I know what it is. And I'm going to make sure it doesn't hurt anyone. But I need your help. Dobby will do anything for Harry Potter, sir. I need you to get me the diary. Steal it from Malfoy Manor and bring it to me." Dobby's face went through a rapid cycle of expressions: eagerness, fear, agony. The binding punished even the thought of stealing from his master. Harry watched the compulsion magic tighten like a noose, and Dobby's body convulsed with magical pain. "I can't ask you to do that," Harry said, reversing course. "The binding won't let you. But I can ask you this: if the diary were to go missing, if, say, it fell out of a shelf and into a shadow that happened to be connected to my realm, that wouldn't be stealing, would it? That would be an accident." Dobby blinked. The binding examined the logic. It was designed to prevent deliberate betrayal, not accidental loss, and found no violation. A slow, incredulous smile spread across the elf's face. "Dobby understands, sir. Dobby understands perfectly." 2 days later, a battered black diary tumbled from a shelf in Lucius Malfoy's study, fell into a shadow that was slightly deeper and darker than shadows were supposed to be, and vanished. Lucius spent a week tearing his house apart looking for it. He never found it. The diary arrived in the shadow realm still pulsing with Horcrux energy. The fragment inside was the youngest, Voldemort at 16, preserved in ink and dark magic. Harry could feel its personality through the binding: charismatic, manipulative, hungry. This was the Horcrux designed to interact with people, to seduce them, to drain them, to use their life force to reconstruct itself. Harry didn't open the diary. He didn't write in it. He held it in one hand, channeled his shadow magic through it, and destroyed the fragment inside with a single, devastating pulse. The diary screamed. Ink bled from its pages in a black flood. The fragment clawed at the air with spectral hands, trying to manifest, trying to survive, and Harry's power snuffed it out like a candle. 4 Horcruxes down. The diary, the ring, the locket, the cup. 2 remained, the diadem, already in Harry's possession, its fragment still contained, and the fragment in his scar. And the snake, eventually. But that was a problem for later. Harry sat in the war room that evening, the destroyed Horcruxes containers arrayed on the table before him, the cracked ring, the broken locket, the inert cup, the bleeding diary. Trophies of a summer's work. Proof that the most feared dark wizard in history was losing his grip on immortality one piece at a time. Jin-Woo stood across the table, arms crossed, expression thoughtful. The diadem, he said. Harry pulled the wrapped tiara from his jacket and placed it on the table. The fabric fell away, revealing the silver crown with its blue stone, still radiating dark energy, the Horcrux fragment still alive inside it. "I've been thinking about this one," Harry said. The diadem of Ravenclaw. It was supposed to enhance the wearer's wisdom, that was its original enchantment, before Voldemort corrupted it. If I destroy the Horcrux but preserve the artifact, you'd have a legendary magical item. An intelligence amplifier. More than that. The diadem's original enchantment might interact with my shadow magic in useful ways. I need every advantage I can get for the scar extraction. Jin-Woo nodded. Can you separate the Horcrux from the artifact without destroying either? I think so. The fragment is a parasite, it's using the diadem as a host, but it's not integrated into the original enchantment. If I can peel it away without disturbing the underlying magic. Harry placed his hands on the diadem and closed his eyes. This required precision, surgical precision, the kind Igris had drilled into him through years of sword work. Cut here, not there. This thread, not that one. The space between the Horcrux and the artifact was razor thin, and a mistake in either direction would either leave the fragment intact or destroy the diadem. He worked for an hour. Shadow magic, guided by his hybrid senses, part shadow, part wizard, part something that was uniquely his, threaded through the diadem structure. He found the Horcrux fragment wedged into the sapphire like a tumor, wrapped in tendrils of dark magic that had burrowed into the surrounding enchantment. Carefully, gently, with the patience of a surgeon removing shrapnel from beside an artery, Harry separated each tendril. Disconnected the fragment from its host. Peeled the dark magic away from the light magic, layer by layer, until the Horcrux was isolated, a ball of corrupt soul energy, floating in the space between the diadem stones, held in place by nothing but Harry's will. He pulled it out. The fragment came free with a sound like tearing silk. It hung in the air above the diadem, a small, dark, angry thing, spitting and writhing, and Harry closed his fist and crushed it to nothing. The diadem blazed with blue light. The original enchantment, freed from decades of corruption, surged back to full power. The silver crown hummed with wisdom magic, clean, brilliant, ancient. 5 Horcruxes destroyed. The diadem intact. Harry placed the cleansed diadem on the table and stared at it. Then he looked at his father. One left. Jin-Woo met his gaze. The scar. Not today. Not tomorrow. I need to prepare, my magical core needs to be strong enough to survive the extraction, and I need to understand the fragment's integration with my mother's protective magic. How long? I don't know. Months. Maybe the school year. Then you go back to Hogwarts and you train, and when you're ready, we do it. Harry nodded. The summer stretched behind him, a season of hunting and destruction and the systematic dismantling of a dark wizard's immortality, and ahead lay another year at school. More classes, more friends, more of the ordinary life that Jin-Woo insisted on and Harry secretly craved. But the war wasn't over. Voldemort was still out there, weakened, wounded, down to a single Horcrux he didn't know about, the fragment in Harry's scar, and a snake he hadn't made yet. When he returned, he'd be more desperate and more dangerous than ever. Harry looked at the map on the war room wall. Britain, with its scattered markers. The wizarding world, hidden and fragile and full of people who didn't know how close they'd come to destruction, or how close they still were. He'd protect them. Not because a prophecy said he should, not because they expected it, not because he was the boy who lived. Because they were his people now, Ron and Hermione and Neville and Hagrid and the Weasleys and even Snape, even Dumbledore, even Draco Bloody Malfoy. They were his world, his inheritance from parents who had died to keep it whole. And Harry Potter protected what was his. Young master, Burrow said from the shadows. Yeah. Happy birthday. Harry blinked. He checked the time, past midnight. July 31st. He was 12 years old. Thanks, Burrow. I got you a present. If it's another dead animal, it is not a dead animal. It is a live animal. I found it in the Albanian forest while scouting for the wraith. A shadow gate opened, and something small, dark, and serpentine slithered through. A snake, jet black, with silver eyes, no bigger than Harry's forearm. It coiled on the war room floor and looked up at Harry with an intelligence that was distinctly non-reptilian. It is an Ashwinder, Burrow said proudly. A magical fire serpent. Very rare. Very dangerous. It tried to bite me, which I respect. The snake hissed. Harry, without thinking, hissed back. The snake froze. Harry froze. Jin-Woo raised an eyebrow. Did you just speak Parseltongue? Jin-Woo asked. Harry looked at the snake. The snake looked at Harry. You speak, the snake said, in a language that wasn't English but that Harry understood perfectly. I speak, Harry replied. Interesting. The loud insect thing said you were important. I did not believe him. Now I do. Harry looked at his father, then at Burrow's shadow, then at the snake. I can talk to snakes. Apparently. That's from the Horcrux, isn't it? Voldemort was a Parselmouth. Likely. The fragment in your scar has been integrating with your magical core since infancy. Some of its traits bled through. Harry looked at the little black snake, which had slithered up his arm and was now coiled around his wrist, warm and surprisingly comfortable. What's your name? Harry asked. I do not have one. Names are a human obsession. Can I give you one? If you must. Harry considered. A black Ashwinder with silver eyes, born in Albanian forests, a gift from an undead Ent King on Harry Potter's 12th birthday. Ember, Harry said. The snake flicked its tongue. Acceptable. Jin-Woo watched his son cradle a magical fire serpent, standing in a room full of destroyed Horcruxes and military intelligence maps, and felt the familiar mixture of pride and wonder that had defined fatherhood since the night he'd pulled a bleeding baby from the ruins of a cottage. Happy birthday, kid, Jin-Woo said. Best one yet, Harry said, and meant it. The last week of summer was quiet. Harry packed for Hogwarts, wrote final letters to his friends, and spent long hours in meditation, studying the fragment in his scar from the inside. The Horcrux was quieter now, with 5 of its network siblings destroyed, the fragment was weaker, more isolated. Harry could feel its edges more clearly, could map the places where it had integrated with his own magic and the places where Lily's love held it in check. He could also feel something else: the fragment was changing. Cut off from the network, starved of reinforcement, it was slowly being absorbed by Harry's own magical core. Not destroyed, absorbed. Digested. His hybrid magic was doing what it had done since infancy, metabolizing dark energy, converting it, making it part of himself. Given enough time, the fragment might dissolve on its own. Might become so thoroughly integrated that removing it was no longer necessary or possible. Harry would simply be Harry, with a trace of Voldemort woven into his being like a thread in a tapestry. He wasn't sure how he felt about that. The night before he left for Hogwarts, Harry stood on the cliff in the Shadow Realm where he and Jin-Woo had watched the stars when he was 7. The sky was different here, no constellations, no moon, just a vast purple-black expanse that felt infinite and intimate simultaneously. The Shadow Realm's version of stars were distant points of light that might have been other dimensions or might have been nothing at all. Jin-Woo found him there, as he always did. Second thoughts? Jin-Woo asked. No. Just, thinking about next steps. The Horcruxes are almost done. Voldemort is weakened. But he'll come back, he'll find a way, he always finds a way. And when he does, the wizarding world will need to be ready. They'll need to be more than ready. They'll need to be united. And right now, they're anything but. I know. The Ministry is corrupt, Fudge is incompetent, the Wisengamot is controlled by old families with old agendas. Half the Death Eaters bought their way out of prison after the First War. The entire structure is rotten. So what are you going to do about it? Harry was quiet for a long time. Then, build something better. Not replace the structure, that's not my job, and I don't want the power. But build a network of people who are ready. Strong, connected, informed. So that when Voldemort comes back, he doesn't face a scattered, frightened government. He faces a united front. That's ambitious. I'm the Shadow Prince. Ambition comes with the title. Jin-Woo laughed. I never gave you that title. Baru did. It stuck. They stood together on the cliff, father and son, and the Shadow Realm stretched around them like a kingdom waiting for its heir. I'm going to tell Dumbledore about the Horcruxes, Harry said. All of it. The ones I've destroyed, the one in my scar, the full count. He deserves to know, and I need him as an ally. That's a lot of trust. He earned some of it. He'll earn the rest. And honestly. Harry paused. He's been fighting this war longer than I've been alive. He's made mistakes, the guardianship, the vault key, the bait trap with the stone, but his intentions are genuine. He wants to stop Voldemort. He just needs better tools. And you're going to be one of those tools. I'm going to be the best tool he's ever had. Harry grinned, sudden, bright, the grin of a boy heading into an adventure. And then I'm going to make him a cup of tea and explain that I'm not actually a tool, I'm a partner, and he needs to start treating me like one. Jin-Woo put his hand on Harry's shoulder. Your mother's diplomacy and my combat skills. God help anyone who stands in your way. God help anyone who stands in our way, Harry corrected. They watched the not stars of the Shadow Realm burn in the infinite dark, and somewhere in the distance, Storm screamed a hunting cry that echoed across dimensions. Tomorrow, the Shadow Prince would return to Hogwarts. And the world would never be the same. Chapter 5, The Sovereign's Shadow. September 1st tasted different this year. Harry stood on platform 9 3/4 with his trunk at his feet and ember coiled warm around his left wrist under his sleeve, and the platform felt smaller than he remembered. Not physically, the scarlet engine still belched steam, families still swarmed, owls still shrieked, but the scale of things had shifted. Last year he'd arrived as a stranger walking into an unknown world. This year he was walking back into a world he'd spent the summer quietly remaking. 5 Horcruxes destroyed. A cleansed deathly hallow in his trunk. Shadow soldiers growing in strength. And the final fragment of Voldemort's soul slowly dissolving into his own magic like sugar into water. The Weasleys arrived in their usual controlled explosion of noise and redheads. Ron spotted Harry from 30 feet and broke into a run, dodging between trolleys and parents with the agility of someone who'd spent 12 years navigating a house full of siblings. Harry! Ron crashed into him with a hug that was half greeting and half tackle. Brilliant summer. Tell me everything. Did you, the project, did you, later, Harry said, grinning. Not here. Hermione appeared from the crowd with her parents, her trunk stacked with what appeared to be twice the recommended number of books. She hugged Harry, then Ron, then Harry again for good measure. I've read everything you sent, she said, her voice dropping to a whisper. And I have questions. Approximately 47 questions. I've written them down. Of course you have. Organized by category and urgency. Of course they are. Neville arrived last, looking taller and steadier than he had in June. His grandmother deposited him on the platform with a nod to Harry that was several degrees warmer than last year's inspection. Good summer? Neville asked. Productive. You. I grew a mandrake from seed. Took all summer. Professor Sprout said it was the healthiest one she'd seen from a student. That's incredible, Neville. It screamed at Gran. She was impressed. They boarded the train together and found a compartment. The door closed, privacy charms went up, Hermione's work, a neat piece of fourth-year magic she'd taught herself over the holiday, and Harry told them. Not everything. Not the Shadow Realm, not Jin-Woo's true nature, not the full scope of his power. But the Horcruxes, what they were, how many there had been, how many he'd destroyed. The ring, talked into destroying itself. The locket, crushed by force. The cup, extracted from Gringotts through negotiation. The diary, stolen by a freed house elf. The diadem, surgically cleansed. Ron's mouth was open. Neville's eyes were the size of dinner plates. Hermione was taking mental notes so furiously that Harry could practically hear the scratching. 5, Ron said hoarsely. You destroyed 5 Horcruxes in one summer. 6 existed. 5 are gone. 1 remains. The one in your scar, Hermione whispered. Harry pushed his hair back. The scar glinted silver in the compartment's light, fainter now, less angry, the fragment inside weakening by the day. It's dissolving on its own. My magic is absorbing it. But I'm not waiting for that, passive dissolution might leave residue, and I need to be sure it's completely gone. When? Neville asked. When I'm ready. I'm building toward it, strengthening my core, studying the integration patterns, preparing for the extraction. It's the most delicate operation of the set, and I can't afford mistakes. What happens if something goes wrong? Hermione asked. Then the fragment detonates, and everyone within 100 feet has a very bad day. Harry. I'm not going to let it go wrong, Hermione. But you deserve the truth. She looked at him for a long moment, her brown eyes fierce and afraid and absolutely committed. What do you need from us? Keep being you. Keep being smart, keep being brave, keep learning. This year's going to be different. Voldemort's lost almost all his anchors, and when he finds out, he'll be desperate. Desperate dark wizards do unpredictable things. I need you ready. Ready for what? Ron asked. For whatever comes next. The train rumbled northward through the English countryside, and the 4 of them settled into a silence that was heavy with shared knowledge and shared resolve. Outside the window, the sky darkened from blue to gray to black, and Hogwarts drew closer with every mile. The great hall was exactly as Harry remembered, candles, enchanted ceiling, the buzz of 1,000 students catching up after summer. He sat at the Gryffindor table between Ron and Hermione and watched the sorting with genuine interest. New faces, new names, new stories walking into the castle for the first time. He remembered what that felt like, the mixture of awe and terror, and felt a pang of something that might have been nostalgia. The staff table had one notable change: no Quirrell. In his place sat a man who made Harry's shadow senses sit up and pay attention. He was handsome in a movie star kind of way, golden hair, bright blue eyes, a smile that radiated charm like a lighthouse radiates light. He wore robes of lavender that should have looked ridiculous but somehow worked, and he waved at students who stared at him with the practiced ease of someone accustomed to being stared at. "Gilderoy Lockhart," Hermione breathed, and her tone had an edge of reverence that made Ron's expression curdle. "Who?" Ron said. "Gilderoy Lockhart. He's written about a dozen books on his adventures fighting dark creatures. Werewolves, vampires, trolls, banshees. He's supposed to be incredibly accomplished. He's the new defense against the dark arts professor." Harry studied Lockhart across the hall. The man's magical signature was thin. Surprisingly thin for someone with his alleged resume. Harry had felt stronger signatures from third-year students. The smile was polished, the posture was confident, the charm was effective, but underneath it all, the man's actual power was unremarkable. "He is a fraud," Baru announced from Harry's shadow with absolute certainty. Harry didn't disagree. But he kept the assessment to himself and turned his attention to the rest of the staff table. McGonagall, stern and watchful. Flitwick, bouncing with start-of-term excitement. Sprout, looking tan from a summer in her greenhouses. Hagrid, enormous and beaming. Snape. Dark eyes meeting Harry's across the hall. A micro-nod, acknowledgement, assessment, the continuation of a complicated relationship that neither of them had a name for. Harry nodded back. And Dumbledore. The headmaster's blue eyes found Harry, and there was something different in them this year, a new quality of attention, sharper, more focused. Dumbledore knew something had changed over the summer. He might not know the details, but he could sense the shift in Harry's magical signature, 5 Horcruxes worth of dark magic destroyed and processed, power levels that had jumped significantly, a confidence that came from having accomplished something profound. After the feast, as students filed toward their dormitories, Harry caught Dumbledore's eye deliberately and gave a small, meaningful nod toward the headmaster's office. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. Then he nodded in return. An hour later, Harry sat in the headmaster's office, surrounded by spinning silver instruments and sleeping portrait frames. Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, perched on his stand and regarded Harry with golden eyes that were unsettlingly perceptive. The bird chirped, a warm, musical sound, and Harry felt the phoenix's magic brush against his own. The same phoenix that had provided the cores for both his wand and Voldemort's. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, hands steepled, waiting. He had the patience of a man who'd been waiting for information for 150 years. Harry told him everything. The Horcruxes. All 7, their locations, their containers, their current status. 5 destroyed. The diadem cleansed. The fragment in his scar weakening. The system, the network, the methodology of Voldemort's immortality laid bare on the headmaster's desk like a patient on an operating table. Dumbledore didn't interrupt. He listened with the focused intensity of a man watching the last pieces of a decades-old puzzle fall into place. His blue eyes never left Harry's face. When Harry finished, the office was very quiet. Fawkes chirped again, softly. "You did this alone," Dumbledore said. His voice was hoarse. "Not alone. My father helped. And my friends, they don't know all the details, but they know the broad strokes." "Your father." "Sung Jin-Woo." Dumbledore said the name carefully, like a man handling a specimen he didn't fully understand. "I've had my people researching him since our conversation last year." "Do you know what they found?" "Nothing." "Nothing," Dumbledore confirmed. "No records in any magical government. No registration with any guild or academy. No trace in any dimension we can access. Your father is, as far as the magical world is concerned, a man who does not exist. He exists. He just doesn't exist in ways your world can measure. That is precisely what concerns me. Does it? Or does it excite you? Dumbledore's lips twitched. Both, if I'm honest. A being of sufficient power to maintain an extra-dimensional domain, to raise a child capable of single-handedly dismantling Voldemort's Horcrux network at the age of 12, that is not merely powerful, Harry. That is power on a scale that this world has never encountered. He's not a threat to you, Professor. He's not interested in your world or its politics. He's interested in me. And that makes him more dangerous, not less. A being who would do anything to protect his child is a being capable of anything at all. Harry looked at Dumbledore, really looked, past the twinkling eyes and the grandfather act, at the warrior scholar beneath. This man had fought dark wizards for a century. He understood power, its uses, its costs, its corruption. You're right, Harry said. My father is capable of anything. So am I. The question isn't whether we're dangerous, we are. The question is whether we're on the same side. And are we? We're sitting in your office, and I just handed you the key to Voldemort's defeat. What do you think? Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. Not the twinkly, grandfatherly smile he wore like armor. A real smile, tired, relieved, and genuinely grateful. I think, Dumbledore said, that I owe you an apology. Several, in fact. For the vault key. For the assumed guardianship. For the stone trap. For treating you as a piece on a board rather than a player. I accept. And I owe you an apology for the midnight hallway ambush. That was rather bracing, actually. I haven't been spoken to that honestly by anyone under 40 in decades. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. So. The fragment in your scar. The last Horcrux. What's your timeline? This year. Before summer. I need to be sure my core can handle the extraction, and I need a controlled environment. Hogwarts is the safest place, the wards, the ambient magic, your presence and Snape's. You want Severus involved. He's the best potioneer in the country. If the extraction requires chemical support, pain management, magical stabilization, core reinforcement, he's the person I want mixing the potions. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. You trust Severus. I trust his competence and his motivation. He loved my mother. He'll move mountains to make sure her son survives. The headmaster shook his head slowly, wonderingly. You are 12 years old. Age is a number, Professor. Experience is a lifetime. They talked for another hour, strategy, contingencies, the political landscape of the wizarding world. Dumbledore shared intelligence that Harry hadn't been able to access from outside, ministry movements, Death Eater activities, the state of Azkaban security. In return, Harry shared tactical assessments from Jin-Woo's Shadow Scouts, surveillance data on suspected Death Eaters, magical activity patterns, the Wraith's movements in Albania. By the time Harry left the office, the alliance between them was real. Not perfect, trust was still being built, brick by careful brick, but functional. Two of the most capable people in the wizarding world, aligned against a common enemy, each bringing strengths the other lacked. Harry walked back to Gryffindor Tower through quiet corridors, the castle humming around him, and felt the pieces of a larger plan clicking into place. The old wizard agreed. Jin-Woo's voice through the link. He agreed. Full cooperation. He's going to bring Snape in on the scar extraction and provide cover with the Ministry if questions come up. And in return, I keep him informed. Full transparency on Voldemort-related operations. He accepts me as a partner, not a ward. Good. How did he take the Horcrux news? I think I broke him a little. In a good way. He's been hunting for that information for decades, and I walked in and laid it on his desk like a homework assignment. That's my boy. Harry grinned in the dark corridor and climbed the stairs to bed. Second year at Hogwarts started with Lockhart, and Lockhart was a problem. Not a dangerous problem. A stupid problem, which in some ways was worse, because you couldn't fight stupid with shadow magic. You just had to endure it. The first defense against the dark arts class was a disaster of such spectacular proportions that Harry briefly wondered if Dumbledore had hired Lockhart as a practical joke. Welcome, welcome. Lockhart beamed at the second-year Gryffindors from behind a desk covered in framed photographs of himself. To defense against the dark arts with me, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin 3rd Class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. He winked. Several girls swooned. Ron made a gagging noise. Now, I know what you're all thinking, how can one man have accomplished so much? The answer, my dear students, is talent, dedication, and a rather fabulous head of hair. He distributed quiz papers. Harry looked at his and felt his grip on the pencil tighten. Question 1, what is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? Question 27, when is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday and what would his ideal gift be? Question 54, what is the secret ambition of Gilderoy Lockhart? Harry set the quiz down without answering and stared at the man behind the desk. Lockhart noticed. Something wrong, mister, he checked his roll. Ah, Harry Potter. Our other celebrity. He beamed. Having trouble with the quiz? Don't worry, not everyone can match my level of recall. The quiz doesn't cover defense against the dark arts, Professor. It's a quiz about your personal life. I was under the impression this was a defense class. The room went quiet. Lockhart's smile flickered, barely, a hairline crack in the facade, before reassembling at full wattage. Well, knowing your teacher is defense, in a way. How can you trust someone to protect you if you don't know their favorite color? Lilac, Harry said flatly. It's mentioned on the back cover of every book you've written. Can we learn some actual defense? The silence in the classroom had a texture. Hermione looked torn between horror and reluctant agreement. Ron was biting his fist to keep from laughing. Neville was very interested in his desk. Lockhart's smile widened, but his eyes hardened just slightly. Eager to learn. Excellent. Well then, let's start with something practical. He dragged a covered cage to the front of the classroom and whipped the cloth away. Freshly caught Cornish pixies. Devilish little creatures. Let's see how you handle them. He opened the cage. 20 electric blue pixies rocketed into the classroom like tiny, malicious missiles. They grabbed books, pulled hair, smashed ink bottles, and lifted Neville by the ears and hung him from the chandelier. Students screamed. Lockhart pointed his wand at the pixies and shouted something that sounded impressive but did absolutely nothing. The pixies ignored him completely. One of them grabbed his wand and threw it out the window. Well, I'll leave the rest to you, good practice. Lockhart said, and bolted from the classroom. Harry watched him go, then stood on his desk, raised his wand, and said, Immobulus. Every pixie in the room froze mid-flight. 20 tiny blue bodies hung in the air, suspended by the charm, vibrating with frustrated energy. Harry flicked his wand, and the pixies drifted back into the cage in a neat, single-file line. The cage door snapped shut. Neville dangled from the chandelier. Little help. Harry lowered him with a levitation charm. Neville landed on his feet, ears red, dignity intact. Thanks, Neville said. Don't mention it. Hermione was staring at Harry with an expression he couldn't quite read. You just immobilized 20 Cornish pixies with a single spell. They're pixies, Hermione. They have the magical resistance of a damp sponge. That's not the point. The point is that our defense professor couldn't manage it, and you did it without breaking stride. She lowered her voice. He's useless, Harry. Completely useless. I noticed. what are we going to do about it? Harry thought about this. Lockhart was a fraud, Burrow had said it, Harry's senses confirmed it, and the pixie incident proved it beyond doubt. The man couldn't defend against a gentle breeze, let alone dark creatures. But he was the only defense teacher they had, and Dumbledore had hired him, which meant either Dumbledore had made a catastrophic mistake or nobody better was available. "We teach ourselves," Harry said. "I'll set something up." That evening, Harry commandeered an empty classroom on the third floor and sent word through Ron, to the Gryffindors, Hermione, to the Ravenclaws, and Neville, to the Hufflepuffs, that anyone interested in actually learning defense could show up at 8 o'clock on Thursday evenings. 14 students came to the first meeting. By the third meeting, there were 30. By October, there were 50, drawn from all 4 houses, even a handful of Slytherins, who came with wary expressions and left with grudging respect. Harry taught them the way Ygritte had taught him, fundamentals first, repetition until mastery, then escalation. Shield charms, disarming spells, counter jinxes, basic dueling tactics. He paired students by ability, not by house, and rotated partners every session so everyone learned to adapt to different styles. He didn't teach shadow magic. He didn't teach advanced combat. He taught the basics, the foundation that every magical person needed and that Lockhart was too incompetent and Quirrell had been too compromised to provide. And he taught them with the patience and precision of someone who understood that strength was built from the ground up. The students called it the Defense Association. DA for short. Harry didn't name it, that was Hermione's contribution, but he ran it, and within 2 months, the average second year in the DA could outduel the average fifth year outside it. McGonagall found out, because McGonagall found out about everything. She showed up at the 4th meeting, watched for 20 minutes from the doorway, and left without saying a word. The next day, Harry found that the empty classroom had been upgraded with practice dummies, extra cushions for falling on, and a permanent privacy ward. Dumbledore found out because McGonagall told him. He sent Harry a bag of lemon drops with a note that said, "Well done. Continue." Snape found out because Snape found out about everything too, and because several of his Slytherins were attending. He said nothing about it directly, but his treatment of Harry in potions class shifted, less hostility, more of the grudging professional respect that Snape offered to people he considered competent. Lockhart found out last, and his reaction was everything Harry expected. "Harry, my boy." Lockhart cornered him after class on a Tuesday, beaming with the relentless optimism of a man who was constitutionally incapable of reading a room. "I hear you've been running a little defense club. Marvelous initiative. Reminds me of myself at your age, always trying to share my gift with others." "It's not a club, Professor. It's a supplementary class." Semantics. "The point is, you've clearly been inspired by my teachings, and I think it's only right that I offer my mentorship. Perhaps I could co-lead a session. Show the students a few of my famous techniques. With respect, Professor, the students are learning practical defense skills. Things they can use in real situations. I'm not sure your approach would be compatible." Lockhart's smile didn't waver, but something behind it flinched. "My approach has defeated werewolves, vampires, banshees, has it?" The question landed like a stone in still water. Lockhart's smile froze. Harry looked at him with an expression that was polite, calm, and absolutely transparent in its disbelief. "What exactly are you implying, Mr. Potter?" "Nothing, Professor. I'm asking a question. Your books describe extraordinary adventures, but your practical demonstrations in class have been uneven. The Pixies, for example. A learning moment. I was allowing the students to, you ran away. The corridor was empty. Just the two of them, face to face." Lockhart's smile finally cracked, and behind it, Harry saw something he hadn't expected, not anger, not indignation, but fear. Raw, desperate fear. The fear of a man whose entire identity was a construction, and who was standing in front of someone who could see through it. "You know," Lockhart whispered. His voice was different now, quiet, stripped of the performance. How do you know? Your magical signature doesn't match your resume. A wizard who'd fought the things you claim to have fought would have a core that reflected that experience. Yours doesn't. Lockhart's face went white. You can read magical signatures. I can do a lot of things, Professor. But right now, I'm not doing anything. I'm not exposing you. I'm not telling Dumbledore. You're not hurting anyone, you're just wasting everyone's time, and I'm filling the gap. As long as that arrangement continues, your secret is safe. And if it doesn't continue? Then we have a different conversation. Lockhart stared at him. The handsome face was naked now, the charm stripped away, the bravado gone, leaving a man who was smaller and more ordinary than his image suggested. I take people's memories, Lockhart said dully. That's my real skill. The memory charm. I find people who've done remarkable things, I take their stories, and I write books. Everything in those books happened. It just didn't happen to me. I know. You, how long have you known? Since the first class. I just didn't care enough to confront you until now. Lockhart made a sound that was half laugh, half sob. You're 12. Everyone keeps saying that. Harry studied the man. Behind the fraud, behind the vanity, there was something genuinely pitiable, a wizard with one real talent, used for deception, living a life built entirely on stolen valor. The memory charm. How good are you? The best in the world. It's the one thing I can honestly claim. Then you do have a skill worth teaching. Memory charms are advanced magic, useful for defense, useful for law enforcement, useful for a dozen legitimate purposes. Why don't you teach that instead of pretending to be something you're not? Lockhart blinked. The idea had clearly never occurred to him, that his actual skill might be valuable enough to stand on its own. I suppose I could. Think about it. The offer stands. Harry turned to leave, then paused. And Professor? If you ever use a memory charm on a student, I'll know. And that conversation we talked about will happen very quickly. He walked away. Behind him, Gilderoy Lockhart stood in an empty corridor and contemplated, for the first time in his adult life, the possibility of being honest. November brought the first real test of the year, and it didn't come from Voldemort. Harry was crossing the second-floor corridor after dinner when he heard it. Not a sound, a voice. A voice that no one else could hear, carried through the stone walls of the castle, cold and hungry and ancient. Come to me, let me rip you, let me tear you, let me kill you. Harry stopped walking. Ember, coiled around his wrist, tightened. You hear it too, Harry said in Parseltongue. A serpent, Ember hissed. Very large. Very old. It speaks of hunger and killing. It moves through the walls. Harry pressed his hand against the stone. Through his shadow senses, he felt it, a massive living thing, sliding through the castle's internal passages. Not the regular corridors, the spaces between walls, the drainage channels, the ancient plumbing system that had been built into Hogwarts foundations 1,000 years ago. A serpent, moving through the pipes. The historical knowledge clicked into place. The Chamber of Secrets. Slytherin's monster. A basilisk, the king of serpents, capable of killing with a look, petrifying with an indirect gaze. It was loose. Harry moved immediately. Not toward the sound, toward the most likely point of contact. If the basilisk was in the pipes, it would emerge where the plumbing surfaced, bathrooms, kitchens, the lake outlet. The nearest bathroom was on the second floor, 50 feet from where he stood. He ran. He reached the bathroom door and heard screaming. Inside, water was flooding across the tile floor from a broken sink. A girl was standing in the middle of the room, red hair, first year, Gryffindor robes. Ron's sister, Ginny Weasley. She was frozen, staring at the wall, where words had been written in what looked horribly like blood, the chamber of secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. And at the base of the wall, Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, hung from a torch bracket by her tail. Stiff. Rigid. Petrified. Harry grabbed Ginny's arm and pulled her away from the wall. The girl was shaking, her eyes glazed, and something was wrong with her magical signature. It was fluctuating, unstable, as if something was interfering with her core. Ginny. Look at me. Are you hurt? She blinked. Her eyes focused, slowly. I don't remember how I got here. I was in the common room, and then. Her face crumpled. I keep losing time. Hours. I don't know what's happening to me. Harry's shadow senses swept her. The interference in her core was external, something was feeding on her magic, draining her, and using the drained energy to fuel something else. A parasitic connection, similar to what Quirrell had endured, but more subtle. Less like possession, more like a slow, insidious drain. Ginny, have you been writing in anything strange lately? A book, a diary. Her face went dead white. The diary, she whispered. I found a diary. In my cauldron at the start of term. It writes back. I wrote in it, and it wrote back, and tears spilled down her cheeks. I think it's doing things to me. Making me do things. Harry's blood ran cold. The diary. The Horcrux he'd destroyed. But he'd destroyed it, he'd held it in his hands and felt the fragment die. How, unless Lucius Malfoy had a copy? Unless the diary Harry had destroyed was a fake, and Malfoy had planted the real one, or another dark artifact with similar properties, on Ginny Weasley at the start of term. Where is the diary now? Harry asked. In my trunk. Under my bed. Please, Harry, please make it stop, I will. Stay here. Don't move. He ran. Gryffindor Tower, up the girls' staircase, which tried to reject him, the steps melting into a slide, until Harry's shadow walked up the wall beside it, and into the first-year girls' dormitory. Ginny's trunk was at the foot of the bed nearest the window. Harry opened it and found the diary immediately. Black leather. Tom Riddle's name on the first page. Pulsing with dark magic. Harry stared at it. This wasn't the diary he'd destroyed. The one Dobby had stolen from Malfoy Manor had been a Horcrux. He'd felt the soul fragment, destroyed it, watched it die. This diary was different. Same appearance, same binding, but the magical signature was wrong. Darker. More complex. This wasn't a piece of Voldemort's soul. This was a copy. Voldemort had made a backup. Not a Horcrux, there was no soul fragment inside. But the diary contained an imprint of Riddle's personality, his memories, his magical patterns. It was a lesser creation, incapable of true resurrection, but capable of draining a victim's life force, opening the chamber of secrets through the victim's actions, and releasing the basilisk. Lucius Malfoy had given Ginny Weasley a weapon. Maybe not knowing what it truly was, maybe knowing exactly. Either way, the diary was active, the chamber was open, and a 1,000-year-old basilisk was loose in a school full of children. Harry held the diary and felt its magic fight him, the Riddle imprint trying to sink its hooks into his mind, to establish the parasitic connection, to drain and control. His shadow magic swatted it aside like a gnat. He didn't bother with conversation this time. He didn't offer truth or invitation or even the courtesy of a proper extraction. He wrapped the diary in shadow magic and compressed. The pages crinkled. The binding warped. The Riddle imprint screamed, a thin, tinny sound, like a voice recorded on a very old phonograph, and dissolved. The diary went dead. Just paper and leather. Harry tossed it on the bed and ran back downstairs. The second-floor corridor was now full of people. Filch was on his knees beside Mrs. Norris, making sounds that were painful to hear. McGonagall was examining the bloody writing on the wall. Dumbledore had materialized from somewhere, blue eyes sharp and assessing. And Snape was watching Ginny Weasley with a focused attention that suggested he'd already drawn several conclusions. Harry pushed through the crowd to Ginny. The girl was sitting on the floor, crying softly. He crouched beside her. "It's done," he said. "The diary is destroyed. It can't touch you anymore." Ginny looked at him with red-rimmed eyes. "But the cat, the message, I think I did that. I think the diary made me, you didn't do anything. The diary did it through you, without your knowledge or consent. That's not the same thing. But the chamber, something opened the chamber, and I'm going to close it." Harry stood and turned to Dumbledore. "Professor. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened by a dark artifact, a diary containing an imprint of Tom Riddle. The artifact was planted on Ginny Weasley at the start of term. I've destroyed it. But the basilisk is loose in the pipes." The corridor went silent. Every teacher, every student, every ghost who had drifted over to investigate, all of them staring at Harry. "Basilisk?" McGonagall whispered. "Slytherin's monster. A basilisk, a giant serpent whose gaze kills and whose reflected gaze petrifies. It's been moving through the plumbing system. That's how it petrified Mrs. Norris. The cat saw its reflection in the water on the floor." How do you know all of this?" McGonagall stammered. "I'm a Parselmouth, Professor. I can hear it in the walls." More silence. The word Parselmouth rippled through the crowd like a stone thrown in water, and Harry saw the reactions: fear, suspicion, fascination. Parseltongue was Slytherin's gift. The heir of Slytherin was supposed to be the one who opened the chamber. And here was Harry Potter, admitting he could talk to snakes. "I'm not the heir of Slytherin," Harry said, anticipating the whispers. "The Parseltongue is an artifact of the curse that gave me this scar. I can speak the language, but I don't share the ideology. And right now, there's a 60-foot basilisk in the pipes that needs to be dealt with before it kills someone." Dumbledore stepped forward. "Harry. You know where the chamber is? The entrance is in the second-floor bathroom. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. There's a tap with a snake on it, speak to it in Parseltongue, and it opens. Then we go now," Dumbledore said. "Minerva, evacuate the school. Severus, prepare antivenom and petrification restorative. Filius, reinforce the wards. Harry, I'm going with you. The basilisk can't hurt me. Its gaze works through eye contact with a living target. My shadow senses don't require eyes. I can fight it blind." Dumbledore considered this for approximately 1 second. "Lead the way." Harry led the headmaster to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. The ghost of a weepy girl hovered by the U-bend, looking put out by the intrusion. Harry found the tap, a tiny snake etched into the copper, and hissed. "Open." The sink sank into the floor, revealing a massive pipe, large enough for a man to stand in, descending into darkness. Harry and Dumbledore looked into the black. "After you," Harry said. "How generous." They descended. The pipe led down, way down, deep beneath the castle's foundations, into tunnels that were older than Hogwarts itself. These had been carved by Salazar Slytherin 1,000 years ago, and they felt it. Ancient magic saturated the stone, dark and serpentine, a fundamental disagreement with the castle's warmer enchantments frozen into the architecture. The tunnel opened into a massive chamber. Pillars carved with serpents stretched into a darkness so deep that torchlight couldn't reach the ceiling. The floor was slick with water and centuries of slime. At the far end, a massive stone face, Slytherin's face, Harry knew, stared down with carved blind eyes. And from behind the statue, moving with the ponderous gravity of something that had been old when the castle was young, came the basilisk. It was enormous. 60 feet of scaled muscle, thick as a tree trunk, with fangs the length of swords and eyes that Harry refused to look at. He closed his physical eyes and switched to shadow sense, mapping the creature through vibration and magical signature. The basilisk sensed him. Its massive head turned, tongue flicking, tasting his presence. It hissed, a sound like steam escaping from hell. A speaker. A young speaker. It has been so long since anyone spoke to me. I speak, Harry replied. And I'm giving you one chance. Stand down. Return to your nest. This doesn't have to end with your death. Death? The basilisk sounded amused. I have lived 1,000 years, little speaker. I am the monster of the founder. I do not stand down. Then I'm sorry. Harry drew his sword. The shadow-forged blade sang as it cleared the concealment charm, and even the basilisk paused. The weapon radiated a darkness that the ancient serpent recognized. Not wizard magic. Something older. Something that the basilisk's deep instincts classified as a predator. Dumbledore raised his wand. Harry, perhaps a combined, stay back, Professor. The eyes. I have my own defenses, your defenses haven't been tested against a 1,000-year-old basilisk. Mine have been tested against things that eat basilisks for breakfast. Harry rolled his shoulders. Cover the retreat path. If this goes wrong, get out. It won't go wrong, Dumbledore said, and his voice held a certainty that had nothing to do with strategy and everything to do with faith. Harry moved. The basilisk struck first, a lunge that covered 30 feet in the blink of an eye, jaws wide, fangs dripping venom. Harry was already gone. Shadow step, a burst of movement that carried him sideways through his own shadow, covering 20 feet instantaneously. The basilisk's head slammed into the stone where he'd been standing, cracking the floor. Harry ran along the serpent's body, literally ran on its scales, his feet finding purchase on the ridged surface, and struck. The shadow-forged blade bit into the basilisk's flank, slicing through scales that should have been impervious. The serpent screamed, thrashing, and Harry jumped clear as the massive tail whipped past. You have a shadow weapon, the basilisk hissed, pain making it angry. That is not wizardcraft. No. It isn't. The basilisk lunged again. Harry's shadow stepped behind a pillar, came out the other side already swinging, and opened a second wound along the serpent's neck. The basilisk whipped its head around, and Harry felt the lethal gaze sweep the space where he'd been, eyes still closed. He tracked the magical discharge of the killing gaze as it hit the pillar and left a scorch mark. The fight settled into a brutal rhythm. The basilisk was strong, fast for its size, and its gaze was a constant threat that Harry had to track through shadow sense while simultaneously avoiding the snapping jaws and thrashing coils. But Harry was faster, more agile, and his sword cut through the serpent's scales like they were paper. 3 minutes. A dozen strikes. The basilisk was bleeding from wounds along its entire body, dark blood pooling on the chamber floor. The creature was slowing, not dying, but weakening, its 1,000-year-old body finally meeting something it couldn't outlast. Harry vaulted off a pillar, inverted in midair, and drove his sword downward into the top of the basilisk's skull. The blade punched through bone and into brain. The basilisk convulsed, a full-body spasm that cracked the stone floor and sent waves across the standing water. Then it went still. 60 feet of ancient serpent, the monster of Salazar Slytherin, dead on the floor of the chamber it had guarded for a millennium. Harry pulled his sword free and landed in a crouch. The chamber was silent. Water dripped. Echoes faded. Dumbledore stood by the entrance, wand still raised, blue eyes wide. He had watched the entire fight, 3 minutes of blinding speed and shadow magic and a 12-year-old boy dismantling one of the most dangerous magical creatures in existence with a sword. Well, Dumbledore said quietly. I suppose I was right to have faith. Harry wiped the basilisk blood from his blade and sheathed it. Then he turned to the massive corpse and felt the pull. Shadow extraction. The instinct was overwhelming. The basilisk was the most powerful magical creature Harry had ever encountered in death, 1,000 years of accumulated magical energy, the the serpentine power of Salazar Slytherin's own creation, enough raw shadow potential to dwarf everything he'd extracted before combined. He knelt beside the basilisk's head and placed his hand on the cooling scales. "I'm sorry," he said in Parseltongue. "You deserved better than 1,000 years in a hole, following the orders of a man who died centuries ago. You deserved the sky and the sun and the freedom to be what you were." The basilisk was dead. It couldn't hear him. Harry reached anyway. "Come back. Not as a slave. Not as a weapon. Come back as yourself, and choose what you want to be." The extraction was the most intense Harry had ever performed. The basilisk's magical residue was vast, an ocean of serpentine power, deep and cold and ancient. Harry's shadow magic poured into the corpse, filling the enormous body, converting dead tissue to shadow, replacing biological life with something darker and stranger and not entirely of this world. The transformation took 60 seconds. The basilisk's scales shifted from green to black. Its eyes, closed in death, opened, burning with the violet light of shadow magic. Its body lifted from the floor, coiling, testing its new existence. The shadow basilisk turned its massive head toward Harry. Its gaze, no longer lethal, transformed by the shadow extraction into something that recognized friend from foe, met his. "Speaker," the shadow basilisk said. Its voice was different now, deeper, smoother, with an undercurrent of power that hadn't been there in life. "You killed me." "Yes. And brought me back. I gave you the choice. You took it." The great serpent was silent for a moment. Then, slowly, it lowered its head until its nose touched Harry's palm. "I have been a prisoner for 1,000 years. Following the orders of a dead man's echo, sleeping in darkness, waking only to kill. You have given me something I have never had." "What?" "A choice." The shadow basilisk's tongue flickered. "I am yours, Speaker. Not because you command me. Because you asked." Harry pressed his forehead against the basilisk's snout. The scales were cool, shadow cold, not dead cold, and thrumming with power. "I'm going to call you Nyx," Harry said. "After the goddess of night." "Acceptable. I have been called worse." Behind Harry, Dumbledore stood very still and watched a boy who could command the dead add a 1,000-year-old basilisk to his army. The headmaster's hand was steady, his expression composed, but his heart was hammering, and somewhere deep in his considerable mind, Albus Dumbledore was recalculating the future of the wizarding world. The aftermath was controlled chaos. The basilisk, or rather, the news of the basilisk, swept through Hogwarts like fire. Mrs. Norris and 2 students who had been petrified in the weeks before Harry's intervention were restored using Mandrake restorative draft from Sprout's greenhouses. Ginny Weasley was treated in the hospital wing for magical drainage and released within a week, shaken but recovering. The diary's connection to Lucius Malfoy was handled by Dumbledore with a political deftness that Harry admired. No public accusations, instead, a quiet visit to Malfoy Manor, a conversation behind closed doors, and an outcome that resulted in Lucius Malfoy making a substantial donation to the school and looking distinctly grey-faced at the next Hogwarts Board of Governors meeting. Harry knew because Dumbledore told him. The old wizard was keeping his end of the bargain, full transparency, genuine partnership. "Malfoy won't try something like this again," Dumbledore said, over tea in his office. "He's been warned. But he's also been humiliated, and humiliated men are dangerous men." "Let him be dangerous," Harry said. "I'd rather have an angry Malfoy than a scheming one. Angry people make mistakes." Dumbledore gave him a look over his half-moon spectacles. "You sound like a general. I was raised by one." The shadow basilisk, Nyx, was too large to hide, but Harry didn't try. He settled Nyx in the Chamber of Secrets itself, which was now under Hogwarts control rather than Slytherin's. The massive serpent coiled in the dark water, content, occasionally surfacing to communicate with Harry through their bond. The castle's wards accepted Nyx the way they'd accepted Harry's shadow magic, with a curious, cautious welcome. The student body's reaction to Harry extracting a shadow basilisk was mixed. Fascination, fear, awe, and in some quarters, suspicion. The Parseltongue revelation had rattled people. It was Slytherin's gift, associated with dark magic and dark wizards. Harry's friend stood by him without hesitation. Ron, so you can talk to snakes. Big deal. Percy can talk to his reflection for hours, and that's creepy. But the whispers persisted, and Harry let them. He wasn't going to hide what he was to make other people comfortable. Draco Malfoy's reaction was the most interesting. Harry found the blonde boy waiting for him in an empty corridor after potions, 3 days after the chamber incident. Draco was alone, no Crabbe, no Goyle, no entourage. Just a pale boy with sharp features and grey eyes that held a complicated storm of emotions. Potter. Malfoy. My father is terrified of you. Harry waited. He won't say it. He'd rather die than admit it. But I know him, I know what he looks like when he's scared, and since Dumbledore's visit, he's been scared. Draco's voice was tight, controlled, but his hands were shaking slightly. He planted that diary on the Weasley girl. I know he did. And you destroyed it, and you killed the basilisk, and you, his voice cracked, just a fraction. You brought it back as a shadow. I did. That power. That's not wizard magic. No. It's not. Draco stared at him. The corridor was dim, lit by torches that cast dancing shadows on the stone walls. In those shadows, Harry felt Burrow stir, attentive, ready, but not hostile. Even the Ant King could see that this conversation wasn't a threat. It was something else entirely. I need to know something, Draco said. My father, is he going to be arrested? Not for the diary. Dumbledore handled it privately. Draco's shoulders dropped a fraction. Relief, buried under pride. And when the Dark Lord comes back? Because he will, my father says so, the other families say so. When he comes back, and he calls my father to serve. What are you asking me, Draco? The boy's jaw tightened. I'm asking if there's another option. For my family. For me. Because I grew up hearing that the Dark Lord's return was inevitable, that we'd kneel again, that the old ways would be restored. But you just killed a 1,000-year-old basilisk and turned it into a shadow soldier, and my father, Lucius Malfoy, one of the most powerful wizards in Britain, is scared to leave his house. Harry studied Draco. The arrogant first year who'd offered his hand on the train was still there, but he was cracking, the weight of legacy and expectation and the dawning realization that the future his father had promised him might not come to pass. There's always another option, Harry said. But it requires something your family hasn't practiced in a long time. What? Choosing for yourself instead of following someone else's lead. Draco flinched. The words landed close to bone, and Harry saw the impact, the flash of anger, the reflexive denial, and then, underneath, the grudging acknowledgement of truth. I'm not my father, Draco said. It came out rough, defiant, as if he was saying it for the first time. No, Harry agreed. You're not. The question is who you're going to be instead. Harry held out his hand. The same gesture Draco had made on the train, a lifetime ago. The same offer, reversed. Draco looked at the hand. His face was a battleground, pride against pragmatism, loyalty against self-preservation, the boy he'd been against the man he might become. He didn't take the hand. Not yet. But he didn't walk away either. I need to think, Draco said. Take your time. The offer doesn't expire. Draco turned and left. His footsteps echoed down the corridor, and Harry listened to them fade. Progress, Burrow observed. The Pale One has potential. Maybe. His father is weak. But the boy has a spark. I can feel it. He burns with something. Ambition. Ambition is just courage waiting for a direction, young master. Give him a direction, and he may surprise you. Harry thought about that and found he couldn't argue. The rest of the year passed in a blur of classes, DA sessions, and careful preparation. Harry trained. Not just the physical combat that Igris had drilled into him, but the magical integration that would be necessary for the scar extraction. He worked with Snape, an arrangement that surprised everyone involved, on potions designed to stabilize his magical core during the procedure. Snape was exacting, demanding, and brilliant, and the potions they developed together were things that had never existed before, custom-brewed compounds designed for Harry's specific hybrid magical signature. The extraction will be like surgery, Snape told him during a February session in the potions lab, both of them hunched over a cauldron of shimmering gold liquid. The fragment is integrated into your core at multiple points. Removing it will create gaps, temporary voids in your magical architecture. The potions will fill those gaps, providing structural support until your core regenerates. How long to regenerate? Depending on the severity of the extraction, days to weeks. During that time, your magic will be compromised. You'll be vulnerable. I've never been vulnerable. Everyone is vulnerable during healing, Potter. Even you. Harry looked at Snape across the cauldron. The man's face was focused, intense, lit from below by the potion's golden glow. There was no hostility in his expression, just the absolute concentration of a master at his craft, doing the most important work of his life. Why are you helping me? Harry asked. Snape didn't look up. I told you. I promised to protect Lily's son. This goes beyond protection. You've spent months developing custom potions for a procedure that's never been attempted. You've invested more effort in this than in anything I've seen you do at Hogwarts. Why? Snape's hand stilled on the ladle. He was quiet for a long time. Because when I look at you, he said, very softly, I see what I could have been. If I'd been braver. If I'd made different choices. If I'd had someone who believed in me the way your father believes in you. He resumed stirring. I can't undo my past. But I can make sure you have a future. Harry felt something shift between them, a wall coming down, not all the way, but enough to let light through. Thank you, Severus. Snape's hand jerked. He looked up, and for a moment, his dark eyes were wide and unguarded. Nobody called him Severus. Nobody had, not in years. Not since Lily. You're welcome, he said roughly, and went back to his potion, and neither of them mentioned it again. April brought the extraction. They did it on a Saturday, in the room of requirement, which Harry had configured into a medical chamber, clean, bright, furnished with a bed, monitoring equipment, and shelves of Snape's custom potions. The room also provided something no hospital could, walls that could be reinforced with shadow magic, creating a containment field in case the fragment detonated during removal. The team was small. Dumbledore, providing magical oversight and ward reinforcement. Snape, managing the potions and monitoring Harry's vital signs. Madame Pomfrey, on standby for medical emergencies. And Jin-Woo, who had forced a shadow gate through Hogwarts wards for the first time. The castle shuddered, the wards flared, and then settled, grudgingly accepting the Shadow Monarch's presence. Dumbledore met Jin-Woo for the first time in the corridor outside the room of requirement. The two men looked at each other, and the magical signatures that radiated from them made the air between them dense enough to chew. Sung Jin-Woo, Dumbledore said. Albus Dumbledore. Jin-Woo's expression was neutral, assessing. Thank you for helping my son. Thank you for raising a young man who is, against all probability, both extraordinarily powerful and genuinely good. He gets that from his mother. Which one? Jin-Woo's mouth twitched. An almost smile. Both. They shook hands. The handshake lasted 3 seconds, during which an enormous amount of information was exchanged through magical contact, an entire conversation conducted in subtext and power signatures. When they released, both men looked slightly recalibrated. "He's going to be fine," Jin-Woo said. "I believe he is," Dumbledore agreed. Harry lay on the bed in the room of requirement and felt remarkably calm. Snape had already administered the preparatory potions, 3 of them, each a different color, each targeting a specific aspect of the extraction. His magical core felt stable, reinforced, wrapped in alchemical scaffolding that would hold the structure together when the fragment was removed. Ron, Hermione, and Neville were waiting outside. Harry had told them what was happening, everything, this time, no omissions, and they'd insisted on being present. Not in the room, where their presence might be a distraction, but close enough to be the first faces Harry saw when he woke up. "Ready?" Jin-Woo asked, standing at the head of the bed. "Ready." "Then close your eyes and let me in." Harry closed his eyes. He felt his father's consciousness touch his, gentle, vast, impossibly powerful, and together they turned inward, into the landscape of Harry's magical core. It was beautiful in there. Harry had explored his own core before, but never with Jin-Woo guiding him. His father's perception illuminated details Harry hadn't seen, the intricate lattice of his wizard magic, golden and warm, the dark threads of shadow magic, cool and deep, and the fusion points where the two systems intertwined, creating the hybrid power that was uniquely his. And there, at the center, wrapped in golden light, the Horcrux. It was smaller than Harry had expected. A dark knot, the size of a walnut, embedded in the junction between his wizard and shadow magic. Lily's protective love surrounded it, a cocoon of fierce, warm energy that had been containing the fragment since infancy. The fragment itself was weak, almost translucent, months of network isolation and magical absorption had taken their toll. "It's fading," Jin-Woo observed. "Another year, maybe 2, and your magic would have dissolved it entirely." "I don't want to wait. I want it out." "Then let's take it out." Father and son worked together. Jin-Woo's shadow magic, absolute, monarchical, irresistible, surrounded the fragment, isolating it from Harry's core the way a surgeon isolates a tumor. Harry's own magic supported the process, holding the scaffolding steady, redirecting energy flows around the void that the fragment's removal would create. The fragment fought. Of course it did, it was Voldemort, and even a dying sliver of Voldemort didn't go quietly. Dark magic thrashed and clawed, trying to dig deeper, trying to cling to life. Lily's love burned brighter. The golden cocoon tightened, compressing the fragment, and for a moment, Harry felt his mother's presence, not a ghost, not a shadow, just the pure, fierce force of her love, wrapping around the dark thing that had invaded her son and saying, with a warmth that would have melted stone, "You don't belong here." The fragment tore free. Pain. White, blinding, total. Harry's body arched on the bed, and Snape was there instantly, pouring potions down his throat, stabilizing, reinforcing. Dumbledore's wand traced complex patterns in the air, shoring up the room of requirements wards. Jin-Woo held the extracted fragment in a sphere of shadow magic, a tiny, screaming thing, the last piece of Voldemort's soul that had lived inside Harry Potter for 12 years. Harry lay on the bed, panting, tears streaming from his closed eyes. The void in his core ached, a phantom pain, like a missing tooth, where the fragment had been. Snape's potions flooded the gap, filling it with golden stability, and Harry felt his magic surge to close the wound. "It's out," Jin-Woo said. "Harry. It's out." Harry opened his eyes. The world was blurry, bright, overwhelming. He blinked, and his vision cleared, and he saw his father holding a sphere of darkness the size of a marble, the last fragment of Tom Riddle's soul, trapped and helpless. "Destroy it," Harry whispered. Jin-Woo closed his hand. The sphere collapsed. The fragment screamed one last time, a sound that carried across dimensions, that reached the forests of Albania where a wraith was hiding, that echoed through the magical fabric of Britain like a death knell. Then silence. The last Horcrux was gone. Voldemort was mortal. Harry lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling and felt, for the first time in his entire life, whole. No dark passenger. No parasitic soul. No connection to the monster who had murdered his parents. Just Harry. Pure, complete, unbroken Harry. He laughed. It burst out of him, weak, raspy, delighted, and he couldn't stop. He laughed until he cried, and then he just cried, and Jin-Woo held his hand and Snape pretended to check potion levels and Dumbledore stood by the window and wiped his eyes behind his spectacles. The door opened. Ron, Hermione, and Neville piled in, having apparently decided that, wait outside, was more of a guideline than a rule. Hermione took one look at Harry's tear-streaked, grinning face and burst into tears herself. Ron grabbed Harry's other hand and squeezed. Neville stood at the foot of the bed and smiled, the quiet, steady smile of someone who knew exactly what it meant to carry a burden and set it down. "It's done?" Ron asked. "It's done," Harry said. "He's mortal. Every anchor, every safety net, gone. When he comes back, there's nothing keeping him here." "When he comes back," Hermione repeated. "Not if. He'll come back. He's Voldemort, he'll find a way, make a body, gather his followers. But this time, when I face him, there's no backup. No Horcruxes. No second chances. This time," Neville said quietly, "he faces all of us." Harry looked at his friends, these extraordinary, brave, stubborn people who had chosen to stand with him, and felt the truth of it in his bones. Not just them. The DA. Dumbledore. Snape. McGonagall. The Weasleys. Even Draco, wavering on the edge of a choice that could change everything. An army. Not of shadows, of light. Of living, breathing people who chose to fight because it was right. Harry smiled. The scar on his forehead was fading, without the Horcrux to sustain it, the old wound was finally healing, the lightning bolt becoming a thin silver line that would disappear entirely within months. The boy who lived was gone. In his place, the Shadow Prince. The boy who chose his own destiny. And he was just getting started. Chapter 6, Rise of the Shadow Army. The scar took 3 weeks to fade completely. Harry tracked its dissolution the way a prisoner tracks the last days of a sentence, with obsessive attention and a growing, giddy disbelief. Every morning he checked the mirror in the dormitory bathroom, pushing his hair back, studying the lightning bolt mark that had defined him since infancy. Every morning it was lighter, thinner, less there. By mid-May it was a thread of silver no wider than a hair. By June it was gone. He stood in front of the mirror on the last morning of term and looked at his forehead, smooth, unmarked, ordinary, and felt something crack open inside him that he hadn't known was closed. He wasn't the boy who lived anymore. He wasn't the vessel for Voldemort's parasitic soul. He was just Harry. A boy with messy black hair and green eyes and a face that looked, for the first time, entirely his own. Ron found him staring at the mirror and misread the situation completely. "Mate, your hair's hopeless. Just accept it." Harry laughed so hard he had to sit on the bathroom floor. The end of second year came with exams that Harry aced without effort, a final DA session that had grown to 70 members, and a farewell feast that Dumbledore used to award Gryffindor a suspiciously convenient number of last-minute house points. Harry suspected favoritism but couldn't prove it. The train ride home was different from last year. Lighter. The 4 of them, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, sat in their usual compartment, and the conversation drifted away from dark wizards and Horcruxes and toward the kinds of things that 12-year-olds were supposed to talk about. Quidditch. Summer plans. Whether Hermione's new cat, a squash-faced orange monster named Crookshanks, was actually a cat or some kind of escaped magical experiment. "He's a cat," Hermione said firmly. "Part Kneazle, maybe, but definitely a cat." "He tried to eat Scabbers," Ron said, clutching his pocket where the old rat trembled. Harry looked at the rat. Scabbers. Peter Pettigrew, hiding in the body of a common rat for 12 years, sleeping in Ron's bed, eating his food, listening to his family's conversations. The knowledge sat in Harry's chest like a coal, hot, patient, waiting. Not yet. But soon. Hermione, Harry said casually. What do you know about animagus identification? Is there a spell that reveals the human form? Hermione perked up immediately. Any question involving magical theory was a siren call. The homorphous charm reveals an animagus's true form, but it requires significant power. There's also a simpler detection method using Revelio combined with a specific wand movement. It won't force the transformation, but it'll show the human aura underlying the animal form. Interesting. Harry filed the information. Just curious. Ron looked at him suspiciously. You're never just curious. What are you planning? Nothing immediate. How about a game of exploding snap? The deflection worked, mostly because Ron could never resist exploding snap, and the conversation moved on. But Hermione watched Harry with eyes that saw too much, and Harry could tell she was filing away the animagus question for later analysis. The train pulled into King's Cross. Goodbyes were said, hugs exchanged, summer plans confirmed. Harry watched his friends disappear into the crowd of families, then walked through the barrier, found his shadow, and went home. Summer unfolded differently this year. The Horcrux hunt was over. The fragment was gone. For the first time since Jin-Woo had pulled him from the wreckage of Godric's Hollow, Harry's path forward wasn't defined by a dark wizard's soul. The immediate threat was neutralized. What remained was preparation for the inevitable return, and the harder, stranger work of figuring out who Harry Potter was when he wasn't defined by an enemy. Jin-Woo, as usual, had an opinion on this. You need to get stronger, the Shadow Monarch said on Harry's first morning back, leaning against the kitchen counter while Harry demolished a plate of eggs. Not in the ways you've been getting stronger, those are solid. I mean your shadow magic specifically. You've been focused on the Horcruxes and your wizard training, and your extraction ability has developed naturally. But you haven't pushed it. Pushed it how? You have a shadow griffin, a shadow basilisk, a shadow professor, a shadowling, and a fire snake that isn't technically a shadow soldier but follows you around anyway. That's your army. For comparison, when I was your age, relative to my power development, I had thousands. You were fighting dimensional wars. I'm attending wizard school. The point isn't the number. The point is the principle. Your extraction ability works through connection, you offer the dead a choice, and they accept or don't. But you've only ever offered that choice to things you've personally killed or found already dead. You've never gone looking. Harry set down his fork. Looking for what? The wizarding world has 1,000 years of magical dead. Battlefields, disaster sites, places where powerful witches and wizards died with unfinished business. Their magical residue is still there, fading, but present. You could reach it. You could offer the choice to people who died decades or centuries ago, if their magic was strong enough to leave a lasting impression. The idea hit Harry like cold water. He'd thought about this, abstractly, distantly, as a future possibility. But Jin-Woo was talking about now. About actively seeking out the magical dead and offering them resurrection. That's. Harry paused, searching for the right word. That's a lot of responsibility. Yes. I'd be deciding who gets a second chance. No. You'd be offering the choice. They'd be deciding. That's how your power works, you ask, they answer. The agency is theirs. Harry thought about this for a long time. In the shadow realm around him, his existing soldiers stirred, Storm, perched on the roof, Nyx, coiled in the deep tunnels, Quirrell's shadow, quiet and contemplative in its corner of existence. Each of them had chosen to return. Each of them had accepted Harry's offer because something in their death had been incomplete. Where do I start? Harry asked. Jin-Woo smiled. Where do you think? Harry knew. He'd always known, from the moment his power first awakened. There was one place, one night, one pair of deaths that called to him louder than anything else. Godric's Hollow. They went at midnight. The village was small and quiet and magical in the way that Old English places are magical: thatched roofs, stone walls, a church with a square tower, a war memorial in the village square that shimmered slightly when wizards walked past, transforming into a statue of three people. A man with untidy hair. A woman with a kind face. A baby in her arms. Harry stood before the statue and looked at his parents' stone faces and felt nothing but calm. He'd grieved for them. He'd honored them. He'd destroyed the man who'd killed them, piece by piece, anchor by anchor. Now he was here for something else. The graveyard was behind the church. Harry walked through it in the summer dark, reading headstones by shadowlight, until he found them. James Potter, born March 27, 1960, died October 31, 1981. Lily Potter, born January 30, 1960, died October 31, 1981. The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death. Harry knelt between the graves. The grass was soft, damp with dew. Behind him, Jin-Woo waited at the graveyard gate, a silent presence, giving his son space. Harry placed his hands on the earth and reached down. Not into the graves, not into the physical remains, which were bones and dust and nothing that mattered. He reached into the magical residue. The echo that powerful witches and wizards left behind, the imprint of their lives and deaths stamped into the fabric of reality. James Potter's echo was there. Faint, 12 years of gradual dissipation had taken their toll, but present. A warm, bright signature, full of laughter and recklessness and a fierce, all-consuming love for his family. James had died standing between Voldemort and the stairs, wandless, hopeless, buying his wife 3 seconds to run. His last emotion had been defiance. Lily Potter's echo was stronger. Much stronger. Her sacrificial magic had anchored her presence to this place in a way that went beyond normal magical residue. She had poured everything she was into protecting Harry, and the power of that act had left an impression so deep that it would persist for centuries. Harry touched their echoes and felt tears on his cheeks. Mom. Dad. It's Harry. He felt them stir. Not consciously, they were echoes, not ghosts, remnants of magical existence rather than active spirits. But some part of them recognized him. Some residual awareness, woven into the fabric of their magical impressions, responded to the presence of their son. I know you can't hear me. Not really. But I need you to know something before I ask. He took a deep breath. Voldemort is mortal now. I destroyed every Horcrux. The last one was in my scar, and it's gone. He's going to come back, he'll find a way, build a body, start a war, and when he does, I'm going to end it. I'm going to finish what you started. The echoes pulsed. Warm. Bright. I want to offer you a choice. The same choice I offer everyone. Come back. Not alive, not the way you were. As shadows. You'd remember everything, feel everything, be yourselves in every way that matters. But you wouldn't be biological. You wouldn't age, eat, sleep. You'd exist in a state between life and death, sustained by my magic, bound to me by choice. Harry paused. His hands trembled on the grass. I'm not asking because I need soldiers. I have soldiers. I'm not asking because of the war. I'm asking because I love you. Because I grew up knowing you only through stories and a mirror and the warmth of Mum's protection magic, and I want to know you. Really know you. I want my parents back. Is that selfish? Maybe. But I'm asking anyway. The choice is yours. If you want to stay, if you're at peace, if whatever comes after death is better than what I'm offering, then stay. I'll understand. I'll live my life and fight my wars and be the person you died to protect. That's enough. But if any part of you wants to come back, if there's unfinished business, unsaid words, a son you never got to see grow up, then I'm here. And I'm asking. He closed his eyes and extended his shadow magic into the earth. The reach was the deepest he'd ever attempted. Down through soil and stone, through layers of magical sediment, into the bedrock where James and Lily Potter's magical echoes had settled like light trapped in amber. His power touched them, gentle, careful, infused with the love of a boy who had never stopped missing parents he'd never known. For a long, agonizing moment, nothing happened. Then James Potter's echo moved. It stirred like a sleeper waking, slowly, reluctantly, dragged from the warm darkness of whatever peace the dead found. Harry felt his father's personality reassemble around the magical core, the humor, the recklessness, the fierce loyalty, the love that had driven him to stand wandless against the darkest wizard alive. James Potter's echo gathered itself, took shape, and reached back. Harry. The voice was in his mind, not words exactly, but meaning. Recognition. Joy. A father's overwhelming, devastating joy at feeling his son's presence for the first time in 12 years. Dad? Harry. Oh God. Harry. You're here. You're real. I can feel you, you're magic, you're incredible, you're so strong, Dad, I need you to focus. I'm offering you a choice. Come back. As a shadow. It won't be the same as being alive, I don't care. I'm coming back. Lily, he's here, and then Lily Potter's echo surged upward like a wave, and Harry's shadow senses were flooded with warmth and light and a love so fierce that it burned through his defenses like they were paper. His mother's voice, not words, just the pure, distilled essence of maternal love, crashed into him and washed away 12 years of wondering what it would feel like. My baby. My beautiful baby boy. Look at you. Look at you. Harry was crying. Properly crying, the kind where you can't see and can't breathe and don't care. His shadow magic was pouring into the earth, filling the spaces where his parents' echoes lived, offering the bridge between death and shadow existence, and both of them were reaching back, grabbing hold, choosing to return. The extraction was unlike anything Harry had ever done. Storm had been a creature, simple and instinctive. Nyx had been ancient and powerful but ultimately alien. Quirrell had been a broken man grateful for a second chance. James and Lily Potter were his parents, complex, beloved, deeply human, and the process of bringing them back reflected that complexity. It took an hour. Harry knelt in the graveyard with his hands pressed to the earth, channeling shadow magic through his mother's love and his father's courage and his own desperate, burning need, and slowly, painstakingly, he built them. Not replicas. Not copies. Them. Every memory, every personality trait, every quirk and flaw and grace that had made James and Lily Potter who they were. The shadow magic preserved it all, wrapped it in darkness, sustained it with power, gave it form and presence and the ability to exist in the world again. James came first. He rose from the earth like a man climbing out of a swimming pool, sudden, gasping, disoriented. His form was shadow dark but recognizable, messy black hair, wire-rimmed glasses, shadow glasses, which was somehow deeply funny, a lean build, a face that was Harry's face 20 years older. He stood in the graveyard and blinked at the moonlit village and said, "Well. That was weird." Then he looked at Harry and his entire existence stopped. "Harry?" James whispered. His voice was real, audible, present, a human voice produced by shadow vocal cords that worked because Harry's magic believed they should. "Harry. You're a kid. You're a whole person. How old are you?" 12. 12. 12 years. James's shadow form flickered, emotions running through him so fast that the magic could barely keep up. "I missed 12 years. Lily, where's Lily? I'm here." She rose from the earth beside James. Red hair, green eyes, Harry's eyes, looking at him from his mother's face for the first time. Lily Potter stood in the graveyard where she'd been buried and looked at her son and made a sound that was not quite a word and not quite a sob but was somehow more articulate than either. Harry looked at his parents. His dead, returned, shadow parents, standing in a moonlit graveyard, staring at the boy they'd died to protect. "Hi," Harry said, because he couldn't think of anything else. Lily crossed the distance between them in 2 steps and wrapped her arms around him. Shadow arms, cool, not warm, solid but not quite physical. Harry didn't care. He buried his face in his mother's shoulder and held on, and she held him, and James's arms came around both of them, and for a long, timeless moment, the Potter family existed again. "Your hair's as bad as your father's," Lily murmured into Harry's hair. "Oi," James said. "My hair is iconic." "Your hair is a disaster, James." "It's always been a disaster." "You loved my hair." "I loved you despite your hair." "There's a difference." Harry laughed into his mother's shoulder, a wet, hiccuping laugh, and felt something that had been missing since the night he was born finally click into place. Jin-Woo appeared at the graveyard gate. He'd been watching, giving them space, but the extraction was complete and the new shadows needed to be introduced to the person who would be their de facto commander. James saw him first. The shadow of Harry's birth father looked at the living form of Harry's adoptive father, and a complicated series of emotions crossed his translucent face. "You," James said. "You're the one who took him. Who raised him." "I am." James studied Jin-Woo with the fierce scrutiny of a father examining the man who'd stepped into his role. "You trained him. Protected him. Loved him." "Yes." "He calls you Dad." "He does." James was quiet for a moment. Then he crossed to Jin-Woo and stuck out his shadow hand. "Thank you. For my son." "Thank you." Jin-Woo took the hand. The shadow and the living man shook, and something passed between them, not competition, not territory, but mutual recognition. 2 fathers. 1 son. Both fierce, both devoted, both willing to burn the world down to protect him. "He's remarkable," Jin-Woo said. "He gets that from his mother," James and Lily said simultaneously, and then looked at each other and laughed, and the sound of their laughter in the graveyard was the most beautiful and the strangest thing Harry had ever heard. The days that followed were a recalibration. James and Lily settled into the shadow realm with the adaptability of people who had literally died and come back. After that, a house in an extra-dimensional domain was barely a footnote. They explored, asked questions, marveled at Storm and Nix and Baru, who treated Lily with exaggerated deference after she gave him a look so reminiscent of Mrs. Cho that the Ant King actually flinched. "I like her," Baru told Harry later. "She has the energy of someone who would set me on fire if I misbehaved." "She probably would." "She was brilliant at charms." "I am going to be on my best behavior." "That's a first." James, meanwhile, bonded with Igris. The two had nothing in common on paper. James was loud, irreverent, and allergic to formality, while Igris was a silent, armored knight of impeccable discipline, but they shared a warrior's instinct and a protective devotion to Harry that transcended their differences. James watched Igris's sword forms and asked intelligent questions about technique. Igris, in his wordless way, demonstrated adjustments. Within a week, James was sparring with shadow soldiers, his own shadow magic adapting to combat with a natural talent that made Harry understand where his own fighting instincts came from. Lily's contribution was different and arguably more important. She was, as Snape had said, the most gifted witch of her generation, and death had not dulled her intellect. She devoured Harry's notes on shadow magic theory, cross-referenced them with her own extensive knowledge of charms and protective magic, and within 2 weeks had produced a document that made Hermione's private journal look like a napkin sketch. The shadow extraction process, Lily told Harry one evening, sitting cross-legged on the floor of the Shadow Realm's library, surrounded by floating pages of her own notes, is fundamentally a charm. A very, very advanced charm, operating through a medium, shadow magic, that wizard theory doesn't account for. But the underlying structure is the same: intent, focus, and a relationship between caster and subject. That tracks with how it feels, Harry said. It's not about power. It's about connection. Exactly. And that's why yours works differently from your father's. She glanced toward Jin-Woo's study. His shadow extraction is monarchical, top-down, authority-based. It works because he's the shadow monarch and the shadows obey. Yours is relational. It works because you form a bond with the subject, and the bond sustains the extraction. Which means your extractions are stronger, in a sense. Jin-Woo's shadows serve because they must. Yours serve because they choose to. A willing soldier is always stronger than a conscripted one. Harry thought about this. But also more vulnerable. If one of my shadows decided they didn't want to serve anymore, they could leave. Theoretically. The bond is bilateral: you sustain them, they agree to be sustained. Break the agreement, and the bond dissolves. Has that ever happened? Has any shadow soldier chosen to leave? Not so far. But the option exists. And the fact that it exists is what makes your soldiers loyal. They stay because they want to, and knowing they can leave makes the staying meaningful. Harry looked at his mother, this brilliant, fierce, dead woman who was explaining his own magic to him better than he'd ever understood it, and felt a wave of gratitude so intense it was almost physical. "I'm glad you're back," he said. Lily's expression softened. She reached out and touched his face, cool shadow fingers against warm skin. "Me too, baby. Me too." July brought two things: Harry's 13th birthday and Peter Pettigrew. The birthday was celebrated with a party that was, by any objective standard, bizarre. 13 people, if you counted generously: Harry, Jin-Woo, Lily, James, Igris, Baru, Tank, Yuna, Storm, Nyx, Shade, Ember, and Creature, who had been living in the Shadow Realm since Harry had offered him a place and who had transformed from a bitter, hateful creature into a fiercely loyal ally who kept the Shadow House spotless and cooked meals that rivaled Jin-Woo's. Baru had somehow acquired a piñata. Nobody asked where. But underneath the celebration, Harry was thinking about the rat. He'd let Pettigrew hide for 2 years. Not out of mercy, out of strategy. Pettigrew alive and hidden in the Weasley household was a known quantity. Pettigrew exposed and arrested would trigger a chain of events: Sirius Black's innocence would be proven, Sirius would be freed from Azkaban, and the wizarding world would have to confront the fact that their justice system had imprisoned an innocent man for 12 years without a trial. That last part was the important part. Harry didn't just want Pettigrew caught. He wanted the system that had failed Sirius exposed. He wanted the ministry's corruption and negligence dragged into the light, because a ministry that could imprison an innocent man without trial was a ministry that Voldemort could exploit when he returned. The timing had to be right. And now, with the Horcruxes destroyed and Harry's power at its peak, the timing was right. He wrote to Ron. "Can I visit the Burrow this weekend? Bring Hermione and Neville too if they're free. There's something I need to show you." Ron's reply came back within hours, enthusiastic and unsuspecting. Harry arranged for Hermione and Neville to meet him at the Burrow on Saturday morning, and he spent Friday night in the war room with Jin-Woo, planning. "You're going to reveal Pettigrew," Jin-Woo said. "I'm going to reveal Pettigrew in front of witnesses, in a controlled environment, with a plan for what comes next. I need Arthur Weasley there. He works at the ministry, he's honest, and he has the connections to ensure that whatever happens gets reported through proper channels." "And Sirius?" "Dumbledore's handling the Azkaban side. I told him about Pettigrew at the start of summer. He's been building the legal case for Sirius's release, quietly, behind the scenes. What he needs is the rat. Living proof. What if Pettigrew runs?" Harry's expression went flat. "He won't get far." Saturday morning. The Burrow. Harry arrived through a shadow gate in the Weasleys' garden, which startled a cluster of gnomes into hysterical flight. Hermione operated with her parents' grudging permission. They'd signed a flow authorization, but Hermione preferred precision. Neville arrived by flow, stumbling out of the fireplace covered in ash and looking apologetic. The Weasley family was in full Saturday mode, Mrs. Weasley cooking, Arthur tinkering with a Muggle radio in his shed, the twins conducting experiments in their room, periodic small explosions, Percy reading in the garden, and Ginny flying lazy circles over the orchard. Ron met them at the door with a grin. "All right, what's the big mystery? Your letter was cryptic even by your standards. I need to talk to everyone. Your whole family. Can you get them together?" Ron's grin faded. He knew Harry well enough to recognize the operational tone. Everyone. Even Percy. Even Percy. 10 minutes later, the Weasley family was assembled in the kitchen. Mrs. Weasley looked concerned. Arthur looked intrigued. Fred and George looked like they hoped something was about to explode. Percy looked put out at being interrupted. Harry stood at the head of the kitchen table. Hermione and Neville flanked him. Ron sat with his family, Scabbers dozing in his pocket. "Thank you for having me," Harry said. "I need to tell you something, and I need to show you something, and both are going to be difficult. But I promise you, everything I'm about to do is necessary." "Harry, dear, you're scaring me," Mrs. Weasley said. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Weasley." "Ron, can I see Scabbers?" Ron blinked. "Scabbers? Why? Please." Ron looked confused but trusting. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the old rat, fat, gray, missing a toe on one front paw. The rat blinked sleepily and didn't seem alarmed, which told Harry it hadn't sensed the trap. Harry took the rat from Ron's hands. It squirmed weakly, and Harry held it firmly. He could feel it, the human magical signature buried beneath the animal form, faint but unmistakable. A wizard, hiding. "This is going to seem strange," Harry said. "But I need you to trust me." He drew his wand. Homorphous Revelio. The spell hit the rat like a spotlight. The animal's body glowed blue, and underneath the blue, a second shape appeared, ghostly, transparent, superimposed over the rat like a double exposure. A human shape. A man. Short, pudgy, watery-eyed, balding. Peter Pettigrew. Mrs. Weasley screamed. Arthur shot to his feet. The twins went for their wands. Percy dropped his book. Ron stared at his pet rat and the human outline overlapping it, and his face went through shock, confusion, and a dawning, horrified understanding. "That's," Arthur whispered. "That's a person. There's a person in the rat." "Peter Pettigrew," Harry said. "Believed dead for 12 years. Hiding as Ron's pet. He's an unregistered animagus." "That's impossible," Percy said. "Pettigrew was killed by Sirius Black." Pettigrew faked his death. "He cut off his own finger, blew up the street to kill 12 muggles, transformed, and escaped. Sirius Black was framed. He's been in Azkaban for 12 years for a crime Pettigrew committed." The kitchen erupted. Everyone was talking at once, Mrs. Weasley demanding explanations, Arthur asking sharp questions, Ron staring at the rat in Harry's hands with a look of sick betrayal. Hermione's hand found Ron's shoulder. Neville stood by the door, wand out, quiet and watchful. The rat was squirming now. It had heard the commotion, felt the magic, and the animal brain was overriding the human intelligence hiding within. It was trying to escape. Harry held on. His grip was iron, and the shadow magic in his hands made the rat's struggles futile. "Arthur," Harry said, cutting through the noise. "I need you to contact Amelia Bones at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She's honest, Dumbledore vouches for her. Tell her you have a live, unregistered animagus who has been in hiding for 12 years, and that his testimony will exonerate Sirius Black." Arthur Weasley was pale but steady. He looked at the glowing rat in Harry's hands, at the human shape within it, and Harry could see the man's decent, logical mind putting the pieces together. "You're certain?" Arthur asked. "Absolutely certain. Force the transformation and see for yourself." Arthur drew his wand. His hands were steady. Arthur Weasley might have been obsessed with rubber ducks and electrical plugs, but underneath the eccentric exterior was a man who'd fought in the First Wizarding War. He aimed at the rat and cast the Forced Animagus Reversal, a complex spell that Harry had given Hermione weeks ago to teach him, just in case. The rat convulsed. Grew. Elongated. Fur became skin, paws became hands, the tiny body expanded and reshuffled until a man stood in the Weasley kitchen, short, pudgy, pale, with a bald spot and watery eyes and a face that radiated the cringing terror of a cornered animal. Peter Pettigrew looked at the circle of wands pointed at him and whimpered. "Ron," he stammered. "Gee good boy, Ron, you've been so good to me, don't talk to my son," Arthur said, and his voice was ice. Pettigrew turned to Harry. His watery eyes went wide with recognition, and with terror. "P. Potter. You look just like James." "James was my friend, James was your friend," Harry said. "And you sold him to Voldemort." The name made Pettigrew flinch violently. "I had no choice. The Dark Lord, you don't understand, he would have killed me, so you gave him my parents instead." Pettigrew opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. No words came out, because there were no words that could make what he'd done acceptable, and even Peter Pettigrew, craven and desperate and pathetic, knew it. Harry looked at the man who had murdered his parents as surely as if he'd cast the killing curse himself, and felt cold. Not angry, he'd expected anger, had prepared for it. But what he felt was cold clarity. This miserable, trembling creature had destroyed his family, destroyed Sirius's life, hidden for 12 years while the world moved on, and now he was standing in a kitchen full of people he'd deceived, and he had nothing left. "Arthur," Harry said. "Make the call." Arthur left the kitchen. Pettigrew tried to run, a lunging, desperate scramble toward the door, and 3 things happened simultaneously. Fred and George tackled him from the left. Neville hit him with a full body bind from the right. And Harry's shadow surged up from the floor and pinned Pettigrew's feet to the ground like nails through wood. Pettigrew fell face-first onto the kitchen tiles and lay there, rigid and bound, and the Weasley kitchen went very quiet. Ron was shaking. Not with fear, with rage. His freckles stood out like burns against white skin, and his hands were clenched so hard that his knuckles cracked. "He slept in my bed," Ron said. His voice was barely above a whisper. "For years. A murderer. In my bed. In our house." "I know," Harry said. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner." "How long have you known?" "Since last summer." Ron's head snapped up. The anger in his eyes shifted targets, landing on Harry with the full force of betrayal. "A year? You've known for a year and you didn't tell me?" "I couldn't. Not without a plan. If I'd told you, you'd have confronted him, damn right I would have. And he'd have transformed and run. He's a rat animagus, Ron. All he needs is a second of confusion and he's gone, through a crack in the floor, into a wall, vanished. I needed to catch him when he couldn't escape, with witnesses, with a plan for what comes next." Ron stared at him. The anger warred with understanding, and understanding won, grudgingly, because Ron knew Harry well enough to know he was right. But the hurt was still there, the wound of finding out that your best friend had been keeping a secret this big. "You should have told me," Ron said. "Even if I couldn't act on it. I deserved to know." "You're right," Harry said. "I'm sorry." Ron held his gaze for a long moment. Then he exhaled, deflating. "Fine. But you owe me. Big. Name it. Season tickets to the Cannons. They're the worst team in the league. Season tickets, Harry. Deal." The tension broke. Not completely, There would be more conversations, harder ones, in the days ahead, but enough to breathe. Amelia Bones arrived within the hour, flanked by 2 Aurors. She was a square-jawed, no-nonsense woman who took one look at the body-bound Peter Pettigrew on the Weasley kitchen floor and said, "Well, this is going to be a long day." Pettigrew was taken into custody. Veritaserum was administered. The confession that followed, halting, self-pitying, and utterly damning, confirmed everything: the betrayal of the Potters, the murder of 12 Muggles, the framing of Sirius Black. It was recorded by a ministry quill and witnessed by Arthur Weasley, Amelia Bones, and Albus Dumbledore, who arrived via Flood just in time for the key testimony. Sirius Black's release was ordered that afternoon. The warrant came from Bones directly, bypassing Fudge, who would have dithered and delayed, and going straight through the DMLE's emergency authority. A team of Aurors was dispatched to Azkaban. Harry wanted to be there. Dumbledore talked him out of it. "Sirius has been in Azkaban for 12 years, the headmaster said gently. Surrounded by Dementors. He is not the man he was. The first face he sees should be someone he trusts, me, or perhaps Remus Lupin. Not a godson he hasn't seen since infancy." Harry accepted this, reluctantly. "How soon can I see him?" "When he's ready. Days, perhaps a week. We'll bring him somewhere safe, Grimmauld Place, most likely, and let him recover. Grimmauld Place has a shadow basilisk in the basement. Ah. Perhaps we'll use the burrow instead." Sirius came to the burrow on a Thursday. Harry waited in the garden, alone. He'd asked the others to give them space. This first meeting should be private, between godfather and godson, without an audience. The man who walked through the garden gate was a ghost. Not literally, Sirius Black was alive, painfully, stubbornly alive, but Azkaban had stripped him to the bone. He was gaunt, hollow-cheeked, with long matted hair and sunken eyes that held the haunted, feral look of someone who'd spent 12 years in a place designed to destroy the human soul. He stopped 10 feet from Harry and stared. "Harry?" Sirius's voice was a rasp. Raw, unused, dragged from a throat that hadn't spoken kindly in over a decade. "Yeah. It's me." Sirius stared for another 5 seconds. Then he made a sound, not quite a laugh, not quite a sob, and said, "You look just like James. Except the eyes. Lily's eyes. So everyone tells me. And you," Sirius's voice cracked. "You got me out. You found the rat and you got me out. It took too long. I'm sorry." "Don't." Sirius closed the distance between them, slowly, as if Harry might disappear. "Don't apologize. You were a kid. You are a kid. I should have been there. I should have been raising you, protecting you. Instead, I was in that place, and you were, where were you? Nobody will tell me. Dumbledore says it's your story to tell. It is. And I'll tell you everything. But first," Harry held out his hand. "I'm Harry Potter Sung. Your godson. And I'm very glad to meet you." Sirius took his hand. His grip was skeletal, trembling, but fierce. "Sung. My adoptive father. Long story. I've got time. First time in 12 years I've had time that's actually mine." Sirius's mouth twitched, the ghost of a grin, buried under years of trauma. "Tell me everything, kid. From the beginning." They sat in the Weasleys' garden for 4 hours. Harry told Sirius the abridged version: Jin-Woo, the Shadow Realm, his training, Hogwarts, the Horcruxes, the extraction. He left out the most sensitive details but gave enough for Sirius to understand the broad strokes. Sirius listened with an intensity that was almost physical. He asked questions, sharp ones, perceptive ones. Azkaban had broken his body but not his mind, and the marauder intelligence that had made him one of the most talented wizards of his generation was still there, battered but functional. You can raise the dead, Sirius said, when Harry explained shadow extraction. I can offer the dead a choice to return. As shadows. And you, Sirius swallowed. James and Lily, they're back. Both of them. As shadows. They're in the shadow realm right now. Sirius went very still. His sunken eyes were fixed on Harry's face with an expression of such desperate, fragile hope that Harry felt his chest constrict. I can take you to them, Harry said. If you want. If I want. Sirius's laugh was wet and broken. If I want. Harry, I've spent 12 years in hell thinking about them every day. Seeing them in my nightmares. Hearing Lily's voice when the Dementors came. If I want. Jesus Christ, kid. Harry opened a shadow gate. The reunion between Sirius and the Shadow Potters was not something Harry could describe afterward, and he didn't try. Some things were too raw, too real, too fundamentally human for words. Three people who had loved each other, separated by death and injustice and 12 years of unimaginable suffering, brought together in a place between worlds by the boy they had all, in their own ways, fought to protect. Sirius held James and wept. James held Sirius and cracked jokes through his own tears. Lily held both of them and said nothing, because some things didn't need words. Harry watched from the doorway, and Jin-Woo stood behind him, and father and son gave the three friends the privacy they deserved. You did a good thing, Jin-Woo said quietly. I did a necessary thing. They needed each other. Those aren't mutually exclusive. Harry leaned against the doorframe and watched his birth parents embrace their best friend, and the shadow realm around them hummed with something that felt, against all odds, like joy. August was consumed by two parallel efforts. The first was Sirius's recovery. The physical healing was straightforward. Madame Pomfrey, summoned by Dumbledore to the burrow, prescribed nutrient potions, rest, and enough food to feed a small army. Sirius ate like a man making up for 12 years of starvation, and his body responded quickly. Within weeks, he put on weight, his hair was clean and cut, and he looked less like a reanimated corpse and more like a human being. The psychological healing was slower. Azkaban didn't just imprison the body. The Dementors had fed on Sirius's happiness for 12 years, leaving him with a reservoir of trauma that no potion could fix. He had nightmares every night, screaming, thrashing, waking drenched in sweat. He flinched at sudden noises. He couldn't be in enclosed spaces without panicking. Harry helped in the only way he could, by being present. He spent hours with Sirius, just sitting together, talking about nothing, letting his godfather relearn what it felt like to be around someone who cared about him. Remus Lupin, another of his parents' friends, a quiet, scarred man with a condition he didn't want to talk about, arrived at the burrow in mid-August and helped shoulder the burden. Lupin's reunion with the Shadow Potters was quieter than Sirius's but no less emotional. The werewolf stood in the Shadow Realm, looking at his dead-not-dead best friends, and said, "Well, this is certainly unusual," and then cried for 20 minutes. The second effort was building the network. Harry's conversation with Jin-Woo about the magical dead had opened a door that couldn't be closed. If he could resurrect his parents, powerful wizards who'd been dead for 12 years, then the scope of his ability was far greater than he'd assumed. And with Voldemort's return looming, the wizarding world needed every advantage it could get. He started small. The battlefields of the First Wizarding War were scattered across Britain, places where witches and wizards had fought and died against Voldemort's forces. Harry visited them in secret, with Jin-Woo watching from the shadows, and extended his senses into the earth. Not every death left an extractable echo. Most didn't, the magical residue faded within years, leaving nothing but silence. But some deaths were powerful enough, purposeful enough, angry enough to persist. And Harry found them. Edgar Bones, Amelia's brother, killed with his entire family by Death Eaters. His echo was fierce, righteous, burning with the injustice of his murder. Harry offered the choice. Edgar accepted. Marlene McKinnon, killed by Voldemort himself, a talented duelist whose last act had been shielding 3 Muggle children from a blasting curse. Her echo was bright and furious. She accepted. Fabian and Gideon Pruitt, Mrs. Weasley's brothers, who had died fighting 5 Death Eaters simultaneously and taken 2 of them down before they fell. Their echoes were intertwined, twins in death as in life, their magic fused together. They accepted as one. Each extraction was draining. Each required Harry to form a genuine connection with the echo, to understand who they had been, what they had wanted, why their deaths had been incomplete. It wasn't a military recruitment drive. It was an act of remembrance, of honoring the dead by giving them a voice. And they had voices. The shadow soldiers Harry created weren't mindless drones. They were people, complete, complex, opinionated people who remembered their lives and their deaths and who had a great deal to say about the state of the wizarding world they'd left behind. Edgar Bones demanded to know what had happened to his family's killers. When Harry told him that most had been imprisoned but some had bought their way out, Edgar's shadow form flickered with cold fury. Marlene McKinnon asked about the Muggle children she'd died protecting. Harry tracked them down, alive, grown, unaware that a witch had given her life for them 30 years ago. Marlene wept with relief. The Pruitt twins asked about their sister. When Harry told them about Molly Weasley, about the burrow, the 7 children, the woman who had carried their memory and their courage into a new generation, the twins looked at each other and grinned. Molly's got 7 kids. Fabian said. She always was an overachiever, Gideon agreed. By the end of August, Harry's shadow army had grown from a handful of soldiers to a force that included a basilisk, a griffin, a former professor, and a corps of resurrected war veterans who knew Voldemort's tactics intimately because they'd died fighting them. It wasn't enough. Not yet. But it was a start. The final day of summer. Harry stood in the Shadow Realm's war room, looking at the updated map. More markers now, not Horcruxes but allies. DA members at Hogwarts. Dumbledore and his network. The resurrected shadows. Sirius, recovering. Lupin, committed. Snape, complicated but reliable. The Weasleys. Hermione. Neville. Kreacher. Even Dobby, who had pledged his loyalty to Harry with a devotion that was almost frightening. And on the other side of the board, Voldemort. A wraith in Albania, stripped of Horcruxes, mortal, desperate. Death Eaters in Britain, waiting for a call that would come sooner than anyone expected. The Ministry, corrupt and complacent, unprepared for what was coming. Jin-Woo stood beside him. Lily and James flanked them. Ygritte stood at attention. Burrow vibrated with barely contained excitement. He'll come back this year, Harry said. I can feel it. The Wraith is getting stronger, feeding on animals, on dark magic, building towards something. He's going to find a way to get a body. How? Lily asked. Dark ritual. There's a ceremony, old magic, blood magic, that can restore a physical form to a disembodied soul. He needs 3 components, bone of the father, flesh of the servant, blood of the enemy. Your blood, James said flatly. Ideally. But any enemy's blood would work. He'll come for mine because the prophecy connects us, and because he wants revenge. Harry looked at the map. I'm going to let him. The room went silent. Explain, Jin-Woo said. If I let him take blood, he gets a body. A body I can fight. A body I can kill. As long as he's a wraith, he's untouchable, incorporeal, hiding, impossible to pin down. But give him flesh and bones and I can end him permanently. You're proposing to let the darkest wizard in history resurrect himself, Lily said, her voice carefully controlled. Using your blood. I'm proposing to give him exactly what he wants, a body, a confrontation, a chance to prove he's still the most feared wizard alive. And then I'm going to show him he's not. James looked at Jin-Woo. Is he always like this? Since he was 8, Jin-Woo confirmed. Merlin, help us. Harry grinned, the sharp, confident grin of a boy who had spent his entire life preparing for exactly this moment. I'm not afraid of him. I never have been. He killed my parents, and they came back. He split his soul, and I destroyed the pieces. He hid for 12 years, and I found him. He is everything I was trained to fight, and I am everything he's afraid of. He looked at his family, all of them, birth and adopted, living and dead, human and shadow. They looked back with expressions that ranged from worry to pride to the peculiar, fierce calm of people who had already decided to follow someone into hell. This year, Harry said. We end it. The shadow realm hummed. The army stirred. And somewhere in Albania, a wraith that had once been the most feared wizard in the world felt a shiver run through what was left of its existence, and the shiver felt like a premonition. It felt like the end. Chapter 7, The Shadow Monarch's Heir. The letter arrived on September 1st, tucked inside an official ministry envelope that was waiting on Harry's bed in Gryffindor Tower when he arrived from the feast. Cream parchment, purple wax seal, the crest of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Harry broke the seal and read. Dear Mr. Potter, in recognition of your instrumental role in the apprehension of Peter Pettigrew and the subsequent exoneration of Sirius Orion Black, the Wisingamat has voted to award you the Order of Merlin, 3rd class. A ceremony will be held on the 15th of September at the Ministry of Magic. Additionally, the Ministry wishes to formally acknowledge the transfer of guardianship from Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore to Sung Jin-Woo, effective immediately. All vault access and legal authority pertaining to the Potter and Black estates are hereby recognized under the new guardianship. Yours sincerely, Amelia Bones Head, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Harry folded the letter and put it in his trunk. Order of Merlin at 13. His parents would have had opinions about that. James would have been insufferably proud, Lily would have said something dry about the ministry wanting to attach themselves to his reputation. They would have both been right. Ron came upstairs, still flushed from the feast, and threw himself onto his bed. Good to be back. Did you see the new defense teacher? Lupin. Remus Lupin. He looks like a strong wind would knock him over, but Dumbledore hired him, so he's probably secretly terrifying. Harry smiled. Dumbledore's hiring of Lupin was no coincidence, it was part of the network they'd been building, placing trusted people in key positions. Lupin was a skilled wizard, an excellent teacher, and a man who understood what was coming. He'll be good, Harry said. Better than Lockhart, anyway. That's a low bar, but still. Lockhart actually improved at the end. He started teaching memory charms. Yeah, and then he accidentally obliviated himself during the final exam. Ron shook his head. Mental. Third year settled into a rhythm that was familiar and unfamiliar at once. Classes were more advanced, the workload heavier, and the DA had grown to over 80 members spanning all 4 houses. Harry ran the sessions with increasing sophistication. They'd moved beyond basic defense into coordination drills, group tactics, and magical first aid. The students who'd been with him since second year were genuinely skilled now, capable of holding their own against much older opponents. Lupin's defense classes were a revelation. After 2 years of incompetence and possession, the students finally had a teacher who knew his craft and cared about sharing it. Lupin taught with quiet authority, respect for the subject, and a dry humor that won over even the most skeptical students. His first lesson involved a boggart. A shape-shifting creature that became your worst fear when you faced it, defeated by the ridiculous charm, force it into an absurd form, and laughter would destroy it. The class lined up. Neville went first, his boggart became Snape, which Neville forced into his grandmother's clothes, and the class roared with laughter. Ron faced a giant spider that he put on roller skates. Hermione faced Professor McGonagall telling her she'd failed every exam, and the absurdity of the image was enough to break the spell. Harry stepped up. The boggart swirled, shifted, searching for his deepest fear. The class went quiet, waiting to see what would terrify the boy who lived. The boggart solidified. It didn't become Voldemort. It didn't become a Dementor, or Death, or any of the obvious candidates. Instead, it became the Shadow Realm, specifically, the Shadow Realm Empty. A vast, dark expanse with no soldiers, no friends, no family. Just Harry, alone, in infinite darkness. The image was perfect, the purple-black sky, the sourceless light, the stone ground, but stripped of everything that made it home. No Igris at the door. No Burrow under the bed. No storm on the ceiling. No Jin-Woo in the kitchen. No parents, no friends, no army. Nothing. Harry looked at the empty Shadow Realm and felt it hit, the fear he didn't talk about, the one that lived underneath the confidence and the power and the certainty. The fear that someday he'd lose everyone. That the shadows would leave, the friends would die, the family would fade, and he'd be standing alone in the dark with nothing but his own power for company. The classroom was dead silent. Nobody understood what they were looking at. A dark, empty room didn't seem particularly frightening, but they could see the effect it had on Harry. His jaw tightened. His shoulders went rigid. Then he raised his wand. Ridiculous. The empty Shadow Realm filled. Not with the real versions, with absurd ones. Burrow wearing a Hawaiian shirt and flip-flops. Igris doing the Macarena. Storm playing fetch with a rubber chicken. Jin-Woo in a world's best dad apron, badly burning pancakes. James juggling. Lily reading a book titled, How to Raise a Shadow Prince for Dummies. The class exploded with laughter. They didn't know what they were laughing at, the images were meaningless to anyone who didn't know Harry's life, but the sheer absurdity of the picture was enough. The boggart shuddered, unable to maintain form against the wave of hilarity, and Lupin banished it back into the wardrobe. After class, Lupin held Harry back. The werewolf closed the classroom door and leaned against his desk. Your boggart was interesting, Lupin said carefully. My boggart was private. It was. And I won't ask about it. But I want you to know that whatever you saw, whatever you're afraid of, you're not alone in it. Your parents loved you. Sirius loves you. Lupin paused, the words not coming easily. I should have looked for you. After that night. I should have fought harder to find you. Instead, I let Dumbledore handle it, and I retreated into my own grief, and 12 years went by. You were dealing with your own pain. That's not an excuse. James and Lily were my best friends, and their son vanished, and I didn't. He stopped. Breathed. I'm sorry, Harry. For not being there. You're here now. Lupin looked at him with amber eyes that carried the weight of a man who'd spent his entire life being told he was less human, less worthy, less safe. Yes. I am. Then that's what matters. Harry hesitated, then added, Sirius told me what happens to you. Monthly. Lupin went rigid. He shouldn't have, he didn't give me details. He said you had a condition and it wasn't your fault and anyone who treated you differently because of it was wrong. That's all. The werewolf was quiet for a very long time. He said that? Almost word for word. Something in Lupin's face, something that had been braced for rejection, slowly, carefully relaxed. Sirius always was the best of us. Come to the Burrow this Christmas. Sirius will be there. My parents will come through for a visit. The whole family. Your parents. Lupin's voice was barely audible. James and Lily. They're really back. As shadows. Different, but themselves. And they miss you. Lupin pressed his hand against his mouth and turned away. His shoulders shook once. When he turned back, his eyes were red but his expression was steady. I'll be there, he said. Christmas. Good. Now, about those Dementors stationed around the school, you noticed. They're hard to miss. Ministry posted them as security against Sirius, but Sirius is free. They should have been recalled. Should have been. Haven't been. Fudge is dragging his feet. He doesn't like that Sirius's exoneration made the ministry look incompetent. Fudge is incompetent. That doesn't mean he appreciates being reminded. The Dementors were more than an annoyance. They were a threat. The soul-draining creatures drifted around Hogwarts' perimeter like patches of living despair, and their presence was affecting the entire school. Students had nightmares, the grounds felt cold even in sunshine, and Harry had already intervened twice to drive Dementors away from the Quidditch pitch during practice. His Patronus worked, but it worked differently from anyone else's. The Silveran Shadow Stag didn't just repel Dementors. It consumed them. The first time Harry cast it against a Dementor that had drifted too close to a group of first years, the Patronus charged, hit the Dementor, and the creature simply ceased to exist. Not driven away, destroyed. The shadow magic threaded through the Patronus's silver form had reacted to the Dementor's nature, a creature of darkness and negative energy, and annihilated it on contact. Harry stared at the space where the Dementor had been. The first years stared at Harry. The implications were staggering. Dementors were considered immortal, unkillable, unstoppable, only repelled. No one had ever destroyed one. The Ministry's entire security apparatus around Azkaban was based on the assumption that Dementors couldn't be eliminated. Harry's Patronus had eaten one like a snack. He reported this to Dumbledore, who received the information with the careful calm of a man who had stopped being surprised by anything Harry did. "You destroyed a Dementor," Dumbledore said. "My Patronus did. The shadow magic seems to react to their negative energy, breaks it down, absorbs it. I think I could clear the entire perimeter if you want." "I want. But carefully. The Ministry posted those Dementors, and removing them without authorization could be seen as an act of defiance. They're endangering students. Legally, they're providing protection. Legally, Sirius Black spent 12 years in prison without a trial. Legal and right aren't the same thing, Professor." Dumbledore looked at him over his spectacles. "I'm beginning to think you should have been sorted into Slytherin." The Hat considered it. Harry cleared the Dementors on a Sunday morning in late October. He walked the perimeter of Hogwarts grounds alone, Burrow in his shadow, storms circling high above, Nyx coiled beneath the castle, and cast his Patronus again and again. Each time, the Silver Shadow Stag charged through the mist, found a Dementor, and dissolved it. The creatures tried to flee, but Harry's shadow senses tracked them, and the Patronus was faster than anything that depended on drifting. 47 Dementors. 47 castings. 90 minutes. When it was done, the grounds of Hogwarts felt lighter. Students who had been avoiding the outdoors for weeks suddenly found themselves drawn outside, blinking in sunlight that felt warmer than it had any right to. The perpetual chill lifted. The nightmares stopped. Professor Flitwick reportedly cried with relief in the staff room. Fudge was furious. He sent 3 howlers, 2 formal complaints, and a delegation of ministry officials to investigate. Dumbledore handled all of them with the placid, immovable courtesy of a man who had been dealing with bureaucrats longer than most of them had been alive. The Dementors left of their own accord, Dumbledore told the delegation, his eyes twinkling with a sincerity that was absolutely, technically, not a lie. They had left. In pieces. Of their own inability to survive contact with Harry's Patronus. The ministry grumbled, but there was nothing they could do. The Dementors were gone, the students were safe, and Harry Potter's popularity, already considerable, shot through the roof. He'd destroyed unkillable creatures to protect the school. The boy who lived was becoming something more, something the wizarding world hadn't seen before, a figure not of tragedy and survival but of active, deliberate power. And in Albania, the wraith stirred. Harry felt it in December. A shift in the ambient magical field, so subtle that even Dumbledore's instruments didn't catch it. But Harry's shadow senses, honed by 13 years of living between dimensions, picked up the vibration like a spider feeling a fly touch its web. Voldemort was moving. Not physically, the wraith was still in Albania, still formless. But something had changed in its energy. The desperate, starving quality that had characterized the Wraith since the Horcrux's destruction was gone, replaced by something more focused. More purposeful. Voldemort had found something, a plan, a ritual, a path back to physical existence. Harry sat in the room of requirement and extended his senses as far as they would go, pushing through the castle's wards and out into the wider magical world. The connection to Voldemort was different now. Without the Horcrux in his scar, there was no direct link. But Harry's shadow magic could feel disturbances in the death-adjacent spectrum, ripples caused by a soul that should have moved on but was clinging to existence through sheer, monstrous will. The Wraith was gathering followers. Former Death Eaters in Eastern Europe, dark wizards on the fringes, creatures of darkness drawn to the psychic stench of a broken soul. Not an army, not yet, but a support network. Resources. A means to an end. And the end was the ritual. Bone of the father, flesh of the servant, blood of the enemy. Harry opened his eyes. He's going to move this year. Before summer. How do you know? Jin-Woo asked through the link. I can feel the timeline compressing. He's found someone to perform the ritual, a servant willing to sacrifice flesh. And he's going to come for me because my blood completes the spell. Do you still want to let him? I don't want to let him do anything. But the alternative is hunting a wraith across Eastern Europe, which could take months and would alert every dark wizard on the continent. If he comes to me, I control the ground. Then we prepare the ground. Harry spent the Christmas holiday planning. The war room in the Shadow Realm became a hive of activity. Jin-Woo's Shadow Scouts provided real-time intelligence on Voldemort's movements. The Wraith was now in England, had crossed the Channel in late November, and was being sheltered by someone in the countryside. The identity of the host was unclear, but the magical signature suggested a wizard, weak, desperate, probably coerced. Lily worked with Hermione on defensive ward schemes, the shadow of Harry's mother and his brilliant best friend spending hours at the war table designing layered protections for a potential battlefield. Hermione had been invited into the Shadow Realm for the first time over Christmas, and her reaction to meeting Harry's dead-not-dead parents had been a 20-second silence followed by approximately 4,000 questions. The magical theory alone, Hermione kept muttering, her quill racing across parchment. If I could just understand the mechanism by which consciousness is preserved during extraction, welcome to my world, James said dryly. Ron handled logistics with an unexpected talent that nobody had predicted. Given a map and a set of resources, Ron Weasley could plan troop movements with the instinct of a natural tactician, a skill he'd been demonstrating over chessboards for years but that nobody had thought to apply to real-world strategy. If Voldemort attacks Hogwarts directly, we need fallback positions, Ron said, moving chess pieces across the map. The castle's tough, but the grounds are exposed. Here, and here, he pointed to 3 locations. Are natural choke points. Force the enemy through those, and you can concentrate your defense. The enemy has giants, Harry said. Then we put the basilisk at the main gate. No giant is getting past that. And here? Neville pointed at a gap in Ron's defensive line, on the forest side. That's the weak point. Forest cover means the enemy can approach without being seen. We need a mobile reserve there, something fast, something that can hit hard and redeploy. Storm, Harry said. Aerial reconnaissance and rapid response. I'll pair him with the Pruitt twins' shadows, they're the fastest fighters I have. Ron looked at Harry. You've been building an army. I've been giving people choices. They chose to fight. How many? Harry paused. The honest answer was complicated. His shadow army had grown steadily through the autumn, as he'd visited more battlefields and places of magical death and offered the choice to echoes that had been waiting decades for someone to hear them. Not everyone accepted. Some were at peace, and Harry let them be. But enough said yes, enough dead witches and wizards who had unfinished business, unsettled scores, loved ones they wanted to protect, that Harry's force had become something significant. 37 shadow soldiers, Harry said. plus storm, nix, shade, quirrell, and the animal shadows. 42 total. And my parents. 42 shadow soldiers, Ron repeated. Against Voldemort and however many Death Eaters he can scrape together. Plus the DA. Plus Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, Lupin, Sirius, and every adult witch and wizard who's willing to fight. Plus Hogwarts itself, the castle's wards are a weapon if properly activated. Plus you, Neville said quietly. You're the biggest weapon we have. Harry met Neville's eyes. The round-faced boy who'd been afraid of his own shadow 2 years ago looked back with a steady, unshakable calm. Neville had grown, physically, magically, spiritually. He wasn't the frightened child who'd been hung from a chandelier by pixies. He was a young man who'd found his steel, and his steel was considerable. I'm not a weapon, Harry said. I'm a person. Weapons get pointed. People choose their direction. And which direction are you choosing? Forward. Always forward. They planned through Christmas and into January. The pieces were in place, the intelligence network, the shadow army, the defensive positions, the allies. All that remained was the trigger, the moment when Voldemort made his move and the war that had been brewing for 14 years finally erupted into the open. It came on a Saturday in April. Harry was on the Quidditch pitch when it happened. Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw, a beautiful spring afternoon, the stands packed with students and staff. Harry was circling at altitude, scanning for the snitch, enjoying the wind and the speed and the pure, uncomplicated pleasure of flying. Then the sky went dark. Not clouds, something else. A shadow that wasn't his shadow, spreading across the sun like an eclipse, turning the afternoon to twilight in seconds. The temperature dropped. The crowd went silent. On the pitch below, players stopped mid-flight and looked up. Harry felt it before he saw it. The magical signature was unmistakable, dark, desperate, vast with borrowed power, and pulsing with the particular frequency of a soul that had torn itself apart and been stitched back together by sheer, malevolent will. Voldemort. He came from the north, and he did not come alone. The Dark Lord had a body. It was new, pale as marble, tall, skeletal, with red eyes that blazed like fires in the darkened sky. He wore robes of black that billowed without wind, and he moved through the air without a broomstick, sustained by dark magic so dense that the atmosphere around him warped like heat haze. In his hand, a wand, yew and phoenix feather, the brother of Harry's own. Behind him, an army. Death Eaters, 50, maybe more, masked and robed, on brooms and on foot. Giants, 3 of them, each 40 feet tall, lumbering across the grounds with clubs the size of carriages. Werewolves, not transformed, but feral, eyes yellow, teeth bared. And Dementors, a swarm of them, dozens, pulled from some corner of the world where they'd bred unchecked since Harry had cleared them from Hogwarts. The attack was premature. Harry had expected Voldemort to come for his blood specifically, through subterfuge, through a trap, through the ritual he'd planned. Instead, the Dark Lord had abandoned subtlety entirely. He'd built his body some other way, probably with the blood of another enemy, a lesser wizard, someone expendable, and now he was here, with everything he had, to do what he should have done 13 years ago. Kill Harry Potter. Destroy Hogwarts. End the resistance before it could form. He was too late. The resistance had already formed. Harry hung in the air on his broomstick and looked at the approaching army and felt a strange, profound calm settle over him. This was it. The moment he'd been training for since he was 5 years old, since Igris had first put a wooden sword in his hand, since Jin-Woo had told him about the dark wizard who'd killed his parents. Every spell learned, every shadow extracted, every friend made and every Horcrux destroyed, all of it had been leading here. He raised his wand and cast Sonorous on his throat. His voice boomed across the grounds, across the castle, carrying to every student and teacher within range. Hogwarts. Battle stations. This is not a drill. The response was instantaneous. 2 years of DA training kicked in, students moved, not panicking but purposeful, following the protocols Harry had drilled into them. Younger students to the castle interior, protected by the senior students and the suits of armor that McGonagall was even now enchanting to life. Older DA members to the battlements, wands ready, faces pale but set. Teachers to their positions, McGonagall at the main gate, Flitwick on the astronomy tower, Sprout covering the greenhouses. Dumbledore appeared on the castle's highest tower, and his voice carried without amplification, resonating with a power that made the stones vibrate. "Hogwarts will not fall today," the headmaster said, and the words were a spell in themselves, a ward, a shield, a promise. The castle's ancient magic surged in response, wards flaring to full power, the building itself girding for war. Harry landed on the front steps and shed his Quidditch robes. Underneath, he wore his shadow thread jacket, the armor Jin-Woo had given him years ago, now upgraded and reinforced. His sword materialized from the shadow at his hip, the concealment charm dissolving. The holly and phoenix feather wand sat in his right hand, humming with eagerness. Ron appeared at his left. Wand drawn, face set, not a trace of hesitation. Hermione at his right. Wand drawn, eyes fierce, already casting protective wards in a semicircle around their position. Neville behind them. Wand in one hand, the sword of Gryffindor in the other, Dumbledore had given it to him that morning, pulled from the sorting hat, recognizing in Neville Longbottom the true, quiet courage that defined the house. "Together?" Ron said. "Together," Harry said. He reached into his shadow and opened the gate. The shadow army poured out. Storm came first, the shadow griffin, midnight black and massive, wings spread, screaming a war cry that shattered windows. He launched into the sky like a dark comet and hit the first wave of Dementors at full speed, his shadow talons tearing through them like paper. Nyx emerged from the earth itself, the shadow basilisk erupting through the ground in front of the castle gates. 1,000 years old, 60 feet long, her shadow body crackling with violet energy. She coiled before the gates and roared, and the sound was deep enough to make the giant stumble. Igris materialized beside Harry, great sword drawn, crimson plume catching the wind. The Shadow Knight took one look at the approaching army and stepped forward, placing himself between Harry and the enemy, exactly where he'd always been. Baru exploded from Harry's shadow with a shriek of pure, unrestrained joy. The Ant King had been waiting for this, months, years, his entire shadow existence aimed at this single, glorious moment. He was enormous in his full battle form, armored chitin gleaming, mandibles the size of scimitars, wings buzzing at a frequency that made the air vibrate. "Finally!" Baru screamed. "Finally, finally, finally! Young master, I have waited so long, Baru. Focus. I am focused. I am focused on destruction." Tank came next, massive and immovable, planting himself in the gap in the defensive line that Ron had identified months ago. The shadow soldiers followed, 37 of them, rising from the ground like a crop of dark flowers. Wizards and witches who had died in the First War, now returned, armed with shadow magic and the righteous fury of people who had been given a second chance to fight. Edgar Bones took position on the left flank, his shadow form burning with cold fire. Marlene McKinnon flew, literally flew, without a broom, borne on wings of shadow that she'd developed in the weeks since her extraction, and joined Storm in the aerial assault. The Pruitt twins flanked Nyx, adding their speed and ferocity to the basilisk's devastating power. And from behind Harry, stepping through the shadow gate with the quiet confidence of people who had died once and found it less than terrifying, came James and Lily Potter. James drew a shadow sword and spun it once, grinning. "Just like old times." "You died last time," Lily pointed out. "Details." James. "Fine. Better than old times." "Happy?" Lily rolled her eyes, raised her wand, a shadow wand, conjured from her own magic, thrumming with the same fierce love that had saved Harry's life, and took her position beside her son. Harry looked at his army, shadows and students and teachers and friends, the living and the dead standing side by side, and felt the moment crystallize. This was what he'd been building. Not just power, not just an army, but a family. A community of people who'd chosen to fight, to stand, to say no to the darkness with every tool they had. He turned to face the approaching enemy. Voldemort descended from the sky like a dark angel, landing 50 yards from the castle gates. His Death Eaters fanned out behind him. The giants lumbered into position. The Dementors swirled overhead, held in check by Voldemort's will, waiting for the order to feed. The Dark Lord looked at the force arrayed against him, and for the first time, his red eyes showed something other than malice. Confusion. And then, slowly, the dawning horror of recognition. He was looking at ghosts. At people he had killed, or ordered killed, decades ago. Edgar Bones, whom his Death Eaters had murdered. Marlene McKinnon, whom he'd killed personally. The Pruitt twins, who'd fought 5 of his best and nearly won. And James and Lily Potter, standing beside the son he tried to murder, looking at him with expressions that held no fear. "No," Voldemort whispered. "No, that's impossible." "Nothing's impossible," Harry said. He stepped forward, through the line of defenders, into the open ground between the two armies. "You should know that by now, Tom." "Don't call me that." "Why not?" "It's your name." Tom Marvolo Riddle. Half-blood orphan from a London orphanage. Talented. Brilliant. Afraid. Harry walked forward, steady and unhurried, and Voldemort's army shifted uneasily as the boy approached. "You were so afraid of dying that you ripped your soul apart 7 times. 7 pieces, Tom. 7 anchors against death. And I destroyed them all." The battlefield went still. Every eye, human, shadow, Death Eater, giant, fixed on the boy walking toward the Dark Wizard. "The ring," Harry said. "I talked it into destroying itself. Did you know a piece of your own soul chose death over your immortality?" Voldemort's face contorted. "The locket. The cup. The diary. The diadem. One by one, piece by piece. And the last one," Harry touched his forehead, smooth and unmarked. "Was in my scar. Your last anchor. Gone since last spring. You felt it, didn't you? That night in Albania, when the last thread snapped and you knew, truly knew, that you were mortal. I am Lord Voldemort. I am immortal." "You're a man," Harry said, and his voice carried across the battlefield with the quiet, absolute certainty of a truth that could not be denied. "A brilliant, broken, terrified man who has spent 50 years running from the one thing everyone faces eventually. Death isn't the enemy, Tom. It never was. The enemy was always you." Voldemort's wand came up. The killing curse formed on his lips, the same curse that had killed James and Lily, the same curse that had rebounded off Harry's forehead, the same words that had started everything. Avada Kedavra. The green light erupted from the U-wand and streaked across the open ground. Students screamed. Hermione grabbed Ron's arm. Dumbledore's hand twitched toward his own wand. Harry raised his. Expelliarmus. The spells collided. Green and red, death and disarmament, meeting in the space between 2 wands that shared a core. The phoenix feather connection ignited, a golden thread linking the 2 wands, resonating with the shared core's magic. Priori incantatem. The spells locked. But this time, something was different. Harry's wand wasn't just a wizard's wand anymore. It was a hybrid conduit, channeling both wizard magic and shadow energy through a phoenix feather core. The combination was unprecedented, the light of his mother's love, the dark of his father's domain, the fire of the phoenix, all converging in a single point of magical force. The golden thread between the wands blazed white. Then black. Then a color that had no name, a shade that existed between dimensions, between life and death, between everything Voldemort feared and everything Harry embodied. The U-wand cracked. Not the Holly wand. The U-wand, Voldemort's wand, the instrument of decades of murder and terror. The Phoenix Feather Core rebelled against its master, recognizing in Harry's wand its twin, its other half, and choosing. The core split. The wood splintered. Voldemort's wand exploded in his hand, and the Dark Lord staggered backward, wandless. No, Voldemort breathed. And oh, the battle erupted. Both armies surged forward simultaneously, and the grounds of Hogwarts became a maelstrom. Death Eaters engaged shadow soldiers in duels that crackled with opposing energies. The giants charged the gates, and Nyx rose to meet them. The shadow basilisk struck the first giant in the chest, coiling around it, Shadowfang sinking through skin and muscle and bone. The giant screamed and fell. The other two swung their clubs at Nyx's body, but the shadow serpent was too fast, too fluid, sliding between their strikes and counterattacking with a savagery that turned the tide in seconds. Storm swept through the Dementors, and the creatures died. They died in droves, the shadow griffin's talons and beak destroying them on contact, their dark forms unraveling like smoke in a wind. Marlene McKinnon flew beside Storm, shadow wings blazing, and together they cleared the sky in minutes. Baru hit the Death Eater line like a natural disaster. The Ant King was in his element, a blur of chitin and mandible and screaming joy, tearing through dark wizards with an efficiency that was either beautiful or horrifying depending on your perspective. He didn't kill them. Harry's standing order was to incapacitate, not execute, but the difference between incapacitation and death was largely academic when Baru was involved. This is the best day of my existence. Baru shrieked, pinning 3 Death Eaters simultaneously and vibrating with ecstasy. On the left flank, Edgar Bones led a squadron of shadow soldiers against a cluster of werewolves. The former DMLE official fought with precision and fury, his shadow magic amplifying his spells, his dead eyes burning with the righteous anger of a man who had been killed by these same forces and come back to settle the score. Tank held the gap in the line. 3 Death Eaters tried to breach his position. They might as well have tried to breach a mountain. Tank stood immovable, absorbing spells on his massive shadow body, and when the attackers overcommit, Igris appeared from his shadow and took them apart with 3 strokes of his greatsword. The DA fought. They fought with the training Harry had given them and the courage they'd found in themselves, and they held. Students who'd been casting shield charms in a classroom 6 months ago were now casting them against killing curses, and the shields held because the students believed in them and believed in the person who taught them. Neville Longbottom faced a Death Eater twice his size, Antonin Dolohov, a veteran killer, and the man laughed at the round-faced boy with the old sword. "Run home, child," Dolohov sneered. Neville hit him with a full body bind so powerful that the man's mask cracked, followed up with an incarcerus that wrapped him in ropes from ankle to throat, and finished by stepping over Dolohov's rigid body and moving to the next opponent without breaking stride. "Not a child," Neville said to no one in particular. Ron and Hermione fought back to back, covering each other's blind spots with a synchronicity that came from years of friendship and trust. Ron's tactics were unorthodox. He used the terrain, the debris, the chaos of battle to create advantages, turning the battlefield into a chess problem and solving it in real time. Hermione's spellwork was surgical, every casting precise, every shield perfectly angled, every countercurse timed to the millisecond. They were magnificent. All of them. But the battle's center was the duel. Harry and Voldemort, face to face on the open ground, surrounded by the chaos of war but existing in their own private universe. Voldemort was wandless but not powerless. The Dark Lord's magical ability extended far beyond his wand. He was capable of wandless magic, dark curses that required nothing but will and hatred, and the raw, terrifying force of a wizard who had spent decades becoming something more than human. He attacked with everything he had. Killing curses from his bare hands, 3 in rapid succession, each one a bolt of green death that Harry dodged or deflected with shadow barriers. Fiend Fire, a snake of cursed flame that roared across the ground toward Harry, consuming everything in its path. Harry split it with a wall of shadow ice, the two magics colliding in a hiss of steam and rage. "You can't win," Voldemort snarled, conjuring blades of dark energy from the air. "I am the greatest wizard who ever lived. A child cannot defeat." Harry's shadow stepped through the blade storm, appeared behind Voldemort, and kicked him in the back. The Dark Lord stumbled. It wasn't a powerful kick. Harry was 13 and weighed 110 pounds, but the indignity of it, the sheer disrespect, made Voldemort's composure crack. He spun, hands blazing with killing curses, and Harry was already gone, shadow stepping again, appearing on Voldemort's left, sword flashing. The blade caught Voldemort's arm. Shadow-forged steel bit through enchanted robes and into flesh, and the Dark Lord screamed, not from pain but from shock. He was being cut. Bleeding. A child was making him bleed. "You're mortal," Harry said, circling. "You bleed like a mortal. You fear like a mortal. And today, you die like one." "I will not die." Voldemort's hands slammed together, and a shockwave of pure dark magic exploded outward. Harry braced, shadow barriers snapping into place around him, and weathered the blast. When he opened his eyes, Voldemort was above him, floating, arms spread, pouring everything he had into a single, devastating attack. A curse Harry had never seen. Not the killing curse, something older, darker, drawn from the deepest wells of forbidden magic. It was a soul-shredding hex, designed to tear the target's consciousness apart at the molecular level. It was the spell Voldemort had used on himself to create the Horcruxes, reversed and weaponized. The hex hit Harry's shadow barriers and punched through. Through the shadows, through the wards, through every protection Harry had erected. It hit his magical core and detonated. Pain. Harry dropped to his knees. The hex was inside him, tearing at the fabric of his consciousness, trying to shred his mind the way Voldemort had shredded his own soul. It was agony beyond anything Harry had ever felt, worse than the Horcrux extraction, worse than Ygris's worst training sessions, a fundamental assault on his sense of self. "Harry." Jin-Woo's voice through the link, desperate. "I'm coming, no. Stay back. This is mine." "Harry, that spell will kill you." "No. It won't." Because Harry wasn't alone inside his own head. The hex was tearing at his consciousness, but his consciousness wasn't a single thing. It was a network. A web of connections, to every shadow soldier he'd ever extracted, to Storm and Nyx and Baru and Ygris, to his parents and his friends and the army of the dead and the living who had chosen to stand with him. The hex couldn't shred what was interconnected. It was designed for a single soul, and Harry's soul was woven into dozens of others, each one supporting the next, a lattice of bonds so dense that no single attack could break them all. Harry stood up. The hex dissipated against his magical core like water hitting rock. The pain vanished. The tearing stopped. Harry rose to his feet, shadow magic pouring off him in waves, his green eyes blazing with a light that had nothing to do with spells and everything to do with who he was. "You don't understand," Harry said, and his voice was calm, utterly, terrifyingly calm. "You never understood. You split yourself apart because you thought isolation was safety. You thought that scattering your soul would make you immortal. But all it did was make you alone." He raised his hand. Not his wand, his hand. Shadow magic gathered around his fingers, dark and absolute. "I am never alone. I carry them all, everyone who died, everyone who lived, everyone who chose to stand with me. My mother's love. My father's strength. My friend's courage. An army of shadows who came back because they wanted to. That's what you're fighting, Tom. Not a boy. Not a wizard. A family." Voldemort screamed and threw everything he had, a barrage of killing curses, one after another, 8 green bolts of death screaming toward Harry in rapid succession. Harry didn't dodge. He didn't shield. He caught them. Shadow magic engulfed his hands, and Harry caught the killing curses in his palms, the death energy absorbed by his shadow magic, converted, metabolized, the way his hybrid core had been converting dark energy since infancy. The green light turned to shadow, and the shadow flowed into Harry's body, and Harry felt Voldemort's killing intent dissolve against the love and the darkness and the absolute, indomitable will that defined him. Voldemort stared. For the first time, real terror bloomed in those red eyes. Not the calculated caution of a strategist facing a strong opponent. Not the frustrated anger of a powerful wizard being challenged. True, primal, existential terror. The terror of a man who had spent his entire life running from death, standing face to face with someone who had made death his ally. How? Voldemort whispered. How are you doing this? Because I'm not afraid of what you are, Harry said. And I'm not afraid of what I am. He stepped forward. Voldemort stepped back. The Dark Lord, the most feared wizard of the century, the monster who had terrorized a nation, who had murdered and tortured and destroyed, retreated from a 13-year-old boy. I'm going to give you a choice, Harry said. The same choice I give everyone. It's the choice you've never had, because nobody ever offered it to you and you never had the courage to offer it to yourself. What choice? Voldemort's voice was raw. Stop. Let go. Stop fighting death. Stop running. You've been tearing yourself apart for 50 years, and it hasn't made you happy, and it hasn't made you safe, and it hasn't made you immortal. All it's done is turn you into this. Harry gestured at Voldemort's reconstructed body, pale, inhuman, more snake than man. You're not alive, Tom. You haven't been alive since the first time you split your soul. You're just afraid to die. Everyone is afraid to die. Everyone feels fear. Not everyone lets it eat them alive. Harry's expression softened, and what appeared on his face wasn't hatred or triumph. It was compassion. Genuine, aching compassion for a broken man who had made himself into a monster because he couldn't face the simple, universal truth of mortality. I can't save you, Harry said. You've gone too far for that. But I can end this. Cleanly. Without more death, without more suffering. You can let go, Tom. It's okay to let go. The battlefield had gone quiet. The fighting had stopped, Death Eaters and shadows alike frozen, watching the confrontation at the center. Dumbledore stood at the castle gates, wand lowered. Snape stood beside him, dark eyes burning. The students, the teachers, the ghosts, the shadows, all watching. Voldemort looked at Harry Potter. The red eyes searched the green, looking for deception, for a trap, for the cruelty that Voldemort expected because cruelty was all he had ever known. He found none. I can't, Voldemort whispered, and the whisper was the most human sound he had made in 50 years. I don't know how. I know, Harry said. I know you can't. He raised his hand. Shadow magic gathered, not aggressive, not violent. Gentle. The gentlest magic Harry had ever channeled, carrying the warmth of his mother's love and the strength of his father's will and the quiet, absolute authority of the Shadow Monarch's heir. Then let me help you. Harry's shadow magic touched Voldemort's soul. Not the body was irrelevant, a construct of dark ritual, already failing without a wand to sustain it. Harry reached past the flesh and bone and into the raw, shattered essence of Tom Marvolo Riddle. It was broken beyond repair. Every split, every horcrux, every murder had torn new wounds in the soul's fabric, and without the anchors, the damage was catastrophic. The soul was dying, had been dying since the first split, decades ago, and no magic, dark or light, could put it back together. But Harry could ease the passage. He reached into the broken soul with the same gentle, connective magic that he used for shadow extraction, not to extract, not to resurrect, but to comfort. To be present. To stand with a dying man in his final moments and say, without words, you don't have to be alone for this. Voldemort's eyes widened. The red dimmed, and underneath, for just a moment, the eyes of Tom Riddle, the boy, the orphan, the child who had never been loved, looked out. "Oh," Tom said softly. "Oh, that's what it feels like." "Yeah," Harry said. "That's what it feels like." The body crumbled. Not violently, not explosively, gently, like sand running through fingers. The dark magic that had sustained it dissipated, the ritual construct dissolved, and Tom Riddle's soul, broken beyond repair but no longer alone, slipped free of the physical world. It didn't go into the shadow realm. Harry didn't extract it, didn't offer it resurrection. Some things were meant to end. Some people needed to rest. The soul dissolved into the air like mist in morning sun, and the darkest wizard of the age passed from the world not with a bang or a scream but with a sigh of something that might, if you were generous, have been relief. Voldemort was gone. Harry stood alone on the battlefield, hands still raised, shadows pooling at his feet. The silence was absolute, 1,000 people holding their breath, the world itself pausing to mark the moment. Then the spell broke. Sound crashed back. Cheering, wild, overwhelming, a roar of joy and relief that seemed to shake the castle itself. Students hugged each other. Teachers wept. The shadow soldiers, the dead witches and wizards who had come back to fight the man who'd killed them, raised their fists and their wands and their shadow swords and screamed their triumph into the sky. Burrow was crying. He'd deny it later, absolutely, vehemently, with colorful threats against anyone who suggested otherwise, but in that moment, the Ant King was weeping with something that his insectoid brain classified as thorax warmth, and that everyone else recognized as love. Ygritte knelt before Harry. The Shadow Knight drove his great sword into the ground and pressed his fist to his chest plate, and the salute carried the weight of centuries of loyalty. Storm screamed overhead, and the sound was joy. Nyx coiled around the castle gates, and the sound she made was contentment. Ron reached Harry first. The red-haired boy crashed into him with a hug that lifted Harry off his feet. "You absolute madman. You complete and utter madman." Hermione was next, tears streaming, holding Harry so tight he couldn't breathe. "You did it. You actually did it." Neville clapped Harry on the shoulder. His hand was steady. "It's over." "Yeah," Harry said, and his voice cracked, and he didn't care. "Yeah, it's over." Dumbledore reached him last. The old wizard walked across the battlefield with the measured pace of a man who has seen a prophecy fulfilled, and he looked at Harry with eyes that held everything, gratitude, wonder, pride, and a profound, aching relief. "I have lived a very long time," Dumbledore said. "And I have never seen anything like what you just did." "I gave him a choice," Harry said. "That's all I ever do. That is precisely what makes you extraordinary." Dumbledore put his hand on Harry's shoulder. "Your parents, both sets, would be very proud." Jin-Woo appeared from the shadows. He crossed the battlefield without hurry, the shadow army parting before him like water before a ship, and he reached his son and didn't say anything. He didn't need to. He picked Harry up, the way he'd picked up a bleeding baby 13 years ago in the ruins of a cottage, and held him. Harry buried his face in his father's shoulder and finally let himself feel it all, the fear, the grief, the love, the triumph, the bone-deep exhaustion of a boy who had carried the weight of 2 worlds and set it down. "I'm proud of you," Jin-Woo said. "I know, Dad. Let's go home." "Yeah," Harry whispered. "Let's go home." The aftermath was everything and nothing. The Death Eaters were rounded up. This time, there were no bought acquittals, no claims of imperius, no political maneuvering. Amelia Bones, empowered by the evidence of the battle and the testimony of hundreds of witnesses, pushed through emergency legislation that required veritaserum for all accused. The trials were swift, fair, and thorough. Lucius Malfoy was among those arrested. Draco watched his father led away in chains and stood in the Hogwarts entrance hall with a face like carved marble, and Harry found him there 3 hours after the battle. "He chose this," Harry said. "He didn't sugarcoat it." Draco didn't need sugarcoating. "I know. You don't have to follow his path. I know that too. Draco looked at Harry with eyes that were red-rimmed but dry. You offered me a choice. On the train, in first year. You said the offer didn't expire. It doesn't. Draco's jaw worked. Then, slowly, he held out his hand. Harry took it. The handshake was firm, brief, and real, not a performance, not a political maneuver, but two young men acknowledging that the future didn't have to look like the past. I won't be a Death Eater, Draco said. I don't know what I'll be instead. But not that. That's enough for now. Draco nodded and walked away, and the rigid set of his shoulders was different from before. Not defeated. Decided. Snape found Harry in the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey had insisted on keeping him overnight despite his complete lack of injuries. The potions master stood at the foot of the bed, dark eyes unreadable. You ended it, Snape said. We ended it. Don't be modest. It doesn't suit you. Snape paused. You showed him compassion. At the end. You could have destroyed him in agony, and instead you showed him kindness. He was a person, Severus. A terrible person, but a person. He deserved to die knowing what love felt like. Even for a moment. Snape looked at Harry for a very long time. Then he said, Lily would have done the same thing, and left before Harry could respond. Summer came. Harry didn't return to the Shadow Realm immediately. He spent a week at the Burrow, eating Mrs. Weasley's cooking, playing Quidditch with Ron, arguing magical theory with Hermione, and gardening with Neville. Normal things. Kid things. Things that a 13-year-old boy should have been doing all along. Sirius moved into Grimmauld Place, which Harry had cleaned out over Christmas, replacing the dark artifacts and hateful portraits with comfortable furniture and warm lighting. The Shadow Basilisk stayed in the basement, which Sirius found hilarious. Most people have a wine cellar, Sirius said. You have a 1,000-year-old shadow serpent. That's very on-brand for you. She's quiet and she eats rats. Well, as long as they're not animagus rats. Too soon, Sirius. It's never too soon. The wizarding world rebuilt. Slowly, imperfectly, with the usual mixture of courage and cowardice and the stubborn human insistence on carrying on despite everything. The ministry reformed, Fudge was ousted, replaced by Amelia Bones, whose first act was to create a formal review of every Azkaban sentence handed down without trial. Harry's shadow army dispersed, mostly. The war was over, and the soldiers who had chosen to return had done so for this purpose. Some stayed, Edgar Bones, who wanted to watch the justice system he'd died defending get reformed. Marlene McKinnon, who had nowhere else to go and found she liked the Shadow Realm. The Pruitt twins, who wanted to meet their nieces and nephews. Others chose to leave. To let go. To pass on to whatever waited beyond the Shadow Realm, content that their unfinished business was finally, truly finished. Harry released each one with gratitude and respect, and they dissolved into light and silence and peace. James and Lily stayed. Of course they stayed. They had a son to get to know, a life to witness, years of absence to bridge. They existed in the Shadow Realm and visited the surface world through Harry's shadow gates, and the Potter family, fractured by murder, rebuilt by love and shadow magic, became something new. Something that had never existed before, a family spanning the boundary between life and death, held together by choice. On the last night of summer, Harry stood on the cliff in the Shadow Realm. The purple-black sky stretched overhead, and the knot stars burned in the infinite dark. Jin-Woo found him there, as he always did. Ready for another year? The Shadow Monarch asked. Yeah. But it'll be different this time. How? Harry looked at the sky and smiled. This time, I'm not preparing for a war. I'm just going to school. Learning magic. Being a kid. About time. Ron wants me to try out for the national Quidditch team. You're 13. He says age is just a number. He's been spending too much time with you. Jin-Woo was quiet for a moment. Harry. Yeah. You did something extraordinary. Not just killing Voldemort, that was the easy part. You showed him mercy at the end. You gave a broken man a moment of peace before he died. Most people couldn't have done that. Most people wouldn't have wanted to. He was afraid, Dad. His whole life, he was just afraid. And nobody ever helped him with it. Nobody ever told him it was okay to be scared, that everyone is scared, that fear doesn't have to turn you into a monster. Harry's voice was quiet. I had you. I had Mum and Dad, both sets. I had Igris and Baru and friends and love and a home. He had nothing. An orphanage and a magical world that celebrated his talent but never touched his pain. If things had been different, if someone had found him the way you found me, he might have been different. Maybe. We'll never know. Harry looked at the sky. But I know this, the next Tom Riddle, the next scared, brilliant kid who stumbles into magic without anyone to guide them, won't fall through the cracks. Because I'm going to make sure of it. That's a big promise. I'm the Shadow Prince. Big promises come with the title. Jin-Woo laughed and put his arm around his son's shoulders, and they stood on the cliff together, the Shadow Monarch and his heir, watching the darkness that was, for once, just darkness. No threats. No enemies. No broken souls screaming in the void. Just the night, and the silence, and the vast, quiet potential of everything that came next. Behind them, in the Shadow Realm, Storm ruffled his wings and slept. Nyx coiled in deep water and dreamed of sunlight. Baru snored beneath Harry's bed, his mandibles twitching as he chased something in whatever dreams shadow soldiers had. Igris stood at the door and watched the cliff, and his posture was, for the first time in centuries, at ease. In London, Sirius Black sat in a clean, warm kitchen and drank tea and looked out a window at a city he'd thought he'd never see again, and Remus Lupin sat across from him, and neither of them spoke because the silence was enough. At the Burrow, Ron Weasley lay in bed and threw a quaffle at the ceiling and caught it and threw it again, over, and thought about the future with a grin that had nothing to do with fear. In her parents' house, Hermione Granger sat at her desk with a notebook full of magical theory and a pen that moved faster than thought, and the work she was doing would, in 10 years, revolutionize the wizarding world's understanding of consciousness and death and the thin, luminous border between them. In his grandmother's garden, Neville Longbottom planted seeds in the dark and trusted them to grow. And at Hogwarts, the castle settled into the deep quiet of summer, its ancient stones humming with magic and memory, its halls empty but not abandoned, waiting with the patient certainty of a place that had stood for 1,000 years and would stand for 1,000 more. The war was over. The shadows had served their purpose. The dead had spoken and been heard. What remained was life. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the Shadow Prince, the son of 2 families and 2 worlds, closed his eyes and breathed in the dark and felt, at last, at peace. He was 13 years old. He had saved the world. And tomorrow, he was going back to school to learn how to make a teacup dance. Some things, he thought, smiling in the dark, were worth fighting for. All of them, actually. Every single one.